Chapter 3909. In the second universe, the ancestral land of the Nether Turtle clan, the Nether Turtle Galaxy. Ever since the Void Tortoise was sent to the depths of the Nether Turtle Galaxy by the Headless Baby, the bloodline ancestor of the Nether Turtle clan had woken up and issued an order to seal off the entire Nether Turtle Galaxy. The order instantly resounded throughout the vast galaxy. The Nether Turtle clan. Today, less than 3 days after the Nether Turtle clan's sealing race's arrival, a faint rumble of thunder resounded from the Nether Turtle secret realm in the Nether Turtle Galaxy's ancestral land. If one were to be in the Nether Turtle mysterious realm at that moment, they would see a giant turtle the size of a planet in the void. It was the bloodline ancestor of the Nether Turtle clan. In the surrounding void, more senior members of the Nether Furnace clan could be vaguely seen. They were at least at the Sector Lord level. The Nether Turtle clan's old ancestor that Yi Xian had seen was one of them. However, his strength was far from the peak Star Lord level that he had shown before. He was at the immortal level. However, this included the Nether Turtle clan's ancestor and the Nether Turtle clan's bloodline primordial ancestor that was enormous like a star. At this moment, all of them seemed as if they were worshipping someone, and they were looking extremely respectfully towards a certain direction, as if they were listening to someone's teachings. Yes, they were worshipping and listening to a lesson. In front of the gazes of all the higher-ups of the Dark Turtle clan was a terrifying giant turtle that was as large as half a region of stars. It was crouching in space, and there was a terrifying wound on its back. Even the Nether Turtle clan's bloodline ancestor, whose body was as large as a planet, was insignificant in front of it. That terrifying giant turtle was the Void Tortoise that had been sent to the Nether Turtle Galaxy a few days ago. And now, its terrifying body, which was the size of half a planetary region, was the result of deliberately shrinking it. Otherwise, if it fully revealed its true form, a single claw of the Void Tortoises would be the size of a planetary region. That primordial creature was one of the most terrifying creatures in the history of the universe. At that moment, his injuries were far from healed, and so was his strength. Even though he had obtained the light that the Headless Baby shot into his body, there was still a long way to go before he could fully recover. His strength had only just entered the Primordial Supreme level, and he was far from reaching the peak of the Primordial Supreme level at his peak. Even so, it was more than enough for the Void Tortoise to do what it needed to do after it entered the Supreme of the Ancients level. It's inconvenient for those old fogies to interfere in this matter. Only I, the old turtle, will take the risk. An elderly voice that was filled with a weak aura seemed to have come from the end of space. It was extremely clear and resounded in the minds of all the higher-ups of the Dark Turtle clan. The insides of the Netherworld Cauldron have been tampered with. Although it has evolved once again and given birth to an artifact spirit, the Netherworld Cauldron's artifact spirit was affected by everything that happened in the Netherworld Cauldron. It won't activate the warning array formation or contact the heavenly Tao's green eye. Therefore, as long as you are careful, there won't be much danger. You can rest assured that Old Tortoise will return soon. Don't delay any longer. Hand over the coordinates of the ancient demonic bear's hibernation. Old Tortoise can't rush there from here, so I can only go somewhere else. Otherwise, if I leave behind any traces and the heavenly Tao's green eye comes to find me, the entire Dark Turtle clan will be annihilated. This was the only thing the Void Tortoise was worried about. Fortunately, there was a solution. The Dark Turtle clan happened to know a place where an ancient demonic bear was hibernating and enjoying the secondary source of the Netherworld Cauldron's chain. Above that place, a Netherworld Cauldron's chain was suspended. Every year, a drop of all evil origin liquid would drip from the end of this chain. Whoosh! A faint whistling sound rang out as a beam of cyan light shot out from the Star Tortoise's body, heading towards the Void Tortoise. It was the coordinates of the unknown void where the desolate demonic bear was. Rip! After the green brilliance entered the Void Tortoise's body, the Void Tortoise merely moved its claw, and the Void Tortoise's secret realm was torn apart. Its body turned into a ray of light and disappeared into it in a flash. When it reappeared, it was already in another star field that was extremely far away from the dark turtle star field. The void tortoise wiped away the traces of the void tortoise behind it, raised its claw again, and tore apart the void tortoise again. This time, it was under the first universe. Interplanar travel was child's play for the void tortoise, who had the cultivation of the primordial supreme. There was no need to rely on wormholes at all. After doing this several times, the void tortoise had almost circled all 3 universes. When it tore apart the void tortoise for the last time, a green light flashed on its forehead. This time, it was heading to the mysterious, unknown void where the ancient demonic bear was. It was a dark void without a trace of light. All the stars in the void were completely dim. The energy in the star cores had been completely absorbed by the ancient demonic bear. The ancient demonic bear had the power to control the earth in its bloodline. It was said that in the vast universe, as long as there were stars, the demonic bear of the earth was indestructible. No matter how severely injured it was, when it landed on the surface of a star, it could instantly absorb all the vitality of an entire star through the contact of its feet. This included the plants and life on the star, and even the vitality of the star itself. The reason why this mysterious void was so dark was because all the stars in the void had been sucked dry of their energy. The life force of the stars had been absorbed by the desolate demonic bear to heal its injuries. The supply of 1 drop of all evil origin liquid every year was obviously far from enough for it. Its injuries were too severe. The ancient demonic bear belonged to the opposing camp in the great battle back then. At its peak, it was at the mid-stage of the primordial era. The standard set by the eye of the heavenly Tao for an existence of this level was to have the netherworld furnace supply 1 drop of all evil origin liquid every year. No matter how severe its injuries were, that was all there was to it. Its value was nothing more than that. At the highest point in the center of the void tortoise was a rune chain that was 1,000 feet long. It abruptly passed through the void tortoise and hung at the highest point in the sky. Below the rune chain was a giant gray bear that was 10,000 feet in size curled up in the void. It looked extremely weak, and there was a huge hole in its abdomen from which grayish-gold blood was still flowing out. Its aura had long fallen to the level of a quasi-primordial era almighty. As the faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out, the giant void tortoise that had turned into a ray of light descended upon this unknown void. It immediately revealed its true form. Of course, it was not a complete form, but even so, it almost filled up the entire void tortoise. Chapter 39:10. Why? A supreme being like you shouldn't pay special attention to an insignificant enemy general like me. He had been dormant for countless years and was still injured. Not to mention that he was in the middle stage of the primordial era when he was at his peak. He was still some time away from even reaching the level of a supreme being of the primordial era. However, at this moment, a supreme being of the enemy camp had found him and wanted to kill him in person. This was not only frustrating for this primordial demonic bear, but it was also puzzling. He knew that he was going to die today. The void tortoise's ferocious name had shaken the universe in the desolation era. Although it wasn't at its peak state, it was still a supreme desolation. This level of strength could crush a demonic bear who was not even a supreme being of the primordial era. It was much easier than crushing an ant. He was unwilling, but he could only accept his fate. At the last moment of his life, he asked the question in his heart. Actually, it's nothing. You don't have to worry about it. This old tortoise is a little constipated recently, so I want to kill some people. Just take it as a way to vent my anger. After saying that, the void tortoise raised his right forelimb and pressed into the void. Roar, boom. The primordial demonic bear was enraged. Crazy light shot out of his eyes, as if he was going to explode himself. Unfortunately, he was not even a supreme being of the primordial era. He was not qualified to do that in front of a supreme being of the primordial era. As the void tortoise gently pressed its right forelimb, the primordial demonic ape's huge body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not even a hair was left behind. Wong. With a buzzing sound, a shadow rushed out of the void tortoise's body. It was an energy doppelganger. Although it was only a doppelganger, it still had the strength of a supreme being of the primordial era. After all, the void tortoise had recovered to the early stage of the supreme being of the primordial era. As soon as this energy doppelganger appeared, it rushed into the rune chain hanging at the top of the mysterious void and followed the chain to the source of all evil star area, the demonic emperor planet. Yi Xian had been paying close attention to the situation in the root of all evil star region. Although he didn't enter the origin of all evil star area, the demon race had sent several star fortresses to guard in the distant void outside the origin of all evil star area. Once something happened inside, the star fortresses would report back to the demon emperor planet at once. Unfortunately, when this star region was chosen by the Eye of the Heaven Tao to be the location of the Netherworld Furnace Refinement Formation, the entire source of all evil had been isolated by a formation barrier. It was utterly impossible to see what was happening inside from the outside. No matter how big the commotion inside was, it wouldn't spread beyond the source of all evil star field in a short time. The Demonkin scouts didn't dare to enter the source of all evil star field because of the strict order. So up until now, Yi Xian was completely in the dark about what was happening in this star region. He didn't know anything. Just as Yi Xian was feeling a little uneasy, the left side of his chest suddenly became hot. A message came from his chest and rushed into his brain. Yi Xian was gradually getting used to the headless infant corpse communicating with him in this way. What surprised him was that this time, the message sent by the headless infant corpse was very simple. It only had a few words. Enter the source of all evil star area immediately. What's going on? Didn't they say that there might be an ambush this time? Didn't they tell him not to get involved? Why did it change so suddenly? Yi Xian was stunned and felt a little confused, but he soon felt relieved. Since the headless infant corpse had spoken, what was there to worry about? With him here, even if the Eye of Heaven really came, at least he could guarantee Yi Xian's safety. However, according to Yi Xian's speculation, the headless infant corpse wouldn't let Yi Xian see the Eye of Heaven easily. At least, it wouldn't do so before he and the forces under his command fully developed. That would do Yi Xian no good. Now that the headless infant corpse was still parasitic in his body, what was bad for Yi Xian was bad for him. Why would the headless infant corpse do that? Vaguely, he guessed that the headless infant corpse must have made some secret arrangements. He was sure that was why it reminded him to immediately enter the source of all evil star field. As for what to do after entering, the headless infant corpse didn't say, and Yi Xian was too lazy to ask. He would just act according to the circumstances. In short, he was going to take advantage of the situation. Yi Xian didn't hesitate. After greeting the Demon King Mo1 Tian, he immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system title and locked on to the source of all evil. The source of all evil star field. Walala, roar. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the experts from all sides, the runes suddenly lit up, and the chain that was rapidly spreading towards the netherworld furnace made a strange crashing sound again, followed by an incomparably clear and terrifying dragon roar. The next moment, a blood-colored 9-headed blood dragon that was only 10,000 feet long rushed out of the rune chain. It was the energy clone of the Blood Dragon clan's bloodline ancestor, the 9-headed blood dragon. During the Primordial War, the 9-headed blood dragon belonged to the opposing faction, the Eye of Heaven's camp. At its peak, its cultivation was at the late stage of the Primordial era, slightly stronger than the primordial demonic bear that had just been killed by the Void Giant Turtle. But now its injuries had not healed, and its cultivation was only at the early stage of the Primordial era. Right now, it was in the form of an energy clone that was following the rune chain. Therefore, this descending energy clone's cultivation was only at the level of the Primordial era. But even so, it was enough to crush all the experts of both camps in the source of all evil starfield. Even the undying old monsters were just ants in front of the Primordial era. Such a terrifying supreme existence had descended on their camp, and the higher-ups of the various races in the second universe were wild with joy. So what if there were 6 undying old monsters in the conquering camp? They were still destined to fall here. Even if the 6 undying old monsters joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for this 9-headed blood dragon clone of the primordial era. They would be killed like ants. As for those below the undying realm, those at the universe level and sector lord level were nothing. They were not even qualified to be ants. In their opinion, this terrifying existence that had unexpectedly descended on their camp would immediately unleash his invincible power and completely annihilate all the experts in the conquering camp in a short time. As a matter of fact, the eyes of the 9-headed blood dragon that had just ascended had indeed emitted a cold, murderous aura at the beginning. However, as his 9 heads swept around and clearly saw the situation around the netherworld furnace and the entire star field, this murderous aura instantly condensed. Chapter 39:11. During the Primordial War, the 9-headed blood flood dragon belonged to the opposing faction, the Heavenly Tao's Green Eyes faction. At his peak, his cultivation base was at the late-stage Primordial era, slightly stronger than the primordial demonic bear that had just been killed by the void giant tortoise. Now, although his injuries had yet to heal, and his main body's cultivation base was only at the early-stage primordial era, it was still enough to ignore all the existences gathered in the root of all evil star domain. The strongest among the 200 or so patriarchs was only at the immortal realm. In his eyes, they were not even considered ants. He originally wanted to make a move and at least kill the 100 or so opposing faction experts who coveted the netherworld furnace's fortune in one fell swoop. But now, his attention was attracted by the chains that were transporting the all-evil origin liquid out of the netherworld furnace. There were originally more than 10,000 of these chains, and each chain could only obtain 1 to 3 or 4 drops of all-evil origin liquid every year. But now, all the other chains had been broken, and there were only 9 rune chains left on the outer wall of the netherworld furnace. This made the 9-headed blood flood dragon excited. This was definitely a heaven-defying benefit. In front of such benefits, he instantly forgot his original intentions for descending this time. The 100 or so ants still lingering in the root of all evil star domain were naturally ignored by him. With him here, no matter how many of these ants there were, they would not be able to cause any waves. To him, the most important thing now was how to deal with the other 8 rune chains. He was not sure if the total amount of products delivered by the netherworld furnace would remain the same even if the number of chains decreased drastically. Assuming that there were 10,000 drops of all evil origin liquid in the netherworld furnace, and there were 10,000 chains, then 1 drop would be distributed to each chain. But if the number of chains decreased drastically, for example, there were only 10 chains left, then there would be 2 possibilities for how the netherworld furnace would distribute the products. One was that all the all-evil origin liquid would be transported out, and each of the 10 chains would obtain 1,000 drops of all-evil origin liquid. This was equivalent to snatching all the supplies from the other chains and gathering them together. The other possibility was that the remaining 10 chains would still be in the usual ratio of 1 drop per chain, and the excess evil origin elixir would be stored in the netherworld cauldron for the 9-headed blood dragon. He naturally hoped that the situation would be the first one. In that case, the unforeseen event in the netherworld furnace would actually help him. However, he had no confidence in this matter. He was not sure at all, but even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, it was worth it. However, 9 chains was still too many. Assuming that 10,000 drops of origin liquid were divided into 9, each chain would only be able to transport a little over 1,000 drops. It was far from enough to completely heal his injuries. This sort of fortuitous encounter was too hard to come by, and no matter who it was, they would strive to maximize the benefits. Because it was practically certain that if they missed this opportunity, there would absolutely be no other opportunity. There would never be another opportunity like this in the future. Therefore, 9 chains were really too many. If he could break a few more of the rune chains, once this gamble succeeded, the benefits he would reap would be even more shocking. It was precisely because of this that the nine-headed blood dragon instantly disregarded all the other existences in this star field. At this moment, his entire mind was drawn in by the other 8 chains. It was as if he was possessed. The enormous benefits that could be said to be terrifying even caused his breathing to quicken. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it was merely a thought that flashed through the nine-headed blood dragon's mind in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, he wanted to make a move. He wanted to break as many of the other 8 rune chains as possible. This was originally something that could be done with a raise of his hand. However, just as he was about to make a move, 2 of the chains suddenly trembled violently. The clanking of the chains resounded through the void. At the end of the void, the obscure runes etched on the 2 chains suddenly lit up and rapidly spread toward the netherworld furnace. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the chains had been broken. Roar, screech, a furious roar, and a ruthless howl. Both of their auras were astonishing. They were not weaker than the aura of the energy doppelganger of the nine-headed blood dragon. Before the furious roar and the ruthless howl ended, 2 figures had already rushed out from the 2 rune chains that were almost completely lit up. One was a cyan rock with a wingspan of tens of thousands of feet, and the other was a blood-red, double-headed war lion. Although they were both in the state of energy doppelganger, their auras were not weaker than the nine-headed blood dragons. They were both powerful figures of the Desolation era. The bloodline primordial ancestors of the Cyan Rock clan and the War Lion clan, which were among the top 3 clans in the second universe, had finally arrived with their doppelganger. When they saw this scene, the nine-headed blood WIRM that was about to sever all the other 8 talisman markings, chains, and fight for the great fortune that might only exist, instantly stopped their actions, and a wisp of pity flashed in the eyes of all 9 heads. In the end, he was still 1 step too slow. If he had another breath of time, he could have broken all the other 8 rune chains. The 2 bloodline primordial ancestors of the Cyan Rock clan and the War Lion clan would have been forced back to the ancestral land of their clans midway. Because the connection between the chains and the netherworld furnace was cut off, some kind of order would be disrupted. They would not be able to descend along this way, but it was too late to say anything now. There were no ifs in this world. With a sigh in his heart, the nine-headed blood dragon could only settle for the next best thing. The eyes of all 9 heads converged on the other 6 rune chains. As long as he could sever these 6 rune chains, and if the sliver of possibility that he had one really became a reality, then the large amount of all evil origin liquid within the netherworld furnace would only be divided into 3 portions. It was barely acceptable. The Cyan Rock and the double-headed War Lion had just arrived, so they did not understand the situation here. However, they clearly felt a strong murderous intent just now. Moreover, it had a familiar aura, which belonged to their old friend, the nine-headed blood dragon. It was precisely because of this that vigilance appeared in the eyes of the Azure Sky Rock and two-headed War Lion as soon as they descended, and they stared intently at the nine-headed blood WIRM. They similarly ignored the 100+ ancestors of the various clans that were stunned in the surrounding space. In the eyes of the Cyan Rock and the double-headed War Lion, they were just ants. The space was deathly silent. Only the 4 mechanical, ferocious beasts from the Machine Clan seemed to be completely oblivious to everything that was happening in the surrounding space, and they were still ceaselessly nibbling away at the talisman markings chains with unrelenting delight. Following the gaze of the nine-headed blood dragon, the Cyan Rock and the double-headed War Lion also landed on the last 6 rune chains. They were all powerful figures of the primordial era, and they were all beneficiaries of the benefits of the netherworld furnace. These 3 old fellows originally had the same standpoint and mindset. Chapter 39:12. Whoosh! With a faint sound, Yi Xian's figure appeared in the central region of the source of all evil. The interstellar coordinates that he had left behind in the star region of the source of all evil were imprinted in the central region's buffer zone. Although the current star region of the source of all evil was divided into the outer region, the central region's buffer zone, and the core region, and the barrier between the three regions had been opened last time, Yi Xian had imprinted the interstellar coordinates. The location of the coordinates would not change. The netherworld furnace was originally deep in the core region of this star region, so the area in front of him where the aura was surging was still far away from Yi Xian. Even so, he could still feel the austere and oppressive aura. In fact, with the cultivation strength of the nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed battle lion, the divine consciousness could completely cover the entire star region of the source of all evil. But at this moment, all of their attention was on the netherworld furnace, including the high-level ancestors of the various large clans and top forces from the three major dimensions. So, as soon as Yi Xian appeared, no one noticed him at all. In fact, to be safe, Yi Xian had already activated the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique before activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability. His aura and figure were perfectly hidden, but with his current cultivation strength, even if he fully activated the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique, he could not escape the active detection of the quasi-primordial powerhouses. So, the moment his figure appeared in the center of the star region of the source of all evil, Yi Xian's left chest suddenly burned, and a green brilliance flashed and enveloped his whole body. Then he completely disappeared. The headless infant corpse attacked again. With the protection of his power, not to mention the quasi-primordial powerhouses, even if the primordial powerhouses or the supreme primordial powerhouses were here, they would not be able to see Yi Xian at all, and would not be able to sense his existence. Unless the consciousness doppelganger of the heavenly Tao's green eye came. But for this, the headless infant corpse had obviously made arrangements, and was sure that the other party would not come in a short time. When his figure and aura completely disappeared, Yi Xian calmed down. After taking a deep breath, he no longer hesitated and shot toward the dark cauldron at top speed soon. Yi Xian arrived at the depths of the root of all evil star field. He could see everything in front of him. Since his aura and figure were completely concealed by the power of the headless infant corpse, no one sensed his arrival. The appearance of the three quasi-desolate ancient supreme beings shocked Yi Xian, but his gaze immediately fell onto the netherworld furnace. When he saw that the tens of thousands of rune chains that were transporting the all-evil origin liquid to the outside of the netherworld furnace had almost all been broken, Yi Xian's heart suddenly relaxed. He had planned all of this for a reason. It was this kind of situation. Now that he had basically achieved his goal, he was naturally happy. However, the last 9 rune chains were really a headache. As long as these 9 rune chains were not broken, the benefits that Yi Xian had planned for this time could not be considered stable. This was because even he was not sure whether the all-evil origin elixir in the Dark Cauldron would be transported to the 9 rune chains, according to its original distribution after all the other rune chains were broken, or would it be transported out along the remaining 9 rune chains. However, there were already 3 vigorous quasi-desolation experts in the area where the 9 rune chains were. Even if Yi Xian was unwilling, he could not take action to resolve this matter on his own. If that happened, he would definitely be exposed. However, there were so many terrifying quasi-desolation experts in this star domain at the source of all evil, and there were only 9 rune chains left for the Dark Cauldron to transport the all-evil origin elixir. Yi Xian believed that they would not disappoint him. His gaze quickly moved away from the Dark Cauldron because he had analyzed that the headless infant corpse had sent him to the source of all evil, definitely not because of the 9 rune chains. It was even more impossible that the headless infant corpse wanted him to seize the opportunity to obtain the good fortune in the Dark Cauldron. There was no hurry at all. Once the rune chains broke, he could go back at any time. Implement this matter. Yi Xian's gaze quickly locked onto the 3 quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts. There was no other way. Among all the great beings present, apart from the 3 quasi-desolation experts, they were the most eye-catching. These are mechanical life forms. A dim light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He saw the essence of these 3 mechanical ferocious beasts. At the same time, he made a connection in his mind. to be able to send out 4 quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts. One could imagine their background. It was either D, E, or D Air. The former was the leader of the Tianji clan, while the latter was the leader of the Automaton clan. Regardless of which possibility it was, Yi Xian was very interested. If it was the former, Yi Xian could very likely track down the current whereabouts of the Tianji clan through these 3 quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts. If it was the latter, he could more or less understand some information related to the Automaton clan. It should be known that although the devouring system in his body was created by the technological pioneer of the human clan, Xing Bo had been plotted against and killed by D.E. These seeds of the devouring system had actually been spread by D-Air. Regardless of whether it was D-Air, who had become the imperial teacher of the everlasting dynasty, or the entire Automaton clan under his command, which had almost never appeared in the world, they were all more mysterious than the Tianji clan. It could be said that, from a certain perspective, Yi Xian even hoped that these 3 quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts were from the Automaton clan. In fact, this was more likely because the Tianji clan had already moved away from the world. No matter how amazing the creation of the Netherworld Furnace was, it was impossible for D.E. to reveal such an obvious flaw and openly send out a few quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts in front of the world. In addition, the way these 3 quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts engulfed the rune chains was indeed a little strange, so Yi Xian could not help but think more about it. Now, he was basically sure of one thing, and that was that the reason the headless infant corpse had suddenly reminded him to come to the root of all Evil Star Field was probably because of these quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts. Yi Xian was on the Demon Emperor planet, so he had no way of knowing what was happening in the root of all Evil Star Field. However, this did not mean that the headless infant corpse was the same. Either he had left some sort of backup plan here, related to some special information transmission channel, or he was proficient in some sort of heaven-defying deduction method. For example, the heaven-measuring technique of the old devil mosquito butcher seemed to be quite extraordinary, so there was no reason that an existence at the level of the headless infant corpse would not know about this. Of course, to Yi Xian, the reason was actually completely unimportant. What was important was everything in front of him. However, the situation in front of him was obviously a little chaotic. Even if Yi Xian wanted to make a move, he had to find the best opportunity to do so. Muttering to himself, he chose to lie low for the time being and wait for the right opportunity. After the Azure Sky Rock and the 2-headed battle lion understood everything, the 3 supreme existences at the quasi-primordial level merely exchanged a glance and reached a consensus. Chapter 39:13. Originally, there was no suspense at all. When the 3 great beings of the quasi-desolation attacked, it was only 6 rune chains. Without the self-defense of the Netherworld Furnace and the descent of the consciousness of the heavenly Tao's green eye to interfere, it was as easy as blowing off dust. However, right at this moment, a shocking change occurred again. Walala, roar! Among the 9 remaining rune chains, the 4th chain lit up again. At the end of the void, the rune engraved on the surface of the chain lit up instantly. This time, the speed was faster, and it spread to the end of the chain in an instant. At this point, the strange sound shook the sky, and the aura emitted by this chain was even more terrifying, making one's heart tremble. Even the 9-headed blood dragon, the Cyan Sky Rock, and the 2-headed war lion, who had arrived one after another, widened their eyes at this moment. White hairs appeared on their backs, and their hands were about to attack, but halfway, they all stopped. In the next instant, the chains rattled as the enormous cauldron rumbled and shook the heavens. Along with this, the furious roar of a Qilin resounded through the sky, and it shook the entire expanse of space in the root of all evil to the point of shaking. Immediately after, a huge figure of 100,000 feet darted out from the rune chains and rushed into the sky. The aura of a great being from the primordial era swept through the world, and the surrounding void trembled inch by inch, as if it could collapse at any time. The more than 100 great beings of the ancestor level from both sides, who were originally in a daze in the void, were all horrified, and they all retreated rapidly, retreating into the distance. Only the 4 half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts from the automaton race were still engrossed in devouring the rune chains as before. However, this aura was too terrifying. In just a moment, the mechanical ferocious beast closest to the netherworld furnace had completely exploded and was completely annihilated. Even so, the other 3 seemed to be unaware and continued to devour. Boom! Boom! Several earth-shattering explosions were heard, and a part of the alloy bodies of the 3 mechanical ferocious beasts exploded, about 1/3 of them. However, as a green light flashed in the wreckage, this situation was instantly interrupted. Some kind of amazing defensive array was left in the bodies of the 3 alloy ferocious beasts. At this time, it was activated and finally resisted the terrifying aura of a great being from the primordial era. Kacha kacha! Crisp sounds continued as the talisman markings chains were still being nibbled away, and this scene caused everyone to be speechless. The 100-plus ancestors from both sides that had already retreated to the distant space looked at each other, and their expressions carried a strange expression amidst their astonishment. This time, it was none other than the Scarlet Unicorn who had come to the root of all Evil Star region with the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile. A supreme being level energy clone finally arrived, hovering above the core of this star area, looking around disdainfully. The pressure was terrifying. After all, this was the will of a primordial paragon. Even though it was a primordial paragon who had been injured for countless years and had yet to fully recover, it was still a primordial paragon. However, a supreme being was still a supreme being. Even if he wasn't in his best condition, that formless pressure was still terrifying. Within a radius of 10,000 miles around him, everything was under his control. With a single thought, flowers bloomed and wilted, stars were born and stars fell. Although this primordial paragon wasn't as powerful as the Void Tortoise, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the primordial paragon when he was in his peak condition. Now, his injuries had yet to fully recover, and his original body had just recovered to the peak of the primordial paragon. This energy clone that had followed the talisman markings chains of the netherworld furnace to this place was only at the early stage of the primordial paragon. Even so, it was far more powerful than the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion that had arrived before him. The situation instantly became tense, and it was simply suffocating. Among the energy clones of the 4 supreme existences, one of them had reached the early stage of the primordial paragon, and the other 3 were quasi-primordial paragons. 1 against 3, the strong against the weak. There was a boundless murderous intent in the air. The entire space was completely stagnant at this moment, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was horrifying. Before this energy clone of the Scarlet Unicorn appeared, it had clearly sensed the chilling, killing intent from the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion. At this moment, as soon as it arrived, its aura was locked onto these 3 quasi-primordial paragons. Its aura was cold, and it had a sign that it would attack at any time. In the battle of the primordial paragon, although they belonged to the same camp and were all generals under the heavenly eye of the heavens, they weren't familiar with each other. After all, they weren't on the same level at all. The Scarlet Unicorn was the primordial paragon back then, whereas the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion were merely primordial paragons. The difference between them was equivalent to a commander and a general. Back then, the heavenly eye of the heavens obviously had a lot of commanders at the primordial paragon level. The 9-headed blood dragon and the others weren't under the command of the Scarlet Unicorn, so it was even more impossible for them to have any interaction with each other. Moreover, now was the later generation after the passage of countless years. Everything back then had already gone with the wind, and the so-called comrades in arms basically didn't exist anymore. As the primordial paragon, It was provoked by three little generals who were merely primordial paragons back then. If it had come a little later, the other party might have even attacked. To the Scarlet Unicorn, the nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed battle lion's actions were tantamount to offending the heaven's might. Do you want to die? Or with the merciless passage of time, you've long forgotten my supreme, ferocious might back then? Roar! The Scarlet Unicorn wasn't in a hurry to kill the three quasi-primordial paragons in front of it right away. Although the nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed battle lion weren't like ants to it. In fact, they weren't much better. Even though quasi-primordial paragons were only quasi-primordial paragons when compared to true primordial paragons, the gap between their cultivations and abilities was no different than the gap between the heavens and the earth. The Scarlet Unicorn had a proud expression as it spoke coldly, and its tone revealed dense indifference and laziness. Not too long ago, it had descended to the root of all evil out of rage because of being schemed against. How long had it been since then? A similar incident had actually occurred once more. This time, the talisman marking chains that transported the product of the nether furnace, the evil liquid, had almost been severed into two. This was an absolutely unforgivable crime to the Scarlet Unicorn. These three ancient existences at the quasi-primordial paragon's level before it had already been decided by it, and it had secretly announced the outcome of their deaths. But before that, it still needed to rely on these three fellows to fiercely deter the coveting gazes that were concealed in the shadows. Otherwise, if a similar incident were to occur once more, then wouldn't it be exhausting for its life? After all, it couldn't stay here for long because it was too dangerous. So, the Scarlet Unicorn had to make an example to others, and the nine-headed blood dragon, azure sky rock, and two-headed battle lion before it were its prey. Chapter 39:14. Judging from the Scarlet Unicorn's words, it was clear that it wanted to kill the three of them as an example to others. The faces of the nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed battle lion instantly turned gloomy. Although they only had the strength of a powerful figure from the primordial age and were indeed weaker than the Scarlet Unicorn, who was in the early stage of the primordial age, they had once stood on the throne of the powerful figures and stood proudly in the primordial age. Now, they were being treated like this by the Scarlet Unicorn in front of a group of ants of the later generations. How could they endure this? This was simply a blatant humiliation that they couldn't accept no matter what. The nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed battle lion exchanged glances, and their gazes fell on the last 5 rune chains one after another. They suppressed the resentment in their hearts and spoke in a low voice. "Fellow cultivator, there is no grudge between us. Now that the situation is like this, just now, if it were you, you would have done the same thing." That's right. The 5 rune chains may descend on other powerful figures at any time. Perhaps the next one will be a supreme primordial age. In other words, it was reminding the Scarlet Unicorn not to only care about showing off. The interests in front of them were the most important. Although you're a powerful figure from the primordial age, the other 5 rune chains may descend on existences of the same level as you at any time, or even stronger. At the same time, it was tantamount to another kind of hint. The nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed battle lion were expressing their goodwill, indicating that they could join forces. In this way, even if the next 5 rune chains really had a powerful figure from the primordial age, with their help, the Scarlet Unicorn could definitely suppress the opponent. Once the Scarlet Unicorn nodded and acknowledged this kind of surrender, there was more than a 90% chance that he wouldn't suddenly turn against them and kill the nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed battle lion. The supreme primordial age had the pride of a supreme primordial age. The 3 of them were well aware of this point. In fact, what they were most eager to see now was an existence that was not weaker than the Scarlet Unicorn suddenly descend from one of the rune chains. In this way, even if the Scarlet Unicorn didn't listen to them, they could very well side with the newly descended supreme primordial age and deal with the Scarlet Unicorn together. At that time, The three supreme primordial age existences were no different from rare goods, because basically no matter which side they sided side. The unicorn's chances of victory. Unicorns, Azure Sky Rock, the Azure Sky Rock, and the two-headed battle lion, but it was obviously not moved was unicorn was to them. But it was obviously that was not to them. But it was obviously it was not to them, but it is but it was not to's. But unicorn, Azure Sky Rock, and the two-headed battle lion. Unicorn, the rock. Its cultivation strength had now been restored to the peak of the supreme primordial age, and the scarlet unicorn was sure that it was basically impossible for there to be a supreme primordial age alive in this world. Or it could be said that the supreme primordial age who had been restored was at most the same as itself, restored to the peak of the supreme primordial age. If that was the case, this kind of existence would come along the rune chains in the form of an energy doppelganger. The doppelganger's strength would at most be at the early stage of the supreme primordial age, which belonged to the same level as itself. As long as there was no interference from the three supreme primordial age existences in front of it, the scarlet unicorn was not at all in a battle of the same level. He was not afraid of anyone. In other words, even if there was a supreme primordial age expert descending now, what the scarlet unicorn had to do was to kill the nine-headed blood dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the two-headed battle lion immediately, completely eliminating the hidden danger. The nine-headed blood dragon and the two-headed battle lion did not expect him to have such thoughts at all. That was because they did not understand the scarlet unicorn at all. But from his words at this moment, the nine-headed blood dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the two-headed battle lion could tell that he refused to surrender. He even ridiculed him for not being as strong as the supreme primordial age expert. The bearing and majesty of the supreme primordial age expert. This was the rhythm of not being able to reach an agreement. The nine-headed blood dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the two-headed battle lion exchanged glances again, and the aura in their bodies instantly became fierce. Now, they could only fight to the death. In that case, we can only fight. It's not like we haven't reached the level of the supreme primordial age expert before. It's useless to say more. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Roar. The three supreme primordial age existences roared at the same time, and the aura in their bodies surged endlessly. In the blink of an eye, their bodies, which were originally about 10,000 feet tall, all soared 100 times, reaching 10,000 feet tall. One of them was the nine-headed blood dragon, whose entire body was blood red, and each of its scales was like a towering mountain peak. Its aura was extremely violent, and the entire void trembled slightly under this violent pressure. One of them was the Azure Sky Rock, whose entire body was green. Every feather was the same, and there were no other colors. When it slightly spread its wings, the void of the universe seemed like it was about to shatter inch by inch. Among the three half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts that were engrossed in gnawing on the rune chains, one of them was slightly closer to the Azure Sky Rock, and it was slightly scratched by the fierce aura that surged out when it spread its wings. In an instant, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other. There was no violent explosion, but the entire body of the half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beast disintegrated in an instant. Its huge body cracked inch by inch, and in the blink of an eye, it died an unnatural death. The last one was a two-headed giant lion with two gigantic, ferocious beast heads. Its entire body was blood red, and it revealed a touch of unusual color. There was an endless amount of blood-red fog that spread out from its body, and in the blink of an eye, it covered a part of the void, covering the entire body of this gigantic two-headed giant lion. Its entire body was shrouded, and not a single trace of it could be seen. The bloodline power of this two-headed war lion was clearly not only ferocious and battle-thirsty. Just from this illusory blood-red fog, it could be seen that it was most likely proficient in some kind of bewitching ability, which could create illusions during battle and severely injure the opponent. Are you all trying to resist? You're really making me laugh to death. 3 ants actually want to challenge the might of the heavens?" The blood-red unicorn sneered, and the aura that surged out of its body became even more intense. However, its tone was still filled with ridicule and disdain. It could be seen that these three powerful beings whose strength had dropped to the level of great beings of the quasi-desolation era were indeed not in its eyes at all. It could kill them with a raise of its hand. As its words fell, the blood-red unicorn seemed to feel a little bored. It was enough to play around with these ants. If it was too entangled with them, it would instead seem that it was degrading itself. It already felt bored and was ready to make a move. Chapter 39:15. Clang. With the sound of chains, the fifth rune chain quickly lit up and spread from the other end of the void to the netherworld cauldron at a very fast speed. Seeing this scene, the scarlet unicorn frowned and sneered. The nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed battle lion were extremely excited. This was exactly what they had been hoping for. They didn't expect that it would really come true. The scarlet unicorn was too arrogant, but it didn't matter. As long as another powerful existence from the primordial era came, when the two tigers fought, the battle strength of the three quasi-primordial era powerhouses will become a rare commodity worth hoarding. No matter which side they sided with, they would be able to survive. Existences at this level basically wouldn't go back on their words. They had their own pride. Moo! A high-pitched roar was heard. Then, from the rune chain that suddenly lit up, an iron-spike devil rhinoceros with a body of 10,000 feet long rushed out. Its whole body was greenish-black, and its skin was coarse and rough. This was obviously an energy doppelganger. Its cultivation strength was also at the quasi-primordial era powerhouse level. Obviously, its original body had just recovered to the early primordial era powerhouse level, like the nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed battle lion. After probing the opponent's cultivation realm, the nine-headed blood dragon and the others couldn't help but feel nervous again. A feeling of disappointment spontaneously arose. After all, it wasn't a real primordial era powerhouse who came, but in general, it was better than nothing. At least this iron-spike devil rhinoceros was known for its resistance even in the distant primordial era. Although this was only an energy doppelganger and not its original body, its attributes were the same. If there were only three quasi-primordial era powerhouses before, they basically couldn't escape the fate of being killed one by one in the face of the scarlet unicorn. But now, with this iron-spike devil rhinoceros, the four quasi-primordial era powerhouses didn't dare to say that they could win against the scarlet unicorn, but at least their chances of survival suddenly increased by a lot. Not to mention that there were still 4 rune chains left, and another being from the primordial era might descend at any moment. Even if it was still an almighty figure from the quasi-primordial era, under the situation of 5 against 1, they would at least possess the qualifications to fight against the blood Sheelan. But before that, they had to draw this iron-spike devil rhino to their side. The nine-headed blood dragon, the cyan rock, and the two-headed battle lion exchanged glances and looked at the iron-spike devil rhinoceros at the same time. They nodded slightly as a sign of goodwill. Then, they looked at the scarlet unicorn and sneered. "Unicorn, do you still insist?" Just now, it was only divided into 4 portions. Now, it has become 5 portions. If we continue to persist, it is extremely likely that the product in the netherworld furnace will be divided into 9 portions. The more cultivators from the primordial era descend, the safer we will be. At least for now, you won't be able to kill us easily. Or you can still try and see if you can kill the 3 of us and this fellow cultivator from the iron spike devil rhino without suffering any damage. These words were a deliberate guide. They casually drew the iron spike devil rhino that had just descended to their side. Moreover, they expressed their attitude at the beginning that the iron spike devil rhino was qualified to have a share of the spoils. The latter had originally come for this, so he naturally paid the most attention to this point. I have to say, in a 1 versus 4 situation, you can indeed hold on for a while. The scarlet unicorn still sneered, but the expression on his face gradually became strange. His tone also became a little strange. Unfortunately, this iron spike devil rhino came at the wrong time. He is destined to die innocently. I'm afraid your plan will be in vain. Roar. This was obviously a blatant contempt and humiliation. The Iron Spike Devil Rhino had just ascended and had not figured out the situation, but it was actually issued a death notice. Moreover, the other party's tone was so firm that it did not take it seriously at all. The Iron Spike Devil Rhino was furious and immediately raised its head and roared. Before he could finish his furious roar, a muffled puffing sound rang out. The Iron Spike Devil Rhinoceros's head, that was raised high up in the air, was actually separated from its body and flew high into the air. However, there was no blood sputtering out of its neck because this was originally an energy body. Its head was bitten off, and it was severely injured. It was only destroyed. It was just that its body dissipated. In the next moment, before the Iron Spike Devil Rhino's energy clone completely dissipated, a slender figure appeared behind it. This was the 9U demon crocodile that had followed the rune chain with the scarlet unicorn when the first accident happened in the furnace. This 9U demon crocodile naturally descended in the form of an energy clone, but its cultivation strength was the same as the scarlet unicorn at the early stage of the Desolate Era. The reason why it could appear silently, and even the rune chain did not light up, and there was no rustling sound, was because it had some kind of bloodline of the 9U demon crocodile. It was related to the divine ability. In fact, it descended almost at the same time as the Iron Spike Devil Rhino whose clone had been destroyed, but its figure did not appear. However, the Scarlet Unicorn, as an ancient mighty figure of the same level as him, sensed a trace of its aura. Otherwise, it would not have said those words and made such a judgment with such certainty. The Iron Spike Devil Rhino's fate of death. All of this, the weaker, 9-headed blood flood dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the 2-headed war lion were completely unaware of it. At this moment, the Iron Spike Devil Rhino's energy clone had completely dissipated, and the 9U demon crocodile, who was only about 10,000 feet tall, was also staring at them coldly. When he realized it, a chill immediately appeared on his back. Anyone could see that the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9U demon crocodile were clearly on the same side. Right now, the Iron Spike Devil Rhino was already dead. It had just ascended, and before it could figure out the situation, its energy clone was beheaded, and then it disappeared with a bang. The 9-headed blood flood dragon's side only had 3 existences of the quasi-desolation level, but the other side had 2 real mighty figures of the Desolate Era. The balance of the battle strength was too tilted. There was no possibility of fighting back, and there was no chance for them to even struggle. Once the battle started, the only result was that they would be killed instantly. But the difference was not too big. The situation deteriorated rapidly. The 9-headed blood flood dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the 2-headed war lion's hearts sank to the bottom in an instant. While they were secretly complaining, they looked at the last 3 rune chains as if they were asking for help. Even if this energy doppelganger was killed like the Iron Spike Devil Rhinoceros, they would not truly die. After all, it was only an energy doppelganger and not their true bodies. Chapter 39:16. Ever since the 9-headed blood dragon descended upon this place following the rune chains, the leading role of this star field, the source of all evil, had silently changed. Including the 8 undying old monsters, close to 200 high-level ancestors from various races and powers had rushed over from the 3 major dimensions. They were originally fighting to the death here, tossing and turning about happily. But now, all of them had retreated tens of millions of kilometers away, giving up the leading role in this star field. They were reduced to supporting characters. No, actually, they couldn't even be considered as supporting characters or spectators. At most, they were just bystanders. This was truly a little embarrassing. The group of high-level ancestors were all embarrassed, but they were unwilling to leave. On one hand, it seemed that the edge of the netherworld cauldron in front of them was gradually getting into a conflict. Before the final outcome was decided, they might still have a chance. On the other hand, a battle of this level was also a kind of opportunity for them. Even if they could only observe from a distance, it was still beneficial for them to comprehend their realms and powers. However, as the saying goes, when the immortals fight, the immortals suffer. Today, the people who were about to break out into conflict were all existences at the quasi-desolation level and above. If a great battle really broke out, no one knew what kind of scene it would be. Therefore, the group of high-level ancestors from various races and powers all tried their best to stay as far away as possible, retreating tens of millions of kilometers into the distant void space. Only the two remaining half-step universe-level ferocious beasts were still, as before, engrossed in chewing on the rune chains. In addition, Yi Xian, who was protected by the mysterious power of the headless infant corpse, had restrained his figure and aura. At this moment, he had also approached the two ferocious beasts. His eyes flickered as he seriously sized up these two powerful ferocious beasts. The rune chains of the Netherworld Cauldron were naturally extraordinary, but now they had been bombarded and collapsed. The connection with the Netherworld Cauldron had been cut off, and the order field within the rune chains had fallen into chaos, possibly even dissipating. It could be said that its power had been greatly weakened, and the strength of these two ferocious beasts was already extraordinary, reaching half-step universe level. Moreover, their teeth were obviously made of special materials. Therefore, the speed at which they chewed on these rune chains could be said to be so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. In a short period of time, only a little over 1,000 talisman marking chains remained from the original 10,000-plus talisman marking chains that had been blasted apart, and the rest had been completely eaten clean. Of course, the ferocious mechanical beasts had also paid a heavy price for this. They originally had 4 ferocious mechanical beasts, but now only 2 were left. Judging from the current situation, if nothing unexpected happened, the last 1,000-plus rune chains should be eaten clean by the 2 half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts very soon. After that, they ought to retreat immediately because the sole objective of these 4 mechanical ferocious beasts upon arriving at the root of all evil was to gnaw on the talisman marking chains. This was something that had long since been proven through their actions. This was obviously very strange. Even Yi Xian felt a little suspicious. The metal used to create these rune chains must be extremely special. It must be a top-notch material. There was no doubt about this. However, if it was just this, it was obviously not enough to make DE of the Tianji clan or DE of the Automaton clan send out 4 half-step universe-level automaton ferocious beasts and risk their lives. They rushed to the root of all evil star field in order to nibble away at the root of all evil. Yi Xian observed closely and quickly discovered that when the 2 half-step universe-level automaton ferocious beasts were gnawing on the talisman marking chains, the talisman markings on the chains did not shatter along with the fragments of the chains. Every single talisman markings appeared when the chains were chewed into pieces by the sharp teeth of the automaton ferocious beasts. They all disappeared. Every single talisman marking chain was very long, and all sorts of cryptic talisman markings with completely unknown meanings were engraved on the links of the chains. When these 10,000 chains were added together, the total amount of these mysterious talisman markings of various shapes and forms would be a terrifying number. Yi Xian understood. If nothing unexpected happened, the true objective of these few half-step universe-level automaton, ferocious beasts, should not be the metal used to create the talisman marking chains, but the countless mysterious talisman markings that were engraved on the chains. The Netherworld Furnace Void Refining Array was the work of the Green Eye of the Heavens Tao. It was personally created by the Green Eye of the Heavens Tao, including these talisman marking chains. Just from this point alone, the level of the countless talisman markings on the talisman marking chains was definitely not simple. The Tianji clan, or the Automaton clan, were coveting these talisman markings. Perhaps they did not understand the profound meaning behind each of these talisman markings, but it was also because of this that they were so concerned about them. Today, they had sent these 4 half-step universe-level automaton, ferocious beasts, to nibble on the talisman marking chains. On the surface, it seemed that they wanted to obtain this top-grade mysterious metal. However, this was merely a side benefit. The true goal was these countless mysterious talisman markings that came from the hands of the green eye of the Heavens Tao. They might represent some kind of unknown and powerful force. And the reason why the headless infant corpse reminded Yi Xian to come to the root of all evil Starfield at this time, if there were no accidents, its goal should also be the countless talisman markings on the chains. After fully comprehending this point, Yi Xian sank into deep thought. He felt extremely troubled. He didn't have any automaton beasts. He couldn't use this method of nibbling on the chains to obtain the countless mysterious talisman markings on the chains. In reality, even if there were, it was already too late. Of the 10,000-plus broken rune chains, most of them had already been gnawed away. Only a little over 1,000 remained. Furthermore, with the speed of these two half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts, even the last 1,000-plus rune chains would be gnawed away very soon. They would be completely eaten. The only way was to directly steal them. However, if he did that, Yi Xian would definitely be exposed. What's more, if he used force to steal them, Yi Xian himself didn't have the ability to do so. These two surviving automaton beasts were both Sector Lord Level 9 perfect. No matter how heaven-defying Yi Xian's methods were, he still hadn't matured. The current him, how could he deal with these half-step universe-level supreme beings? Screech! At this time, just as Yi Xian was feeling helpless, in the distance near the netherworld furnace, a monstrous screech suddenly sounded. Turning around, the bloodline ancestor from the second universe's Blood Dragon clan, the nine-headed Blood Dragon, suddenly exploded with a shocking aura. This was clearly a prelude to a battle. He was preparing to fight with his life on the line. An incomparably powerful pressure spread out, instantly causing the automaton beast that was slightly closer to the nine-headed Blood Dragon to suffer. The mysterious energy barrier that originally enveloped its enormous body suddenly dimmed at a corner. The nine-headed Blood Dragon's terrifying pressure took advantage of this gap and instantly entered, causing half of the automaton beast's body to explode. Its body rapidly fell into the depths of the void below. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. His chance had come. Chapter 39:17. Show! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The huge alloy body of the ferocious mechanical beast plummeted rapidly toward the bottom of the void like a meteor. The energy shield that surged out from its body was obviously quite extraordinary. After all, the ferocious mechanical beast was a half-step universe-level existence. An attack that could force it to use its energy shield to defend itself naturally could not be an ordinary power. From this perspective, one could analyze this kind of energy shield. The grade of the shield was very high. Even the terrifying pressure that suddenly erupted from the body of the nine-headed Blood Dragon of the Quasi-Desolation era only caused a temporary problem with the energy shield in the ferocious mechanical beast body. However, at this moment, that corner of the energy shield that had suddenly dimmed had fully recovered. Therefore, the remnants of the ferocious mechanical beast body did not suffer any subsequent attacks or damage. However, even so, its huge body still plummeted rapidly toward the bottom of the void uncontrollably. This could only mean one thing. Although its alloy body was saved, the electronic consciousness in this alloy body had suffered extremely serious damage in that instant just now. It could not even control its body. This was definitely the rhythm of the electronic consciousness on the verge of extinction. It was the same principle as when the soul consciousness of a flesh and blood life form was severely damaged. For Yi Xian, this was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had an electronic body, and its body was a shell of Di's body. What entered that shell was Yi Xian's combination of the electronic consciousnesses of Baofeng Sha, Emperor Xiaofeng, and the other Tianji clan juniors. After that, he added a wisp of his own spiritual sense origin. After a perfect combination, he created a complete set of electronic consciousnesses. A new electronic consciousness. This electronic consciousness was actually an electronic life form that belonged exclusively to Yi Xian. Now, Yi Xian had already activated it and retreated from the shell of Di's body. It could shoot out at any time and enter the body of the ferocious mechanical beast below to carry out an electronic invasion. It was equivalent to a flesh and blood life form. Possession. However, even if this ferocious mechanical beast was severely injured and waiting to die, it was still a half-step universe-level existence after all. Yi Xian's electronic body only had the strength of a universe level 1. Even if he took advantage of this opportunity to enter, he might not be able to successfully devour the other party. Instead, it was more likely that he would fall and be swallowed by the other party instead. It was also at this moment that the zombie lantern tattoo on Yi Xian's left chest suddenly heated up. A wisp of energy was transmitted out and entered Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger. The so-called electronic doppelganger was actually a unique stream of data with a life of its own. When it existed independently, it was in the form of a small cluster of white light. Now, after the mysterious power separated from the headless baby corpse poured in, the original white light ball had a slight hint of green. Yi Xian understood in his heart. Without hesitation, he shook his hand and shot it out, heading straight for the rapidly falling mechanical beast below. With the mysterious energy protection of the headless infant corpse, not only could Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger easily pass through the energy shield on the surface of the mechanical beast and enter its body, it could also ensure that no accidents would occur during the process of devouring and seizing the body. Moreover, when this weak cluster of light shot out, it would not be noticed by anyone. Just like Yi Xian right now, his entire body and all of his aura were perfectly concealed. In fact, even without the protection of the headless infant corpse, this tiny light that could be said to be as small as a firefly's glow would not attract anyone's attention. The attention of the 100 or so high-ranking ancestors of the various clans in the distance, above the void, was all focused on the vicinity of the netherworld furnace. As for the terrifying existences like the 9-headed blood dragon, they obviously had no interest in paying attention to the ants in the surrounding area. Whoosh! In less than half an instant, Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger entered the layer of energy shield on the surface of the mechanical beast and directly entered its body. Then, it immediately began to infiltrate and devour on the electronic level. For an electronic life form, this was seizing the body. Once the seizing was successful, the original electronic consciousness of the mechanical beast would completely disappear. All of the data in this electronic consciousness, which was also its memories, would be perfectly and completely copied. To put it simply, the electronic consciousness inside the mechanical beast would henceforth be replaced by Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger. Moreover, no flaws could be found. Of course, if the clan leader of the Heavenly Legacy clan, DE, or the clan leader of the Mechanical clan, DR, were to carefully investigate, they might be able to find some clues. This was originally Yi Xian's only worry. However, with the protection of the mysterious energy that the headless infant corpse had added to the light mass of the electronic consciousness, this kind of worry was obviously unnecessary. No matter how powerful DE and DR were, how could they break the headless infant corpse's technique? They were not existences on the same level at all. After 3 breaths, the mechanical beast, which had been maintaining a state of acceleration and falling down toward the void below, suddenly stopped moving. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The electronic doppelganger's infiltration and seizing the body had finally succeeded. Immediately after, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. The electronic consciousness, which had successfully seized the body, was transmitting a large amount of data that it had just swallowed. The system asked Yi Xian if he would like to receive it immediately. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he immediately gave an affirmative answer. Receive it immediately. All of the information will be stored in the system's database. Immediately begin data analysis and deduction. The data transmission immediately started. Yi Xian only needed to take a glance to determine the origin of this mechanical beast. Sure enough, as he had previously speculated, these 4 mechanical beasts were completely unrelated to the Heavenly Legacy clan. They were all from the Mechanical clan and had been instructed by the clan leader of the Mechanical clan, who was also the imperial tutor of the immortal dynasty, heir, to come to the star region, the source of all evil, to nibble away at the rune chains. As for the purpose of doing so, it was also the same as Yi Xian's previous speculations. Obtaining the top-grade metal used to forge these chains was only secondary. More importantly, it was to obtain the countless mysterious runes etched on the chains. For this reason, heir had clearly made meticulous preparations. Not only had the fangs of these 4 half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts been forged by heir using some special material, but he had also constructed 4 interconnected miniature directional teleportation arrays in their bodies. In other words, although 2 ferocious mechanical beasts had already fallen, in fact, the top-grade metal that the 2 ferocious mechanical beasts had eaten and the large number of mysterious runes obtained from them had not been lost or destroyed because of this. Chapter 39:18. The leader of the automaton tribe, heir, had obviously considered the possibility of these 4 ferocious mechanical beasts being captured, so he had specifically taken precautions. In the data transmitted by the electronic doppelganger, the furthest memory that Yi Xian could trace back to was that these 4 ferocious mechanical beasts had rushed out of a wormhole-like whirlpool and appeared in a giant underground space. In the image, the imperial advisor of the immortal dynasty, heir, stood on a high platform expressionlessly. The cultivation aura that emanated from his body was also at the sector lord level. However, Yi Xian did not believe this at all. This was because heir's cultivation strength should be similar to Yi's. At least, the difference should not be too big. As the leader of the Tianji tribe, Yi could dominate the first universe for tens of thousands of years. How could his cultivation be weak? One had to know that in the ancestral lands of the Space Rat tribe and the Hell Ant tribe, there were all immortal-level ancestors in deep slumber, including the demons. Yi was weak, but his cultivation strength could not be lower than the immortal level. From this, one could basically infer the lower limit of heir's cultivation strength. Unfortunately, in that giant underground space that was suspected to be somewhere on the immortal planet, heir did not have any communication with these 4 ferocious mechanical beasts, nor did he give any verbal instructions. The image changed, and the 4 ferocious mechanical beasts had already arrived at the source of all evil through some extremely powerful teleportation formation. The star region, all the memories of before they had rushed out of the wormhole-like whirlpool were blank. Clearly, heir had already erased them. According to Yi Xian's speculation, the other end of the wormhole-like whirlpool should be an independent small world like a secret realm or a grotto heaven. That place should be the automaton tribe's nest, or in other words, their main camp. Although heir had not been an enemy of the human tribe, and had even become the imperial advisor of the immortal dynasty in the human tribe's technological camp, Yi Xian had always been wary of heir and his automaton tribe. This was because they were too mysterious and seemed to be related to Yi Xian. Although the devouring system in his body was the invention of the human tribe's technological pioneer, Xingbo, it was spread out through heir's hands. The devouring system had indeed given Yi Xian a great opportunity. Without the devouring system, he would not be who he was today. However, ever since he met the first system carrier and activated the so-called system competition mission between the two of them, Yi Xian's heart was alarmed. He had been thinking about what kind of changes the devouring system would bring to his body when it evolved to the final level. Or rather, whether this change was a good thing or a nightmare. Based on this point, it was understandable that Yi Xian was wary of heir. It was a pity that both heir and the machine tribe were too mysterious. No one from the machine tribe was walking around in the outside world. This was also abnormal and strange. However, it was precisely because of this that Yi Xian couldn't find an opportunity to come into contact with the mechanical race and use this opportunity to investigate the truth. And now, this opportunity had clearly arrived. His electronic doppelganger had successfully possessed a sector lord-level ominous beast. Yi Xian planned to let the electronic doppelganger use this new identity to return to the automaton tribe. It could be considered a form of infiltration and infiltration. If not for the protection of the mysterious energy that the headless infant corpse had added into the electronic doppelganger, Yi Xian might not have dared to do this. Since Dier was able to erase all the memory data of these four ominous beasts, it was very likely that he could see that this ominous beast had been possessed. That was tantamount to putting his electronic doppelganger in danger. However, this was no longer a problem. Yi Xian was still very confident about the headless infant corpse. There was no need to doubt its level. At this moment, the electronic doppelganger had finished receiving the data transmitted, including those mysterious runes. Among the data transmitted, there was also a copy. That's right, it was only a copy. The countless runes etched on the chain directly turned into rune energy after entering the ominous beast's body as the chain was gnawed. Now, they were stored in the ominous beast's body together with the mysterious metal that had been chewed up. Originally, Yi Xian was extremely tempted by the mysterious metal and the runes that had turned into energy balls. He wanted to use his methods to take them all. However, if he did that, the ominous beast that had been possessed by his electronic doppelganger would not be able to complete the mission of infiltrating the automaton tribe's lair. If he did not report back, it would definitely arouse Dier's suspicion. Forget it. Anyway, even if I take it now, it's only half. The other half is in another ominous beast's body. It's meaningless. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian immediately made a decision. He temporarily gave up on coveting the mysterious metal and rune energy balls in the ominous beast's body. Everything was still more important for him to infiltrate the automaton tribe's lair. After all, as long as he completed this mission, if these mysterious metal and rune energy balls were really extremely important, there was also a possibility of stealing them in the future. Right at this moment, the electronic doppelganger sent another message. The other mechanical beast in the void above had already eaten up the last 1,000 or so rune chains in a short period of time. According to the program set by Dier earlier, after completing all this, the surviving mechanical beast was left with no choice but to follow the program set by Dier. No matter how many of them there were, they had to activate the directional teleportation array in their bodies and return immediately. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately gave a response. Then, somewhere in the void above, a small wormhole-like vortex appeared almost at the same time in front of the ominous beast that had been possessed by the electronic doppelganger. The two ominous beasts did not hesitate at all. Their bodies shook and turned into a ray of light that rushed into the vortex. Then, the two small wormhole vortexes instantly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Roar, screech, rumble. At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the void above. It was accompanied by a furious roar and two violent howls. Yi Xian turned his head to look, and his expression could not help but change slightly. The bloody unicorn had already made its move. It was as if it was playing a game, fighting 1 against 3 at the same time. It simply raised its right forelimb and pressed down. There was no fluctuation in the void, and no energy leaked out. However, the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion that had joined forces to resist this attack were instantly met with a great disaster. The 9-headed blood dragon's 4 heads directly exploded. The azure sky rock also broke the huge wing on its right side. The 2-headed battle lion was also seriously injured. One of the 2 ferocious lion heads exploded into a cloud of blood mist in the void. This scene was too shocking. The moment an existence at the level of a primordial god attacked, it was indeed extraordinary. It made more than 100 high-level ancestors of various clans who were watching the battle from a distance in the void thousands of miles away turn pale. Their bodies were so shocked that they started trembling slightly. Ants will always be ants. You can't even withstand a casual attack from me. Chapter 39:19. Walala. Before the crimson unicorn's sneer faded away, one of the 9 rune chains connected to the lower side of the outer wall of the netherworld cauldron suddenly trembled. A strong sense of crisis surged into his heart, causing his expression to change instantly. He exclaimed, "The peak of the remote antiquity era? This is impossible." The runes on the chain lit up, and a deafening clattering sound was heard. This was clearly an energy clone of a remote antiquity-era creature. It was following this rune chain and was about to descend. This was nothing. The Crimson Unicorn, the Nine-Hued Demon Crocodile, and the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the Two-Headed Battle Lion had all descended in this way. However, it was precisely because they had also used this method to descend that the blood-colored Qilin was incomparably clear that the existence that was swiftly rushing over from within the rattling runic chain was merely an energy avatar. The main body was unable to descend in such a manner. However, the aura that was coming from the chain was clearly that of a peak remote antiquity-era creature. What did this mean? If an energy clone was already at the peak of the remote antiquity era, then the real body of this existence that was about to descend was definitely a supreme master of the remote antiquity era. At this moment, as the Crimson Unicorn's words sounded, the Nine-Hued Demon Crocodile, the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon, and the other three powerful remote antiquity-era creatures finally reacted. After realizing the situation in front of them, they all exclaimed in horror. The strength of a certain existence has already recovered to the level of a supreme master of the remote antiquity? Who is this? A living supreme master. This is too shocking. Even if the energy clone that descended today is only at the peak of the remote antiquity era, it is enough to crush everything. Stop him. We must stop him immediately. Otherwise, once he descends, we will all die. You two, are you still attacking us? If we don't work together, even if we have to risk our lives, we will stop you from breaking this rune chain. Since we are going to die, we will die together. The last sentence was roared out by the bloodline ancestor of the Second Universe's Blood Dragon clan, the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon. He originally thought that he, the Azure Sky Rock, and the Two-Headed War Lion were definitely going to die this time. Although it was only an energy avatar, after it died, the effect on his original body was still not bad. It was bearable. Right now, they were heavily injured by the Crimson Qilin's attack, just as they were about to be completely annihilated with another attack. Such an unexpected turn of events occurred. A Primordial Supreme's energy clone was about to descend upon them. To the Nine-Headed Blood WRM, Azure Rock, and Twin-Headed War Lion, this was absolutely a piece of extremely good news. The Crimson Unicorn and the Nine Gloom Demon Crocodile were strong, but they had not recovered to their peak state. Their original bodies were only at the middle stage of the Desolation Era, and their energy clones were even weaker, only at the early stage of the Desolation Era. It was enough to crush the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon and the other two. However, if they were to face the terrifying existence that was about to descend, they were not even comparable to ants. The disparity in strength had already surpassed the disparity between them and a Nine-Headed Blood Dragon. After all, there was only a small difference between a grand expert of the quasi-desolate era and an early desolate era. However, there was a difference of two small realms between an early desolate era and a peak desolate era. If this existence whose energy clone had already reached the peak desolate era officially descended, the energy clones of the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine Gloom Demon Crocodile would definitely die. The only chance of survival was to break this rune chain and cut off the connection between it and the Netherworld Cauldron before the other party descended. In this way, the other party's energy clone would lose its coordinates. Moreover, after the chain was broken, the rune field of order would be chaotic and it would not be able to return. It could only retreat quickly to protect itself. It was precisely because of this that the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon dared to force the other party to give up. Anyway, they would die. If the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine Gloom Demon Crocodile did not agree to join forces, the three of them could indeed buy some time by risking their lives. They could prevent the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine Gloom Demon Crocodile from breaking the rune chain. The arrival of that existence was to buy time. At that time, when the other party arrived, they would just die together. This was forcing the other party to give up, and it was an overt plot. However, the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine Gloom Demon Crocodile had no choice but to comply because this concerned their life and death. Once they agreed to join forces with their status, it was impossible for them to go back on their words. Even if they hated the nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed war lion to the core, if they wanted to kill them, they would have to wait until the next time. Existences at this level all cherished their feathers. None of them wanted to bear the evil reputation of disgrace. Although this was extremely sullen, the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile did not hesitate at all. They immediately made a choice and responded. Roar! If you win, you can live for a few more days. The next time we meet, we will definitely kill you. Don't say any more. Attack immediately. It will be too late if you wait any longer. Screech! Amidst the furious roars, the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile attacked almost at the same time. They attacked the rune chain with all their strength that was making a loud noise. The energy was so majestic that the entire void was trembling. Even the netherworld furnace, which was as huge as a star, was shaking slightly. This was 2 powerful existences from the primordial era attacking with all their strength at the same time. If not for the fact that the green eye of the heavenly Tao had specially reinforced the star domain with the power of the array formation, the entire star domain would have collapsed. At this moment, the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion's hearts were all in their throats. Previously, they were almost certain to die. But now, with the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile gritting their teeth and agreeing, although they did not attack, they had a slim chance of survival. As long as this rune chain was broken, that terrifying existence would not be able to descend. Then, even if the 3 of them had formed an irreconcilable feud with the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile this time, and there would be many troubles in the future, at least for today, this energy clone could still be saved. But all of this was still undecided. Everything depended on whether the joint attack of the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile could break this rune chain that represented a terrifying nightmare in time. If it failed, the slim chance of survival that they had seen just now would undoubtedly be extinguished in an instant. It had to be said that life's encounters were really too emotional. At this moment, the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion felt this in their hearts. Just a moment ago, they were still eagerly hoping that a powerful existence would come along the rune chain to save them from the fire and water. But now, that person had really come, but their hearts were in their throats, and they were afraid that the other party would really descend. Such a state of mind was really King exciting. You guys are so afraid of the arrival of this venerable one. How many shameful things have you guys done? If you don't do shameful things, be careful of being struck by lightning. It was also at this moment that an unexpected voice suddenly came from the rune chain that lit up. It was filled with relaxation, ridicule, and a strong sense of pretentiousness. Chapter 39:20. Swish, 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 bang. Along with this voice that carried an aura of ridicule resounding out, the talisman chain that lit up instantly emitted a loud, rumbling sound, and then a thunderous rumble resounded. Even space started to tremble violently as a strand of light shot out from within the chain, and it expanded along with the wind before transforming into an exceedingly enormous tortoise in the blink of an eye. Its size was too terrifying, and it was at least 10 times the size of the netherworld furnace. After all, merely the size of the netherworld furnace was already comparable to an enormous star. At this moment, the bodies of the 5 primordial beings had already started trembling violently, and their countenances were exceedingly pale. It was even to the extent that they couldn't speak properly anymore, and it was as if they were collectively stuttering. The void tortoise? How is this possible? Weren't you killed by the primordial heavenly demon? After that battle, the news spread. The primordial heavenly demon killed the void tortoise behind the scenes, and even the supreme, ferocious weapon, the heavenly demon blade, collapsed because of it. He's still alive? The void tortoise is actually still alive. My God, this is too terrifying. He was in existence at the peak of the supreme level of the primordial era at his prime. This isn't the key. The key is he actually followed the talisman chain here. What exactly happened? Have we always been supporting the enemy? The source of the Netherworld Furnace's products is actually a commander-level existence from the enemy camp. Cut the crap. Flee. Exactly, the person that followed the talisman chain here was precisely the Void Tortoise that killed the primordial demonic bear. At this moment, as soon as his figure appeared, the 5 primordial beings instantly exclaimed with shock, and they recognized the existence that had descended with a single glance. Exactly who was it? During the unparalleled battle of the primordial era all those years ago, even though there were many supreme beings of the primordial era in the camps of the Heaven Dao's Azure, Eye, and the Headless Infant's corpse, there were actually very few supreme beings of the primordial era that were truly popular in both camps. In the Headless Infant's camp, only a few supreme beings of the primordial era like the Void Tortoise, the Divine Gold Dragon, the Primordial Yiksha, and so on and so forth possessed extraordinary performances before and after that battle. They were branded in the hearts of countless powerful primordial beings. Her peerless beauty was almost impossible to erase. Of course, there were also such existences in the opposing camp of the Green Eyes of the Heavenly Tao. However, the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile were far from them. During the battle back then, there were also supreme ancients on the opposing side, but their strength was only at the mid-stage supreme being level. They were not even on the same level as the Void Tortoise and a few other supreme beings who were at the peak of the supreme being level. As supreme masters of the remote antiquity, if the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Ghastly Demon Alligator were generals, then the few supreme masters such as the Void Giant Tortoise, who had reached the peak of supreme master, were like marshals in both camps. For the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Ghastly Demon Crocodile, the Void Giant Tortoise was already so terrifying. Then, in the eyes of the 9-headed Blood Dragon and other existences who were only at the remote antiquity era, it was needless to say. It could be said that after realizing that the descending creature of the remote antiquity was a supreme being at the peak of the supreme being level and belonged to the opposing camp, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Cyan Sky Rock, and the 2-headed War Lion were completely hopeless without any suspense. Among the exclamations, the 2-headed War Lion was the most practical one. He directly roared out the words to escape, which represented his inner thoughts. This was completely an instinctive conditioned reflex. Such a scene was too unbearable. More than 100 high-level ancestors of the various clans who were watching the battle from tens of millions of miles away had already been completely petrified. A powerful quasi-supreme being of the remote antiquity actually turned around and fled like a stray dog at the first moment of the opponent's arrival in front of them. This was simply too crazy, without the slightest bit of awareness and majesty of an expert. At the same time, this also reflected how terrifying the strength of the giant tortoise that had just arrived was, and how extraordinary its fierce reputation was. When they realized this, all of the patriarchs of the various clans felt a chill run down their spines without exception. Even when the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Demon Crocodile arrived one after another, they had not been completely hopeless. They stayed in the distant void, hoping that the situation would continue to develop, and maybe there would be a glimmer of opportunity. But now, they were completely hopeless. This time, the source of all evil, the word advantage, cold, and fortune would not have anything to do with them. The reaction of the 2-headed War Lion was really too frightening. How could this giant tortoise be able to frighten a quasi-supreme being to this extent? What a terrifying existence. Only Yi Xian, although he felt strange at this time, did not have the slightest trace of fear in his heart. Instead, he had a faint feeling of F***CK. No matter how imaginative he was, he would never have thought that the descending creature was actually the Void Giant Tortoise. The old tortoise that he had just rescued from the mysterious void not long ago. That's right, it was the old tortoise. At this time, Yi Xian just wanted to curse. The old tortoise was really not a good thing. When he rescued him previously, he pretended to be serious, but he did not expect that when he showed up now, he would reveal his true colors. Listening to his tone, looking at his disdainful eyes and attitude, He was just pretending. He was almost fooled by him. He thought that the old tortoise was an old-fashioned antique, but now it seemed that he was clearly an indecent old tortoise. "Little guy, I just arrived, and you didn't even come forward to greet me before you turned around and left. You actually let me see your flirtatious body. This is the rhythm of the heavens." Just when Yi Xian felt that he had met another old liar and was feeling unhappy, the void giant tortoise's mocking voice sounded again. No matter how he listened to it, he felt that he had met an old hooligan. Obviously, he was talking about the two-headed war lion that had immediately turned around and fled when he had exclaimed to run away. Yi Xian looked up, only to see the void giant tortoise gently flicking a claw of its right forelimb at the two-headed war lion that had turned around and fled. His relaxed demeanor made it seem as if he was flicking off a lump of booger stuck to his claw. Boom! However, the power of this non-existent booger was too terrifying. Even though it was thousands of miles away, it instantly blasted the fleeing two-headed war lion into a cloud of blood. Not a single hair was left behind, and not a single piece of flesh was left. The enormous body of the two-headed war lion was directly turned into a cloud of blood mist. When the wind blew, the mist dissipated. Plop! Plop! The nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock were shocked by this scene. They were so scared that they sat down in the void, their faces pale. A powerful figure from the quasi-desolation era died, just like that. Although it was only an energy clone, it disappeared with a flick of a finger from thousands of miles away in the void. This was simply horrifying. Chapter 39:21. The void tortoise turned its head to look at the nine-headed blood dragon and the scarlet unicorn. It sneered. "If I remember correctly, I seem to have felt a murderous aura just now." Before it finished speaking, a majestic pressure that made one's scalp go numb surged out from the void tortoise's body. It invisibly enveloped the scarlet unicorn, the nine-held demon crocodile, the nine-headed blood dragon, and the cyan sky rock. The four powerful beings from the Antiquity era and the quasi-powerful beings from the quasi-desolation era were instantly stunned. An invisible restraint was placed on their bodies, making them feel as if they were trapped in a swamp. Although it was not to the extent that they could not move, it was because the void tortoise was not using its full strength. Otherwise, the strongest of the four, the scarlet unicorn, was only at the early stage of the Antiquity era. However, the void tortoise's energy clone had the cultivation of the peak of the Antiquity era. The difference was too great. Just the invisible pressure was enough to make them unable to move. The shadow of death instantly shrouded them. It was incomparably strong. They did not doubt that the void tortoise could attack at any time. This was because even in the unparalleled battle in the Antiquity era, the two sides were not on the same side. They were enemies. The scarlet unicorn immediately thought of self-detonating. He was going to die today. Fortunately, it was only an energy clone. Although the price was heavy, at least his original body was fine. There was still a chance for him to make a comeback, and self-detonating could more or less injure the other party. However, he soon shook his head with a bitter smile. This was because he realized that the consequences of doing so would be even more serious. If he really provoked the other party, after self-detonating, it was very likely that the void tortoise would follow the rune chain and directly rush to the void where his original body was hibernating. It would pay a certain price to hunt down and kill his original body. If that was the case, there would be no chance for him to survive. Of course, even with the void tortoise's current cultivation, it would have to pay a certain price to do that. Therefore, as long as he did not provoke the other party, such a situation should not happen. In other words, although self-detonating would more or less injure the other party, his original body was very likely to face the danger of being killed. On the other hand, if he gave up on counterattacking the void tortoise, although it would be sullen, at least his original body would be safe for the time being. The two situations had completely different outcomes. Everyone knew what to choose. The four ancient existences glanced at each other with a dark expression. In the end, they forcefully suppressed their anger. The situation was stronger than them, so they had to swallow their anger. Looks like you guys have already made your choice. I have to say, You guys are so F***ing cowardly that it hurts my liver. The Void Tortoise's eyes flashed. He shook his head and sighed. His words were as infuriating as usual. However, his next words made the four of them feel relieved. Forget it, forget it. Since you're so scared, it would be embarrassing for me to kill you all even if I wanted to. Don't do it next time. If Old Turtle sees you again, I won't let you off so easily. Even as it shook its head, the Void Giant Tortoise raised its right forelimb and pressed down on the four powerful primordial beings. Boom! Boom! Walala, four earth-shattering explosions sounded in succession. The energy avatars of the four ancient existences, the Blood Unicorn, the nine-held Demon Crocodile, the nine-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock, exploded without any suspense. There was no blood mist. Instead, there were only collapsed order runes. The four energy avatars, which were at least at the level of a quasi-desolate ancient almighty, were destroyed along with the consciousness source of their energy avatars. At the same time, there was a large amount of clattering sounds in the air. Of the last 9 rune chains that were connected to the outer wall of the Netherworld Furnace, 8 of them had been broken by this attack. It was unknown how many of them had been broken into pieces. For a moment, there was a huge rune chain in that corner of the void, not too far away from each other. Chain. At this point, there was only one rune chain left connected to the bottom of the Netherworld Furnace's outer wall. It was the chain that the Void Tortoise had chased after. The reason why he left this rune chain was obviously because the Void Tortoise still planned to use this rune chain to return to his original body. However, he obviously had other things to do before he left. Screech. After destroying the 4 powerful primordial beings and the 8 rune chains with a raise of its hand, the Void Tortoise raised its head and roared angrily. Then, its body swayed, and its terrifying body, which was originally much larger than the Netherworld Furnace, instantly turned into a faint ray of light, enshrouding the Netherworld Furnace. The milky white mist shot out from the top of the furnace. During this process, the surface of the faint ray of light that the Void Tortoise had transformed into quickly glowed with a faint green halo. Yixian found it familiar and immediately understood. This must be the mysterious energy that the headless infant corpse had shot into the Void Tortoise's body in that mysterious void. Now, it was unleashing its power and protecting the Void Tortoise's energy avatar. Otherwise, even if he was at the peak of the primordial era, he would not be able to force his way into the interior of the Netherworld Furnace. According to Yi Xian's estimation, he would need to have at least the cultivation base of a primordial supreme to be able to do so. In the blink of an eye, the faint ray of light that glowed with a faint green halo shot into the interior of the Netherworld Furnace. Yi Xian understood that this shameless old tortoise was about to do something bad. He would probably steal all the products in the Netherworld Furnace. In fact, when the Void Tortoise attacked the Blood Qilin and the other 3 powerful primordial beings, the rumbling of the grinding stone in the Netherworld Furnace gradually stopped. This meant that the unplanned refinement of the Netherworld Furnace was about to come to an end. After the remains of all the primordial beings that had been thrown into the central region's grinding stone had been ground into 9-colored meat paste, even the final refinement had come to an end. The grooves around the grinding stone would definitely be filled with newly refined, all-evil origin liquid. According to Yi Xian's estimation, from the total number of primordial beings remains in the Netherworld Furnace, there should be around 15 to 16,000 drops of all-evil origin liquid that had been refined this time. Yi Xian had carefully acted in the Netherworld Furnace the last time and had only managed to obtain around 2,000 drops in the end. The Void Tortoise was indeed a super old monster. It either did not act, or it would act in a big way. Even Yi Xian could not help but feel a little envious. Very soon, as the faint ray of light formed by the Void Tortoise's energy avatar shot out of the furnace, the large amounts of white liquid that filled the mouth of the Netherworld Furnace also began to shrink rapidly. This old fellow was too ruthless. Apart from the all-evil origin liquid, he did not even let go of the byproduct, the Netherworld Furnace lotion. This was clearly the rhythm of eating the meat and drinking the soup, and even licking the bones clean. He did not plan to leave a single strand of hair for Yi Xian. Chapter 39:22. Just as Yi Xian was about to take advantage of the fact that the headless infant corpse was still protecting him to rush into the netherworld cauldron and snatch some of the all-evil elixir. The corpse lantern tattoo on his left chest, which had been in a slightly warm state, seemed to respond and suddenly cooled down. This was clearly intentional. The headless infant corpse had obviously sensed Yi Xian's thoughts. In order to stop him, it shamelessly removed the mysterious energy protecting its body and fell into a deep sleep again. To put it bluntly, it was stacking the corpse. Only then did Yi Xian realize that the two of them were on the same side. Okay? Hundreds of millions of years ago, they were superior and subordinate. But wasn't this too much of a relationship between a master and a servant? How shameless of them to be so protective of their master. After being stunned for a moment, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was instantly enraged, and his nose was about to become crooked. This was because the scarlet unicorn and the other powerful ancient creatures had been killed. And although the refinement of the netherworld cauldron had ended, it was obvious that it had not yet awakened, and the terrifying pressure of the netherworld cauldron had not yet appeared. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have been caught off guard when the headless infant corpse suddenly removed the mysterious energy protecting its body. If he'd been on guard, he would have exploded and died. However, although there was no powerful pressure in this void that could threaten him for the time being, because even the 100 or so high-ranking ancestors from the various clans and forces had retreated tens of millions of miles away, they did not dare to approach. But as the headless infant corpse silently removed the mysterious energy protecting its body without saying anything, Yi Xian's figure, which had been hidden all this time, was instantly exposed. At this moment, in the void thousands of miles away, the more than 100 high-level ancestors of the major clans, who had been shocked by the death of the Blood Qilin and the other primordial grandmasters, were stunned when they saw him. They immediately stood there, trembling in fear. They cried out in alarm. Why is there another person? I clearly didn't feel any fluctuation of void energy before this. This person definitely didn't just arrive, but has been hibernating there for a long time. That's impossible. How terrifying was the oppressive aura in the void just now? There was a peak existence of a powerful ancient creature, and this human is clearly not even at the universe realm. He's worse than an ant. How could he stay in that core area? He would have been blown into pieces. He looks a little familiar. I seem to have seen this kid somewhere before. Ling Hu. I recognize him. I've seen his image in the clan before. This is Ling Hu Chong, one of the 7 peerless geniuses of the younger generation. 3 of them are him alone: young Master Ling Hu, young Master Netherworld, and the little archaic devil ape. That makes sense. That's right. He's a peerless ancestor's primordial demon bloodline. After all, he's a peel of a peerless ancient creatures. After all, he's a peerless to God. He is to the bloodline ancient demon ape, not to the universe realm. He belongs, what is that ant realms is to? Is this to have A's to have to be, to us to be God realm? Chom? Rumble. Boom. Following the exclamations of the 100 or so elders of the various races in the void, the netherworld cauldron, which had just become silent because of the completion of the refinement, suddenly shook slightly again. Then, the rumbling sound of thunder began to be transmitted again. Yi Xian's expression changed wildly. After the netherworld cauldron completed the refinement, it was going to fully recover. At that time, the pressure of the netherworld cauldron that had disappeared would reappear. Even when the spirit of the netherworld cauldron suddenly discovered the huge change that had happened to it, it was very likely that it would immediately activate some kind of array program to contact the heavenly Tao Eye and report everything that had happened here. A strong sense of crisis hit his heart. Yi Xian subconsciously wanted to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body to escape. Although he did not have any substantial gains this time, it was not a wasted trip. At least, The electronic doppelganger had taken over a sector Lord-level mechanical beast and had successfully infiltrated the inner workings of the machine race. This was an important chess piece and also a measure that Yi Xian took to prepare for a rainy day. If Dier and the machine race really had some kind of conspiracy, this chess piece would have an unexpected and miraculous effect in the future. At this moment, just as he subconsciously wanted to escape immediately, a voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. It was the void giant turtle secretly transmitting a voice. "Little fellow, don't be in a hurry to escape. It will take some time for the Netherworld Cauldron to fully recover. Hasn't your devil-ape bloodline already been recognized by it? As long as you activate the devil-ape true form, you'll be safe before the spirit of the artifact fully recovers. In any case, you can't leave now. In a while, when this old turtle leaves, I still need you to stay behind and clean up the mess. Otherwise, why would I call you here?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was first stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. This time, his nose was really crooked from anger. If the old turtle had not said it, he would not have known. After all this time, the headless infant corpse had called him over at the last minute just to clean up the old turtle's mess? This was really too King fun and exciting. The old turtle ate the meat and drank the soup. In the end, he even licked the bones clean. He did not even get a single strand of hair. When he patted his mess and left, he still had to clean up the mess for him. On what basis? This was simply too much of a bully. These thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind. He was so angry that he wanted to run away immediately. Whatever, he would leave first. In any case, he could not let this old turtle have his way. As for the headless infant corpse, he would settle this account later. What? The complete profound meaning of the fourth and fifth changes of the wild lion transformation. You don't want it anymore? Just as Yi Xian was about to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability, the old turtle's voice rang out in his mind again. This time, it sounded even more composed and was incomparably certain. Forget it, forget it. I originally wanted to give it to you now. Since you don't want it, then let's go. That way, it won't be much of a problem. Luckily, when this old turtle killed that two-headed battle lion just now, I specially took care to intercept the profound meaning for you. The fourth and fifth changes of the wild lion transformation and the complete profound meaning. Yi Xian's body stiffened. His entire person was stunned on the spot. The fourth change was fine. With the devouring system in his body, he would probably be able to figure out after some time. However, the temptation of the fifth change was extraordinarily great. Chapter 39:23. In the end, Yi Xian still admitted defeat in the face of such a huge benefit. Of course, this was mainly because the person who admitted defeat was one of his own. In fact, from a certain point of view, the Void Tortoise could be considered a type of master that Yi Xian had inherited after entering the Starry Sky. After all, the ancient Dongshu tactics that he was currently cultivating was the Void Tortoise's bloodline inheritance. Although Yi Xian was angry before, he did not take it seriously. Now he basically understood what the Void Tortoise meant by rubbing its skin. Needless to say, someone really did have to do it. In this aspect, the headless infant corpse and the Void Tortoise could only rely on Yi Xian alone, because only he could directly activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability after rubbing its skin and escape from this place in an instant. If it was any other existence, even if it was a supreme being from the primordial era, they probably wouldn't be able to leave so quickly. Even if they could, they would definitely leave behind some traces when they tore through the void and left. If the Heavenly Tao's eyes were to track them down, it was extremely likely that they would be caught up. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's mood immediately calmed down. At this moment, after seeing him admit defeat, the old bastard proudly snorted and directly used some sort of great divine ability to send a piece of information into Yi Xian's mind. At the same time, it also sent over a wisp of gray-black essence energy. Congratulations to the host for discovering the complete mystery of the magical ability. Would you like to begin the derivation immediately? Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the origin energy of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Would you like to absorb it immediately? As the familiar system notification sounded in his mind, Yi Xian was momentarily stunned and then overjoyed. It seemed that the old tortoise was really something. Not only did it send the complete mysteries of the fourth and fifth transformation of the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion, it even gave Yi Xian a wisp of the origin energy of the ancient Dongshu tactics. If nothing unexpected happened, with this wisp of origin energy, Yi Xian's cultivation of the ancient Dongshu tactics would instantly soar by a large margin. At the same time, it would also lead to an increase in the realm of his physical body's qi and blood. All of this was something to look forward to. Time was of the essence. Without any hesitation, he immediately sent an affirmative reply to the system. The system's voice rang out once again. The first thing it did was to quickly deduce the complete mysteries of the fourth and fifth transformation of the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion. At the same time, the wisp of ancient techniques, origin energy that the Void Giant Tortoise had gifted him also began to rapidly absorb and refine it. Yi Xian's consciousness quickly entered his sea of consciousness and came into contact with the simple and unadorned tortoise shell. He activated it, and his mind trembled. In an instant, he entered the image of the inheritance imprinted on the tortoise shell. An ancient, desolate void appeared, exuding an endless sense of vicissitudes. Roar! There seemed to be an earth-shattering roar coming from the depths of the endless void, attracting Yi Xian's consciousness. The scene changed, and a claw as vast as the sky reached out from the endless darkness. With a casual swipe, the void collapsed, and an entire star region collapsed. From the endless darkness, a round and flat head stretched out. Endless chaotic mist lingered around its eyes, making it impossible to see the light in its eyes. It was none other than the Void Tortoise. Just a single shell on its body was as large as a galaxy. It crawled out from the darkness, and the suppressive aura it exuded enveloped the entire universe, causing this part of the void to tremble. Then, Yi Xian quickly received the inheritance information of the Dongshu ancient technique in his mind. A simple and unadorned giant tortoise that was even larger than a star was roaming in the Milky Way with its physical body. It raised its head and roared. A black energy rushed out from the wide mouth under the tortoise's head, like a small meteor. Like a meteor, it rushed into the endless distant sky. First, it was a small star core. Then, it turned into a meteor. It slowly grew from a satellite to a planet, and then a star. In the end, it grew into a nebula and a vast galaxy. Then, it suddenly exploded, condensed to the extreme, and turned into a black hole in the vast starry sky, swallowing everything. This process was the first 8 great realms of starry sky cultivation. After that was the origin, and then the grotto heaven, mystic light, void, genesis, cosmic light, chinkan. At this time, a corresponding change occurred in the inheritance image. The huge black hole that represented the 8th great realm of starry sky quickly shrank. After reaching the limit, it turned into a faint dot. This was the profound meaning of the origin realm. During the process of the black hole condensing into a dot, a large number of obscure runes were released from Yi Xian's mind like compressed packets being released. Come, he instantly understood. Then, the tiny origin formed by the extreme contraction of the black hole expanded again, evolving into a small grotto heaven. It emitted a mysterious light, giving birth to the void, giving birth to the initial embryonic form of the star domain, and finally becoming a vast universe with stars and void, forming a complete universe. This whole process was the journey of the Dongshu ancient technique in the first 15 great realms of starry sky cultivation. The image demonstration was only a representation of the image. Most importantly, during the process of this image demonstration, it continuously released the obscure mysteries that appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Righteousness. Soon, the inheritance disappeared. The origin energy of the ancient technique obtained from the Void Giant Tortoise was completely absorbed. In the next instant, in the sea of cultivation below the simple and unadorned tortoise shell that was suspended in the air above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, boundless waves of his sea of consciousness suddenly surged. It was as if a tsunami had occurred, and the entire vast sea of consciousness came to life, completely churning. In the central domain, an enormous starry sky giant tortoise slowly emerged from the depths of Yixian's sea of consciousness. Every piece of shell on the tortoise's back was branded with countless mysterious runes. This starry sky giant tortoise represented the Dongshu ancient technique that Yixian cultivated. Because this ancient technique was the highest bloodline inheritance of the Dongshu giant tortoise clan. After Yixian obtained the complete technique and began to cultivate, the image of this supreme giant tortoise appeared in the vast sea of consciousness in his mind. At this moment, the power of the ancient technique in Yixian's body skyrocketed, causing the shackles of the human body's potential to break. Although he was in great pain, Yixian was extremely happy because everything was as he had guessed. This time, the strength of his physical body and qi would also rise. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the Dongshu ancient technique. Current realm. Great perfection of the cosmic light, level 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the Dongshu ancient technique. Current realm. Great perfection of the cosmic light, level 9. Soon, the familiar system prompt sounded again in Yixian's mind. It was not only these two prompts, but also a prompt related to the improvement of his physical body and qi cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the physical body and qi cultivation realm. Current realm. Great perfection of the cosmic light, level 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the physical body and qi cultivation realm. Current realm. Great perfection of the cosmic light, level 9. Dongshu ancient technique. Great perfection of the cosmic light, level 9. Chapter 39-24. The pleasant surprise came so quickly. With just a strand of the ancient technique's origin energy from the void tortoise, Yixian's cultivation in the ancient Dongshu technique had soared by 2 small levels, reaching the grand perfection of the cosmic light, level 9. Moreover, because of the increase in his cultivation, as well as the other effects contained in this strand of ancient technique's origin energy, Yixian's physical body also had a strong tempering effect, directly causing his physical body's qi and blood cultivation strength to soar as well, once again tearing apart the 2 shackles of the human body's potential. Shackles. It caused his physical body's qi and blood strength to soar to the grand perfection of the cosmic light, level 9. Now, Yixian could directly take the bottle of level 15 liquid that he had prepared. Once he succeeded, his original body's strength would officially enter the true universe realm. But that required a certain amount of time after all, and the current situation was not suitable to start all. Therefore, even though Yixian's heart was burning, he still rationally suppressed this impulse and did not take the level 15 liquid for the time being. Rumble. The muffled rumbling in the netherworld furnace had become more and more intense. Clearly, the weapon spirit was fully awakening, and time was running out. Yixian turned to look and found that the dense, milky white fog above the netherworld furnace was extremely thin at this time. Clearly, the void tortoise's ruthless plundering was also coming to an end. With the full awakening of the netherworld furnace's weapon spirit, the terrifying pressure of the netherworld furnace would appear again. Yixian's current human form would not be protected by the netherworld furnace. When he was sent into the netherworld furnace, it only recognized the bloodline of the small, primordial devil ape. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the small, 3-headed, 6-armed primordial devil ape that represented the inheritance of the primordial devil ape's bloodline in his mind. Previously, when Yixian's original body's cultivation strength was at the cosmic light level 7, when he entered the state of the 3-headed, 6-armed primordial devil ape, his cultivation strength was at the cosmic light level 8. Now that his original body's cultivation strength had reached the cosmic light level 9, according to the previous practice, when he entered the state of the 3-headed, 6-armed primordial devil ape, Yixian's cultivation strength would reach the grand perfection of the cosmic light level 9. Very quickly, an ancient demon ape with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared out of nowhere. The cultivation aura emitted from its body was indeed at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the universe. It was exactly as Yi Xian had speculated. However, this wasn't the strongest battle prowess that Yi Xian could display right now. This was because he could still use the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape in his true form with 3 heads and 6 arms. With every transformation, his cultivation base and strength would increase by a small stage. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. First transformation. Following Yi Xian's explosive roar, the body of the ancient demon ape that was over 30 meters tall suddenly increased in size. An inexplicable bloodline power instantly surged within its body, converging into a tide-like power. The 3 true forms of the ancient ape demons were greatly enhanced, and in the blink of an eye, the original height of 100 feet was increased to a height of 1,000 feet. Cultivation. First rank Star Lord state. Second transformation of the 9 transformations Devil Ape. After the second roar, the familiar feeling came once more. The blood and chi in the 3 true bodies surged once more, far surpassing the first transformation. Before the first transformation, the Devil Ape true body was only 1,000 feet tall, but now it had risen to 10,000 feet. Cultivation. Second rank Star Lord state. Roar. Third transformation of the 9 transformations Devil Ape. Yi Xian once again raised his head and roared. Following the activation of the 3rd transformation of the Devil Ape, the endlessly surging vital energy within the 3 true bodies once again soared. It surged like a roaring river, directly causing the 3-headed, 6-armed Devil Ape's true body to rapidly expand like a balloon. From a height of 1,000 feet, it quickly grew to 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, until it reached 100,000 feet. Cultivation. 3rd rank Star Lord state. In less than 3 breaths, Yi Xian activated the true forms of the ancient ape demons and activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations Devil Ape. Even though he had only activated the 3rd transformation, the true forms of the ancient ape demons were still 10,000 feet tall, and their strength had increased by 3 levels. However, that wasn't the end, because the familiar notification sound of the absorption system had been transmitted. With the complete mysteries of the 4th transformation of the wild lion state, the system was able to infer the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations Devil Ape in a very short time. As for the 5th transformation, even though he had obtained the complete mysteries of the 5th transformation of the wild lion state, it would still take some time for the system to change it into one that was suitable for the ancient ape demons. Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry. The 4th transformation was enough to increase his strength by 1 level, and his physical strength and size were 10 times larger. It was definitely enough for the time being. 4th transformation of the 9 transformations Devil Ape. With joy in his heart, Yi Xian roared for the last time. His voice shook the surroundings, and the 3 heads of the ancient demon ape roared at the same time. Even this corner of the void trembled slightly. Then, the true forms of the ancient ape demons expanded 10 times more, like balloons that have been inflated, reaching a terrifying height of 100,000 feet. Cultivation. 4th rank Star Lord state. Although there was only a small gap between the 3rd and 4th levels of the Star Lord state, the gap meant that Yi Xian had entered the middle level of the Star Lord state from the early level. Everything happened so fast that Yi Xian, as the person involved, couldn't calm down even though it wasn't the first time he had experienced it. It was even more so for the 100 senior members of the major clans who were observing from tens of millions of kilometers away. A minute earlier, Yi Xian had only been at the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmic realm. Then, 5 seconds later, he activated his bloodline and revealed the true forms of the demonic ape demons, and his strength soared to the peak of the 9th rank of the universe realm. In the end, after only a few breaths, Yi Xian's cultivation surged to the 4th level of the Star Lord state as he went from the 1st to the 4th level of the demonic ape state. All of this was simply inconceivable. The higher-ups of the various races Although they were all at least at the Sector Lord level, they had never seen such a terrifying rise in strength. This could no longer be explained by secret techniques or divine arts. It could only be described as monstrous. Amidst the dumbfounded gazes, the group of senior eccentrics of the various clans muttered to themselves, their faces filled with disbelief. "Oh my God! Who is this kid? He was in the 9th rank of the cosmic realm a moment ago, but he's already in the middle rank of the Star Lord state in less than a minute." Chapter 3925. For the higher-ups of the various races at the Sector Lord level and above, who had retreated to the void tens of millions of kilometers away like spectators, everything that had happened in this short half a day was simply too shocking. It was too special. It was too exciting. They had flocked here for the benefits and fortunes of the Netherworld Furnace. They were supposed to be the main characters of this event, especially the immortal realm-old freaks. They felt that they were superior, and in this star area, the source of all evil, they were definitely the overlords. But very soon, as the 9-headed blood dragon, the blood Cheelin, and the other 5 terrifying existences who were at least at the level of the quasi-desolation era arrived one after another, they were immediately reduced to bystanders and retreated tens of millions of miles away in shock. Before their hearts could calm down, the 6 powerful beings of the desolation era that made them feel powerless were all killed in an extremely short period of time. A supreme of the primordial era who was still alive had descended. Even though it was only an energy avatar, it still possessed the terrifying strength of a peak supreme of the primordial era. With a casual lift of its forelimbs, it displayed a supreme might that could crush all enemies, but that was not the end of it. Just as the terrifying giant tortoise with the peak strength of the remote antiquity era rushed into the Netherworld Furnace and unscrupulously harvested the products of the Netherworld Furnace under everyone's envy, an ant-like figure unexpectedly appeared in the void very close to the Netherworld Furnace in front of them. What happened next was obviously even more exciting. This ant's cultivation base was initially only at the Great Circle of the Cosmic Light Tier 9. However, when he activated his bloodline and manifested the true form of the demonic ape 5 seconds later, his strength soared to the peak of the cosmos realm. In the end, after only a few seconds, he performed the first transformation of the demonic ape to the 4th transformation, and his strength surpassed another level, reaching the 4th level of the Star Lord state. Not only was the guy alive, he was obviously going to fight the horrifying tortoise that was harvesting the spoils of the Netherworld Furnace. Amid Star Lord daring to fight a peak primordial age expert head-on. How thrilling was that? As they sighed in their hearts, the group of Sector Lords, Universe Lords, and Undying beings looked at each other, and their faces were more or less a little embarrassed. Compared to this young genius of the human clan, these old monsters were too ashamed to see anyone. Not to mention the current peak of the mighty figure from the remote antiquity era, the appearance of the 9-headed blood dragon, who was just a quasi-mighty figure from the remote antiquity era, was enough to make them tremble in fear and flee in panic. "Look, the void tortoise is out." Sigh. Needless to say, the products in the Netherworld Furnace must have been plundered clean. Even the white milky mist above the mouth of the furnace is so thin that it's almost gone. They really plundered everything clean. That's not the end of it. Look, that ancient ape demon is rushing over. That brat is really a devil incarnate. He's actually going to fight a peak primordial expert head-on. No one else has the guts to do that. I didn't even help the old lady cross the road. I only admire him. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. But it's a pity that he's still too impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. No, it seems that they didn't fight at all. The ancient ape demon seems to be going to send him off. Look, the void tortoise's energy clone is retreating. Along with the exclamations in the void tortoise suddenly rushed out from the Netherworld Furnace, where even the fog at the mouth of the furnace was so thin that it made people's hair stand on end. Under the support of the bloodline ability of Ancient Ape Demon's 4th transformation, the Ancient Ape Demon, which had reached a height of 100,000 feet, immediately rushed forward. But the expected battle scene didn't appear. The ancient ape demon seemed to be going to send him off. The two clearly met face to face, but no one made a move. The moment their figures met, the void tortoise turned into a faint light again and rushed into the only rune chain that was still connected to the lower side of the outer wall of the netherworld furnace. Then, the runes on the chain quickly lit up and spread toward the end of the void at an extremely fast speed. At this time, the ancient ape demon had already taken out a huge thick club. After raising it high, it fiercely smashed down on the last rune chain. At this moment, the corpse lantern tattoo on Yi Xian's left chest burned slightly again, but it quickly went dormant again. At the same time, a thin thread of light flowed along the right arm of the ancient ape demon's fleshy body and quickly disappeared into the thick cudgel that was transformed from the Shin-known pestle in his hand. Walala! This final chain of runes broke with a sound, shattering inch by inch in the air. At this moment, the runes that had already lit up and were rapidly spreading out had already reached the other end of the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At this point, the void tortoise had retreated without leaving a trace. The last rune chain had been broken, and as long as they were put away, there would not be any trace left. Even the heavenly Tao's eyes would not be able to track it down. With Yi Xian's current strength, even if he were to use the full force of the primordial treasure, the Shin-known pestle, it would still be very difficult for him to break this rune chain, let alone break it inch by inch. The reason for this effect was because of the mysterious power of the headless infant corpse. And this was also what the headless infant corpse and the void tortoise needed Yi Xian to do. The void tortoise did things, and Yi Xian was responsible for cleaning up the mess. But fortunately, everyone had a huge harvest, and everyone was happy. All of this happened too quickly. By the time more than 100 high-ranking ancestors of the various clans tens of millions of miles away in the void came back to their senses and understood what had happened, the void tortoise had already left, and the passage it had used to retreat was also shattered inch by the ancient ape demon's club. No matter how slow-witted they had come to a sudden realization today, and cries of surprise rang out once more. F***CK? What happened? What happened to the tough fight? How did it become a rear guard? Trick. It's all a trick. They're in cahoots. This old and young bastard is actually in cahoots. We've all been deceived. Incredible. Linghu demon is actually in cahoots with the void tortoise. That's a living ancient supreme. Who would dare to provoke this person in the future? Conspiracy. What a great scheme. This old man understands now. The two videos related to the netherworld furnace that were spread before were all made up by the Linghu evildoer. We were all used by him. That little bastard scheme is really vicious. Rumble. Chapter 39:26. As Yi Xian stored the last 9 broken rune chains into the Shin-known cauldron, the vast void was now incomparably clean, as if it had just been licked by a dog. Apart from Yi Xian, the Shin-known cauldron, and the netherworld cauldron, there was nothing else. Even 100 or so high-ranking ancestors of the various races who had not yet retreated were still in the void tens of millions of kilometers away. Rumble. At this time, the dull rumbling sounds coming from the netherworld cauldron were becoming more and more intense. The netherworld cauldron's artifact spirit could fully awaken at any time. Yi Xian did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately waved his hand and put away the Shin-known cauldron, then activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability. His figure flashed, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. It was impossible to trace how he left. This scene shocked the 100 or so high-ranking ancestors of the various races in the void thousands of kilometers away, and cries of surprise rang out everywhere. Huh, that monstrous brat is gone. His methods are extraordinary. This must be some kind of supreme secret technique. Even an immortal rank existence can't find any trace of him? Not good. The rumbling sounds coming from the netherworld cauldron are getting more and more intense. This old man has an extremely bad feeling. The heavenly Tao's eye is about to descend. That mysterious and terrifying existence is probably even more terrifying than supreme primordial. Retreat immediately. As the void giant tortoise and ancient ape demons left one after another in the blink of an eye, completely disappearing without leaving a trace behind. The high-ranking ancestors of the various races finally realized what was going on. They cried out in surprise and used their remarkable abilities, tearing apart the void like stray dogs. He stepped into it and quickly fled. In just 1 or 2 breaths of time, the origin of all evil star domain was completely empty. Only the netherworld cauldron that was still rumbling in the void stood tall, as if everything that happened in the past half a day had never happened. The only difference was that the products in the netherworld cauldron had been completely looted. Even the 10,000 or so rune chains below the netherworld cauldron's outer wall that transported the all-evil origin liquid were all gone. Not only were they all broken, even the broken chains were either eaten away or taken away. Even if the Acrypoid clan were to cross the border, it would not be as clean as this. How could this be described as tragic? Screech! As soon as these patriarchs from various clans retreated, a deafening roar suddenly rang out from inside the netherworld cauldron. At this moment, the spirit of the netherworld furnace had fully awakened. The last time the refining array was activated, the netherworld furnace did not have an artifact spirit, so even during the refining process, the unique pressure of the netherworld furnace still existed. But this time, because the netherworld furnace had given birth to an artifact spirit, and this artifact spirit had not personally carried out the refinement of the netherworld furnace, all of the artifact spirit's consciousness was integrated into the refinement process. His consciousness entered the central region millstone of the refinement process, and his control of the outside world was neglected. At this moment, the refinement was completely completed, and there was not a single drop of 9-colored meat paste left in the central void of the central region millstone. Only then did the artifact spirit withdraw and return to full control of the netherworld furnace. It was also at this moment that all the changes in the netherworld furnace during this period of time were instantly controlled by the artifact spirit. It instantly realized that it had fallen into a trap. The products that it had painstakingly refined, including the byproduct of the netherworld furnace milk, had all been swept away. What shocked it even more was that the 10,000 or so rune chains below the outer wall of the netherworld furnace that transported the all-evil origin liquid were actually all broken and taken away, not even leaving behind a single strand of hair. It could not accept such an unforeseen event no matter what, let alone accept it. Thus, in its fury, the netherworld furnace's artifact spirit immediately activated the mysterious array inside the netherworld furnace that was specially used to communicate with the creator of the netherworld furnace, the heavenly Tao Green. Rumble, Kacha? Almost in the next instant, a large black tribulation cloud suddenly appeared in the distance above this void without any warning. As soon as the tribulation cloud appeared, a black bolt of lightning exploded in the void, as if the horizon was about to be split open, emitting a fine cracking sound that made one's scalp go numb. If Yixin was still here, he would definitely be able to sense an extremely familiar aura. This aura was clearly the precursor to the heavenly Tao Green Eye's arrival. Everything that happened in this void was finally alarmed with the full recovery of the netherworld furnace's artifact spirit after all the calamities had fled. That terrifying existence, the heavenly Tao Green Eye, was descending. Kacha! A huge bolt of lightning shot out from the dense, ink-black tribulation cloud. Immediately after, the boundless black clouds automatically parted, and a void crack appeared. In this huge crack, a heavenly eye that was countless times larger than a superstar could be seen. Immediately after, the green eye of the heavenly Tao that had just fallen into deep slumber not long ago slowly opened. A wisp of faint green light shot out from the eye, illuminating a corner of the world. The entire vast and boundless source of all evil star field was completely covered in a layer of misty green light. Screech! In the next moment, a vicious howl that was countless times more terrifying than the previous howl of the netherworld furnace's artifact spirit suddenly resounded. The void at the edge of the source of all evil cracked inch by inch, and countless streams of void turbulence shot out, wreaking havoc in this vast star domain. Even the netherworld furnace was trembling at this moment. The rune chains that were connected to a large amount of void on the outer wall, used to transport raw materials for flesh and blood, were rattling. The vicious howl was too terrifying, but it still contained a strong sense of suppression. Otherwise, if the heavenly Tao green eye released its full power, this part of the void would probably be completely destroyed in an instant. A green tear of blood flowed out from the corner of this unimaginably huge green eye in the crack. This was the tear of heaven, the tear of heaven's wrath. The netherworld furnace was of great importance, and now it had suffered such damage. The heavenly Tao green eye did not care about the 10,000 drops of all evil origin liquid that it had refined this time. What it could not accept was the loss of the 10,000 rune chains that transported the all-evil origin liquid outside the outer wall of the netherworld furnace. Even it could not repair it in a short period of time. Even if it had the ability, it could not really expend a huge amount of effort to do so. Compared to the subordinates hibernating in the various voids connected by the 10,000 rune chains, the recovery of the heavenly Tao green eye's own strength was clearly more important. It could not choose to care about others and lose this place. However, it could not let this matter rest either. Revenge was necessary. Screech. Chapter 39:27. Outside the three universes, in the dark void, where the ancient demonic bear that was killed by the void giant turtle not long ago was originally hibernating. The void giant turtle that had swept away the products of the netherworld furnace and returned to this place along the last broken rune chain had long since left. However, before leaving, the void giant turtle had clearly made some kind of arrangement. Therefore, although the dark void was incomparably quiet, it clearly revealed an inexplicable aura. A murderous aura. This was a trap. If it was made by the headless infant corpse, it would have no problem destroying the heavenly eye clone that the heavenly Tao green I had tracked down. However, the void giant turtle was only a primordial supreme after all. Moreover, its main body's cultivation base had only recovered to the early stage of the primordial supreme. It was simply incomparable to the peak of the primordial supreme back then. Therefore, the trap he hurriedly set up could only severely injure this heavenly eye clone at most. It was obviously unrealistic to want to completely destroy it. However, this was enough. The main purpose of the void giant turtle's trap was to completely destroy all traces of its whereabouts, so that the other party could no longer pursue it. Originally, if the headless infant corpse covered for him and wiped out the void traces of his departure, the heavenly Tao green, I would also be unable to track him down. However, this time, the headless infant corpse did not want to reveal the fact that he had also appeared in the source of all evil star domain, so as to avoid attracting the attention of the heavenly Tao if he appeared too frequently. Some kind of vigilance. In short, the only traces that appeared in the heavenly Tao green eye's vision of everything that happened in the source of all evil this time were the void giant turtles. Therefore, since the headless infant corpse couldn't help him erase the traces, he could only rely on the giant turtle to find a way to accomplish it. Rumble. As the heavenly Tao green eye flew into a rage, and the heavenly eye clone formed by the tear of the heavenly eye chased after it, a rolling explosion instantly sounded from the horizon of this dark void. A bolt of green lightning split open the void, and a crack appeared. Along with the descent of the lightning, a faint blue sky that was as large as a star appeared. The eye descended completely. Boom! Almost in the next moment, an even more majestic and mighty sound rang out. This entire dark void actually exploded without reservation. Tens of millions of miles away, the void shattered inch by inch. In less than half a breath, although it was originally dark and deathly silent, at least incomparably stable, the entire small plane completely turned into one. A huge void turbulence. Before the void tortoise left, it had constructed an extremely dangerous self-destruct field in the dark void that resembled a small, independent plane. Once a being arrived, the void would be torn apart, and everything would explode in an instant, just like dominoes being pushed over. The process was complete. This process was irreversible. Unless the heavenly Tao green I descended, it would be a heavenly I clone. It would not be able to be saved. With the explosion, this dark, independent small plane completely collapsed and no longer existed. The little trace left behind by the void giant turtle, when it left, was also annihilated, buried by the endless void turbulence. In addition, the light green heavenly eye clone that had just descended on the giant green lightning had obviously suffered heavy injuries. Countless spiderweb-like bloodlines appeared in the entire huge eye, as if it was unstable and showed signs of collapsing at any time. Screech. At this moment, the heavenly eye clone had already realized that it had been plotted against. This was simply a trap. The big fish that had escaped the net was too cunning. The most hateful thing was that along with the complete obliteration of this entire expanse of space, all the clues and traces of Chun-Chi's departure had vanished, and even it was unable to continue pursuing Chun-Chi's whereabouts. Not only did it not gain anything, but it also failed to find the culprit to vent its anger. In the end, it even mistakenly fell into the other party's trap, causing this heavenly eye clone to suffer heavy injuries. No matter what, he could not accept such a result. The intense resentment in the eyes of the heavenly eye clone, which were filled with blood vessels, almost materialized. When the second howl rang out, the heavenly eye clone retreated without hesitation, retreating from the void that had completely turned into a giant void turbulence. Before the howl had died down, it had already arrived at the source of all evil star field. The culprit of this incident, the void giant turtle, could no longer be traced. At least, the clue in front of it had been cut off. It was impossible to follow the escape route of the other party and find its whereabouts. Such a result made the heavenly eye clone extremely angry, but there was nothing he could do. However, he did not intend to stop here. The endless anger in his heart was incited again and again, and he needed a channel to vent it. To be precise, it should be a target or a target. There were still a lot of clues in the void of the source of all evil. Even the void tortoise that retreated along the rune chains and was then broken by Yi Xian and taken away by the heavenly Tao green eye was able to detect the direction of its escape in a short period of time. The whereabouts of the 100 or so high-level ancestors from the various clans were naturally not a big deal. There was no problem. As long as the heavenly eye clone was willing, it could even drag out these 100 or so old fellows one by one. However, it clearly did not intend to do so. On the one hand, in its eyes, these existences were only ants and could not be compared to the void giant turtle at all. Out of anger, you could lift your foot and casually crush an ant on the ground, but would you happily bury your head and crush all the ants you could find on the ground one by one? Normal people would not be interested, let alone a supreme existence like the heavenly eye. Screech. The third screech sounded. The heavenly eye clone, which had just retreated to the star field of the source of all evil, circled around the void around the netherworld cauldron and quickly locked onto a position in the void and plunged headfirst into it. A crack automatically appeared in the void, allowing it to pass through. Half a breath later, when the heavenly eye clone appeared in another part of the void at the end of the crack, the third howl had yet to die down. In an instant, it resounded through the void, causing countless existences, both strong and weak, to tremble. As they raised their heads in horror, their bodies went limp and they collapsed to the ground. From the ordinary clansmen to the powerful figures of the quasi-desolation era, the bloodline ancestors of this clan, who were in deep sleep, were all shocked by this inexplicably terrifying heavenly might at this moment. They could not control their bodies at all, and the circulation of cultivation in their bodies completely stopped. Everyone was like a pool of mud. This void was the nest of certain clan and ancestral land in the second universe. Not long ago, 2 universe-level bloodline ancestors of this clan had just escaped from the star field of the source of all evil. Chapter 3928. Demon Ape Race. One of the races of the Second Universe Federation, but outside of the top 10, the overall strength of the race was above average. The ancestral land of the demon ape race was located in the demon ape star field of the second universe. There weren't many members of the race, plus it was only a middle-class race. Hence, the demon ape star field they occupied wasn't very vast. It only had a radius of over 20 million miles. In this demon gorilla star area, which had a radius of over 20 million miles, there were over 100 life stars where the demon gorilla clan's people lived. The ancestral land of the race was called the demon ape star, and in the nest of the race, there were more than 10 powerful primordial creatures. They were the bloodline ancestor of the race. The strongest was a desolate ancient demon gorilla who had reached the level of a quasi-desolate ancient great being. Other than that, there were more than 10 ancestors between sector, lord level, and quasi-primordial level. This time, during the origin of all evil star field incident, the demon gorilla race's upper echelon had also awakened 2 universe-level bloodline ancestors and rushed over. But in the end, they were like stray dogs that had fled back. However, even though they did not gain anything this time, in the eyes of these 2 universe-level bloodline ancestors of the Devil Ape clan, after the Green Eye of Heaven Path was summoned by the tool spirit of the Netherworld Furnace and was shocked by everything that happened at the source of all evil. After that, it was enraged. Even if it wanted to vent its anger, it would not look for them. After all, in the perception of the heavenly Tao's Green Eye, except for the void tortoise that swept away all the products of the Netherworld Furnaces, the other 100 or so high-level ancestors of the various races present were no different from ants. No, it should be said that they were even worse than ants. Even if he wanted to vent his anger, he wouldn't be so unlucky as to run into them. It should be known that in the Primordial War, the primordial ancestor of the primordial demon gorilla race, who was still sleeping in the depths of the ancestral land of the primordial demon gorilla race, was also a mid-level battle general in the camp of the heavenly Dao Qin Yen, so he could be considered one of them. All of this was clearly recorded in the ancient records of the demon ape race that had been passed down for trillions of years. Therefore, the 2 universe monsters of the demon gorilla race agreed that this disaster had nothing to do with their demon gorilla race. In fact, this deduction was more or less reasonable. Unfortunately, they were still wrong in the end. The mistake was that he had overestimated his luck. He had overestimated the importance of his clan's patriarch, the so-called mid-tier general, in the eyes of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps even they themselves didn't realize that this kind of thinking was actually using the thoughts of mortals to steal the thoughts of gods. The heavenly Tao's Green Eye only wanted a target to vent its anger on. Everything else was really not important and would not be considered by it in the slightest. At this time, a huge crack appeared in the sky above the demon gorilla star field, and I descended with a howl. The 2 universe-level ancestors of the demon gorilla race immediately went limp on the ground, their faces filled with despair. However, they did not give up struggling. He was already dead, but at least he was still breathing. No matter what, he had to fight for it. After all, the result couldn't be any worse, sir. Sir, this has nothing to do with us. We were just there to be bystanders. We didn't take anything. It was all the void giant tortoise's doing. Yes, he escaped. He escaped along a rune chain. Sir, please spare our lives. Our clan's patriarch is the desolate ancient demon gorilla. Back then, he was a mid-tier general under your command. Paralyzed, the 2 universe-level ancestors of the demon gorilla race plucked up their courage and stuttered to beg for mercy. However, before they could finish their words, in the depths of the ancestral land of the demon gorilla race, there was a loud shout. Shut up. You 2 pieces of trash are not qualified to talk to Sir. Sir, I'm a demon gorilla. Back then, the one who spoke was the bloodline ancestor of the demon gorilla race, the desolate ancient demon gorilla who had the power of a quasi-desolate great being but had only recovered half of it. He had been in a deep sleep for thousands of years, but now he was suddenly awakened. Although he had stopped the 2 bloodline descendants from begging for mercy with a shout, he immediately changed the topic, and his tone became extremely obedient. In the end, he still just wanted to beg for mercy. Perhaps, in his opinion, he was a general who had personally followed the original body of the heavenly Eye Avatar in front of him back then. He had sweated and spilled blood in the battle of the desolate ancient era. At this moment, he personally begged for mercy. More or less, it would have some effect. Even if the entire race couldn't be saved, as long as he could luckily escape with his life under the consideration of the other party's old friendship, everything was worth it. Unfortunately, he had obviously made the same mistake. He had overestimated his status as a mid-tier general. You are also not qualified. Before the desolate ancient demon gorilla finished his words, the heavenly eye avatar suspended in the huge crack in the sky suddenly emitted a green light. A voice with endless cold breath sounded out of nowhere. Then, under the green light, the entire 20 million miles of the demon gorilla star field was instantly coated with a green light. A layer of strange, cyan light. Kachaboom! Rumble, a huge green lightning bolt, as wide as a star, suddenly shot out from the crack in the sky above as the heavenly eye avatar opened the gap. Accompanied by the crisp sound of lightning, the entire vast demon gorilla star field was covered in green light. More than 100 life stars, under the power of this heaven's wrath lightning, did not even last half an instant before they all exploded and disappeared. Not even a palm-sized stone was left behind. Along with it, hundreds of millions of demon gorilla clansmen on these more than 100 life stars were also wiped out, including all the senior members of the clan, as well as the 2 universe-level bloodline ancestors who had been awakened not long ago. Even the desolate ancient demon gorilla, who belonged to the camp of the Heavenly Eye and had the powerful strength of a quasi-ancient great master, was instantly annihilated by this heaven's wrath lightning. Everything was annihilated into nothingness. With just a casual blow, the entire star field, which was more than 20 million miles in diameter, was completely turned into a dead zone. Not a single trace of life was left. The ruthlessness of the heavenly way was vividly demonstrated by this blow. Rumble, Void Turtle, you can't escape. Not only you, but also all the survivors of that year, as well as the bastards you created, will be completely annihilated. With one blow, an entire race was destroyed. At this time, the anger in the heart of the heavenly eye avatar seemed to have been vented. The huge green eye in the crack in the void, which was originally full of spiderwebs of blood, seemed to be less dense. Chapter 39:29. No one knew what had happened in the outer space where the desolate ancient demonic bear had been killed by the void tortoise. A heavenly eye clone of the heavenly eye of the heaven's azure, I had chased after the source of all evil, stepped into a trap in the outer space, fell into the void tortoise's trap, and was injured. It was even more impossible for him to spread the news. He was destined to be stifled by the heavenly eye of the heaven's azure eye, because it would be too embarrassing. However, what happened in the demon gorilla star area of the second universe spread to every corner of the 3 main planes of the starry sky at the first moment. The heavenly eye was furious. He sent his clone to the second universe and annihilated the demonic gorilla race. From the sleeping bloodline, primordial ancestor, to the most ordinary people, all of them were annihilated in an instant. The entire demonic gorilla star area, which was 20 million miles in radius, was turned into a dead zone in an instant. As soon as the news spread, the 3 main universes were in an uproar. Those large races that had participated in the source of all evil incident, from the top to the most ordinary people, were all trembling. They were afraid that the heavenly eye's fury had not completely dissipated after annihilating the demonic gorilla race. Next, he would suddenly descend on their races and annihilate them in anger. This incident was too big. In the 3 main universes of the universe, although the major forces and races have been fighting with each other for many years, big and small wars broke out every now and then. It was either a war at the level of a plane, or a civil war within the same plane, or even a small war within a certain race. But in general, except for some of the weakest races, whose numbers were so small that they could not even fill up a life planet, the slightly larger races had basically not been annihilated in this endless time. Not to mention that the entire race was annihilated in an instant. Even the sleeping bloodline, primordial ancestor of the quasi-desolation era, was annihilated. It should be known that although the demonic gorilla race was not one of the top 10 races in the second universe, after all, it had more than 100 life planets. Hundreds of millions of people occupied a vast void with a radius of 20 million miles. It was basically impossible for a race of this scale to be annihilated. Even if all the other races in the entire plane attacked together, there would always be a few scattered people who could escape. But this time, the Demon Ape clan was completely gone. The bloodline inheritance of the clan could not be preserved, and not a single clansman was left behind. This was simply chilling, and it made all the clans, forces, and sects in the three great starry sky main planes deeply realize the heavenly Tao Ching. The heavenly I was terrifying. Last time, when the root of all evil star field changed, the green eye of heaven Tao descended in anger and annihilated the two-sector Lord Old monsters of the native ferocious beast clan in the blink of an eye. However, it only made the upper echelons of the three major factions wary. However, this time, as the heavenly Tao's green eye sent out a heavenly eye clone to vent his anger and warn the entire Demon Ape clan, it undoubtedly made the core ancestors of all the forces in the three major planes completely terrified. At this time, even if Yi Xian continued to stir up trouble in the dark and threw out another heavy bomb, pointing out that there was an even greater and more exciting fortune in the source of all evil star area, no one would interfere. To be precise, no one dared to interfere. If things went wrong, the entire race would be annihilated, including the bloodline primordial ancestor who had lived from the Desolation era until now and had been sleeping in the ancestral land of the race for eternity. None of them were spared. Who could bear such a consequence? Who dared to bear it? Amidst the shock and fear, the more than 100-sector Lord-level old ancestors from the various races and factions of the three major planes all fell silent in fear. They passed their days in fear and trepidation. What they were afraid of was not only the heavenly eye, but also the only one who had a vested interest in this time, the supreme existence of the primordial era who had lived to the present, the void giant turtle. Because of this, the 100 or so bloodline ancestors of the various clans did not dare to reveal too much about the details of the source of all evil incident this time. Even young Master Linghu, who was a combination of three peerless monsters, was basically on the same level as the void giant tortoise. The two of them were like two peerless monsters. They didn't even dare to reveal the fact that they were in cahoots with each other. If they really wanted to release this explosive news, it would be satisfying, but if the void giant turtle arrived right after they finished speaking, wouldn't they have no place to cry? Even Yi Xian did not expect this. He originally thought that the matter of cleaning up the mess behind the void giant turtle in the source of all evil incident this time would more or less have some impact on himself in the future. However, the result was far beyond his expectations, leaving Yi Xian confused. After activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system to return to the black hole of life in the first universe, Yi Xian immediately removed the three-headed, six-armed ancient ape demon bloodline true body state and restored the appearance of young Master Linghu. He took out the void-shattering shuttle and hurried to the Demon Emperor planet. On the way, he carefully thought about the whole incident and felt that it was really inconvenient for the identity of young Master Linghu to appear in public recently. In any case, no one in the outside world knew that young Master Linghu had returned to the Demon Emperor planet after leaving the four-race coalition army that was still fighting among the races of the first universe. After this incident in the source of all evil star field, the secret that young Master Linghu was on the same side as the void giant turtle was basically exposed. Therefore, after careful consideration, Yi Xian decided to hide the identity of young Master Linghu for the time being. Because the outside world already knew that young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, and the primordial little demon ape were the same person, the other two identities could not be used. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian decided to lie low on the Demon Emperor planet for the time being. Since he was staying on the Demon Emperor planet, the most suitable identity to use was naturally another one of the seven peerless geniuses the younger brother of the Demon Emperor, Mo Gene Foam. With this identity, even if something were to happen in the demon domain during this period of time, he could still use the identity of Mo Gene Foam and summon the few star mountains in his body to deal with the situation. After making the decision, he changed his appearance on the way to the Demon Emperor planet. From then on, young Master Linghu entered the dormant period again, and so did young Master Netherworld and the primordial little demon ape. In the future, Yi Xian would show up as the younger brother of the Demon Emperor, Mo Gene Foam. It was just that although the outside world experts, including the higher-ups of various races, did not know all this, the Demon Emperor Mo Wention and the other higher-ups of the Demon Emperor royal family were well aware. Chapter 39:30. Little friend, you are being unkind this time. Didn't you say that you wouldn't go to the source of all evil to get involved in this matter? Yes or no. Before the voice fell, you disappeared in the blink of an eye. This time, the commotion was even bigger than the last time. Even a few of the ancient great masters died. When the news came back, it scared us old fellows so much that our souls almost flew away. Is that giant turtle with the peak cultivation base of the ancient great master also an ally of our camp? Why haven't I heard you mention this before? Also, the identity of young Master Linghu better not appear in public so easily. Although the high-level ancestors of the major clans did not mention it, we have to be more careful and guard against it, in order to prevent people from secretly playing tricks. Seeing that Yi Xian had returned, the upper echelons of the demon royal family all breathed a sigh of relief, but their faces were still frightened. In the royal palace of the inner city of the Demon Emperor, they surrounded Yi Xian tightly, either asking questions or reminding him, which made Yi Xian's head hurt. From this, he once again had a deeper understanding of the powerful intelligence ability of the demon race. But Yi Xian really felt that it was difficult to explain the truth of the source of all evil star field in a few words. At the moment, he could only smile bitterly. It was not easy to deal with this group of demon royal family upper echelons, and in the end, he fled. After returning to the mansion specially provided by the demon royal family upper echelons in the outer city of the Demon Emperor, Yi Xian immediately entered seclusion. On the one hand, he was really scared by the nagging of this group of demon royal family upper echelons, and on the other hand, he also planned to take advantage of this time to use the level 15 liquid to raise his cultivation strength again. Rise a bit. From the current 14th Great Realm of the Cosmic Light, 9th Great Perfection, to the 15th Great Realm of the First Stage, officially stepping into the ranks of the real universe. With a flip of his hand, a tube of level 15 liquid appeared in Yi Xian's hand. After staring at it for a while, he no longer hesitated, uncorked the bottle, and poured it into his mouth in one gulp. The level 15 liquid entered the mouth and was cool as it flowed down the throat. However, when it reached the abdominal cavity, it instantly turned into a boiling hot current that spread throughout the limbs and bones. Yi Xian felt a familiar stinging sensation, and he felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. This was the sign that the level 15 liquid was beginning to take effect. Very soon, Yi Xian's consciousness gradually blurred. The only thing left in his world was the boundless pain that spread from his body. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of rattling chains coming from within his body. This was the reaction of the shackles of human potential within his body being shaken. At this moment, Yi Xian was completely in a state of both pain and pleasure. After an unknown period of time, when he opened his eyes again, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind, and there were two of them. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current realm, rank 1 universe. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's chi and blood realm. Current realm, rank 1 universe. The level 15 liquid was still effective with just one tube, successfully helping him to break through the bottleneck of a great realm. After all, it was concocted with a top-tier resource like the all-evil origin liquid, so its effect was naturally without question. What made him even more happy was that, With the breakthrough in the physical realm, Yi Xian's cultivation of the ancient Dongshu formula had also improved. Since then, he had entered the 15th great realm in both cultivation and physical realm. He had become a real universe supreme expert and one of the best in his realm. He wouldn't dare to say that he was invincible in his realm, but there were definitely few who could match him in the early stage of the universe realm. Even if he had just entered the first stage of the universe realm, even if he didn't use the Skyfall Bow and other powerful bloodline inheritances and abilities. If he activated the true form of the ancient demonic ape, his strength would instantly soar to the first level of the Star-Lord realm. Taking into account the 4 minor levels of cultivation from the first transformation to the 4th transformation of the Devil Ape, Yi Xian's strength would reach the 5th level of the Star-Lord state. He would be very close to the late stage of the Star-Lord state. However, Yi Xian was soon back to normal after his initial excitement, because he thought of the subsequent level, 16 liquid. So far, he had only produced a small amount of the pulp of the flesh medicine. The real level, 16 liquid, or even the gene cultivation liquid of a higher level, would require the addition of all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and rare minerals, as well as all kinds of deductions and experiments, in order to determine the final concoction. Fong. It was definitely going to be a long process that didn't allow for the slightest carelessness. As it happened, Yi Xian planned to stay on the Devil Emperor planet for a while, so he decided to devote all his time to concocting the level 16 liquid. After adjusting his state of mind, he quickly began to work on this matter, and his mind was completely immersed in it. In the second universe, on the planet of the Blood Dragons, the ancestral land of the Blood Dragons. The tragedy that happened in the Demon Gorilla Star area shocked the 3 universes, especially the powerful races of the second universe, where one or several bloodline ancestors of the first universe had come to the source of all evil star area of the first universe. A group of high-ranking officials was simply passing seconds like years, fearing that the doppelganger of the heavenly Tao would come in the next second. That way, the entire race would be annihilated in anger. But as time went by, a whole day had passed. The hearts of the upper echelons of the powerful races in the second universe, which had been in their throats for a long time, finally fell back to their chests. Obviously, the heavenly eye's fury had been vented, and it wouldn't come again. An existence of that level couldn't be patient. If it was angry, or if it hadn't vented its anger yet, it wouldn't have stopped for a moment. Someone would have been in trouble as soon as possible. But now, a whole day had passed, which was enough to explain the problem. The crisis from the heavenly eye was temporarily resolved, and all the clansmen of the powerful races in the second universe immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, except for the Dark Turtle clan, the leaders of the other 9 races in the top 10 gathered together. The other 8 races came to the Blood Dragon clan's ancestral land, the Blood Dragon planet, to discuss a big matter. A big matter. The so-called big matter was none other than the fact that the various races only hoped to reach a consensus on the matter of being a member of the Myriad Luo Alliance. This time, due to the incident in the source of all evil, the 2 camps of the human race in the first universe, including the Myriad Luo Federation Senate, had completely fallen out with each other. Under such circumstances, there was no point in continuing to remain a member of the so-called Federation. Not only would it make them feel disgusted, but it would also affect some of the subsequent decisions. Therefore, the leaders of the various races generally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to leave. Although there were only 9 races present, they could basically represent the hearts of all the races in the second universe. Chapter 39-31. The Second Universe, the ancestral grounds of the Blood WYRM clan, the Blood WYRM star. Besides the Nether Turtle clan, the patriarchs of the other 9 of the top 10 clans were all gathered in the clan hall of the Blood WYRM clan. Even though these patriarchs were only existences that managed the affairs of the 9 clans on the surface, they were only region lords and weren't at the world lord realm at all. It was for the sake of their true core reserves. However, the 9 clans had gathered here today, and it was clearly the orders of their true bloodline ancestors. After the patriarch of the Blood WRM clan, who was presiding over the meeting, raised the topic of withdrawing from the Myriad Net Federation, the patriarchs of the various clans expressed their views successively, and their word was shockingly identical. Even though the Myriad Net Federation's Senate and the human race's technology and cultivation camps didn't obtain any benefits, the fact that the various clans of the Second Universe have shed all pretense of cordiality with them is an established fact. Since it's like that, there's no need to conceal it any longer. Exactly. The Federation's Senate and the human race's factions have really gone too far this time. They're acting willfully. If it wasn't for the subsequent events, then a battle of life and death between the various clans of the Second Universe would have probably unfolded in the region where the source of all evil is. Moreover, it's very likely that the loser in the end would be we. I'm truly unable to swallow this insult. The Myriad Net Federation has no reason to exist anymore. At the very least, the various clans of the Second Universe won't accept this. Withdraw from the Federation. Withdraw from the Federation. Seconded. At this point, the various clans of the Second Universe withdrawing from the Myriad Net Federation was a foregone conclusion. The news spread to the Myriad Net Federation's headquarters on the Eternal Star of the human race's technology faction on the very next day. Moreover, the various clans of the Second Universe had made a unilateral announcement and report to the other three dimensions at the same time. This was absolutely the biggest event in the history of the three dimensions, and it shocked countless experts. Many were unable to recover from their shock for a long time, and they didn't dare believe that this news was true. The Eternal Star, the Myriad Net Federation's headquarters. The Federation's Senate was located deep beneath the headquarters. The Myriad Luo Federation's headquarters was not small to begin with. It occupied an extremely vast plain in a corner of the imperishable star. The buildings above the plains belonged to the various departments of the Myriad Luo Federation's headquarters, while the underground buildings belonged to the Federation Senate. It could be said that the Senate of the Federation was the true foundation of the Myriad Federation. Now, the big races and forces in the three main planes all had their own secrets. For example, the bloodline primordial ancestors of the races in the Second Universe were almost all related to some of the powerful primordial creatures in the Primordial War. He was either a descendant of one of those powerful primordial beings, or he had obtained their inheritance. It was the same for the slave races of the First Universe. Among them, the demon race was the most mysterious. As for the two camps of the human race in the Third Universe, it was needless to say. In the human race's science and technology camp, even the leader of the machine race, D-Air, was only the state teacher of the imperishable dynasty. It was enough to show how mysterious he was. It was the same for the cultivation camp. Disregarding the other sects and schools, just the 10 Ultimates' heavenly palace alone had an undead dark phoenix under its second palace. As for the sixth palace, it was simply the most ordinary existence among the 10 Ultimates' heavenly palaces. Compared to the mysterious human Ultimates' heavenly palace, Earth Ultimates' heavenly palace, and the core. The Heaven Ultimates' heavenly palace was simply incomparable. Based on this, how could the 10 Ultimates' heavenly palace be simple? Similarly, the Myriad Luo Federation was the only alliance that could contend with the Tianji race in the past tens of thousands of years in the three dimensions. Although it was formed by the big forces and races of the Second and Third Universes, it didn't even have its own so-called territory. Its headquarters was only in the human race. The Science and Technology Camp's Eternal Star had obtained a vast plain in the form of a lease in name. However, the Myriad Luo Federation had been able to stand tall for tens of thousands of years without falling. Just based on this point alone, some problems could be seen. The Myriad Luo Federation also had its own core foundation. This foundation was the Federation Senate. It was the concentration camp of the Myriad Luo Federation's true high-end core combat strength. As everyone knew, although the Myriad Luo Federation could be said to be a behemoth, in fact, it didn't have its own territory. Even the Federation's headquarters was built on a large piece of land rented by the imperishable dynasty on the Eternal Star. However, From another perspective, the myriad Luo Federation could actually be said to have an infinitely large territory. The entire third universe and the entire second universe, where the human race was located, were both territories of the Federation. However, that was only in name. In fact, these two universes were still managed by the various races themselves. However, almost every race would have a Star Lord or above enter the Federation Senate every once in a while. Generally speaking, the existences that were sent to the myriad Luo Federation Senate were all powerhouses that were not very popular in their respective clans. In the Senate, they were able to obtain cultivation resources that far exceeded what they could obtain in their respective clans. It was safe to say that the myriad Luo Federation's headquarters had gone to great lengths to rope in the Star Lords and even the domain lords from various races. Therefore, as time passed, they became less attached to their own races and more attached to the Federation. The old monsters in the Senate who were generally above the Star-Lord state were from various races, but in fact, they had already considered themselves members of the Federation. Those beings above the Star-Lord level all lived in the Senate of the Federation Senate, which was located below the Federation's headquarters. Even though the Senate was underground, it had adopted the most advanced space folding technology, which was far more advanced than the space fortresses that were 100,000 meters tall. After tens of thousands of years of construction and management, this underground space had now become a real independent small space, or rather a cave or a secret realm. The only difference was that the mysterious realms in the ancestral lands of the major races in the three universes were naturally formed, while the one in the Senate of the myriad Luo Federation Senate was a man-made, mysterious realm. There was even a cosmic void in the vast man-made, mysterious realm, in which there were various stars of different sizes. It had been built based on the natural galaxies. It was as vast as a mid-level space zone, only slightly smaller than the Demonkin space zone in the first universe. It was only 1/3 of the original size. This was absolutely a big deal. Using the space folding technology, they had built an artificial secret domain under a vast plain on the immortal star. Such a big deal could only be done by the Wan Luo Federation, which had been worshipped and supplied with resources by the human clan and the second universe for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 39-32. It was said that some of the most powerful fighters of the Senate resided within the myriad Luo Federation's Grand Elder Grotto Heaven. There were even primordial supremes among them. These beings were the severely wounded primordial beings that the core higher-ups of the Federation's Grand Elder Grotto Heaven had found over the past tens of thousands of years. They accepted the offerings and used the resources provided by the Grand Elder Grotto Heaven for free to heal their wounds. The Federation's Grand Elder Grotto Heaven did not ask for anything from these terrifying beings, not even verbally promising them the future. This was because the higher-ups of the Grand Elder Grotto Heaven understood that beings of this level would not easily accept favors from others. However, if such a situation occurred, they would definitely be able to lend a hand when the Federation faced an existential crisis in the future if it was within their means. For the Federation's Grand Elder Grotto Heaven, as long as these terrifying primordial supremes were willing to lend a hand, even if it was just once, they would have profited immensely from the boundless resources they had provided over the past tens of thousands of years. After all, how could an ordinary crisis be worth the help of beings of this level? In fact, this time, the myriad Luo Federation was indeed facing the most serious existential crisis in the past tens of thousands of years. It could be said that ever since the Federation was established, a crisis of this level had never occurred before. Even so, the core upper echelons of the Council of Elders of the Federation still did not intend to invite the few existences who had been enjoying the offerings of the Council of Elders for tens of thousands of years and had always been sleeping in the deepest part of the Council of Elders. Those existences were all primordial sovereigns in the distant past, but they had yet to recover from their injuries. In addition to the supreme masters of the primordial era who had yet to recover their cultivation, There were more than a dozen supreme masters of the primordial era and dozens of quasi-primordial masters of the primordial era sleeping in the core of some of the planets in the center of the Federation's headquarters. But this time, the higher-ups of the Grand Elder Grotto Heaven had no intention of disturbing them at all to tide over this crisis. It could even be said that they had never considered this problem. For the Myriad Luo Federation, this kind of awkward situation was indeed unprecedented, but it was far from enough to endanger the survival of the entire Federation. However, the core higher-ups of the Federation Senate had already appeared. Although they were not interested in the races of the Second Universe that had completely betrayed the Federation, they were angry that they had once again displayed their divine might in the source of all evil Starfield. They only sent out one clone in order to instantly destroy the entire Second Universe. This race, including the heavenly Tao Green Eye of the bloodline primordial ancestor, was extremely fearful. Regarding the matter, the core members of the Council of Elders had gathered on the central administrative planet of the Land of Elders to discuss it in secret. In the Grand Elder's Paradise, which was 2/3 the size of the Demonkin star field, there weren't many stars. In the depths of the paradise, within the core of every star, there was a powerful existence that was hibernating. They were all at least immortal rank. At the periphery of this artificial starry sky, there was a huge artificial life planet. This planet was the administrative center of the entire Patriarch's Paradise, and it was called the Patriarch Planet. There were a large number of experts from various races who were loyal to the Myriad Luo Federation on the Patriarch Planet. Other than the core higher-ups, they were basically all young geniuses. These young geniuses were nurtured on the Patriarch Planet. Just like the Taoists of the various races in the three Great Plains, they were given great expectations. In fact, even the elders of the Myriad Luo Federation, such as Long Huai, the elder of the Federation's Overwatch Council, were not qualified to enter this underground Patriarch's Paradise. From this, one could see how high the status of these young descendants of the Federation, who could live in the Patriarch's Paradise for a long time, and how enviable the resources and treatment they enjoyed were. At the peak of the tallest mountain on the Patriarch Planet was the power hub of the entire Federation Senate. It was called the Patriarch's Hall. At this moment, almost 100 patriarchs of the Federation were gathered in the main hall of the Patriarch's Hall. The weakest amongst them was at the Region Lord realm, yet they were the most numerous and occupied half of the Patriarch's Hall. Amongst the other half, another half were at the World Lord realm, and there were almost 30 of them. Amongst the last 20-plus people, there were over 10 Universe Lords and almost 10 Eternal Realm Lords. As for the Star-Lord realm lords below the Region Lord realm, they were only ordinary patriarchs of the Federation Senate, and there were even more of them. They resided in the Patriarch's Paradise and enjoyed the resources there, yet they didn't have the qualifications to enter the Patriarch's Hall to discuss matters at all. The entire Patriarch's Hall was extremely spacious. Almost 100 patriarchs of the Federation at the Region Lord realm and above were seated according to their strengths. The 9 Eternal Realm Lords were seated at the top row. Amongst these 9 Eternal Realm Lords, 2 of them possessed especially lofty statuses. They were seated at the top, and they were clearly separated from the other 7 Eternal Realm Lords. The Eternal Realm was the second dividing line between the experts of the universe. Under the environment of the universe, the levels of the cultivators were extremely strict. The 15th Great Realm was the first dividing line. At this realm, one would be called a Universe Lord. After Universe Lord was the Star Lord, Domain Lord, Sector Lord, and Universe Lord. After Universe Lord was the Undying Realm. As for the Immortal Realm, it was the second dividing line. This was because the Immortal Realm was divided into 5 different levels, which were related to the Starry Sky law they comprehended. The 5 levels were Ordinary Immortal, Marquis Immortal, King Immortal, Emperor Immortal, and Emperor Immortal. At this moment, the 7 Eternal Realm Lords sitting in the second row were all normal Undying Realm Lords, and the 2 in the first row were Emperor Realm Undying Realm Lords. These two Emperor Realm, Undying Realm Lords were extremely powerful. Any one of them could easily suppress all the other patriarchs of the Federation, including the 7 normal Undying Realm Lords. Including the 7 normal Undying Realm Lords, the 9 Undying Realm Lords sitting at the top of the hall were all invisible. They were merely balls of energy of different colors. However, at this moment, from the 2 balls of energy at the top, there was a voice. An Emperor Realm, Undying Realm Lord was speaking. Regarding that sky, I once asked a primordial supreme who was sleeping in the depths of the grotto heaven. I have some understanding of it. That sky, is the will of the Great Path from the primordial era. It can be called the Green Eye of the Great Path. During the primordial era war, the Green Eye of the Great Path was the commander of one camp, and this camp was the winner of that war. The few primordial supremes and mighty figures that are sleeping in the depths of my elder's grotto heaven belong to the heavenly Tao's Green Eye camp. As for the void tortoise that appeared in the source of all evil star field, it is one of the few peak commanders of the enemy camp. And for the past 100 years, those primordial beings that have been sleeping for countless years have appeared. This is a sign from the heavens. The primordial era that has been annihilated for countless years is about to arrive. In the new era, the Tianji race will only be a joke. Perhaps the myriad Luo Federation will cease to exist, but my grotto heaven will not collapse. Chapter 39-33. Whether it was the heavenly Tao's Green Eye, the powerful beings of the Desolate Era, or the supreme beings of the Desolate Era, they had all appeared too frequently recently. Under such circumstances, the ordinary people, clansmen, and some low-level masters of the starry sky and the 3 main planes of the starry sky didn't feel anything. Those who hadn't reached this level weren't as sensitive as the others, and they appear to be too slow. However, for the core higher-ups and bloodline ancestors of the major clans and top forces in the 3 main planes, as well as the elders of the Federation, and the Senate, this abnormal situation made them extremely vigilant, and they realized that a completely different era might be coming soon. The secular people of the 3 main planes didn't know much about the unparalleled battle in the Desolate Era, and many secrets were lost in the long river of history. However, there were some records in the clan books of the major clans and top forces. The legendary primordial world would eventually return in its entirety one day. No one knew the real reason for the unparalleled battle in the Desolate Era. Even the clan books of the major clans didn't record it in detail. As for the beings of the Desolate Era who had lived from the Desolate Era to the present and were hibernating in various void planes to recover from their injuries, they all tacitly kept silent about it. No one would mention it, and it was a secret. However, there was one thing that could be confirmed. At the very least, the core elders of the Senate were certain of this. That was the distant primeval age. Although it had abruptly disappeared in the long river of history, many ordinary races and clans at the secular level even doubted whether the so-called primeval age had really existed in this world. It had long since become a legend. It was illusory and gave people a feeling of unreality. However, the true upper echelons understood that not only did the primordial world exist, but it even launched an unprecedented battle that directly buried the entire primordial world era. The 2 terrifying camps that almost caused a gap in the long river of time had not been completely annihilated in history. Even on the losing side, there was still a large number of survivors. The void giant tortoise that had just displayed its might in the domain of the source of all evil not long ago was one of them. Even the defeated side was already so active in the present age, with the supreme elder of the ancients appearing out of nowhere. In that case, was there even a need to say anything about the side that defeated the heavenly Law's Green Eyes back then? The heavenly Tao's Green Eye must have made all kinds of arrangements after its Pyrrhic victory all those years ago. Its goal was to make sure that after countless years, when the great desolate era descended once again, its camp would fully rise up. For example, the Netherworld Furnace's void refining formation was one of the methods it had set up after that battle all those years ago. For the core elders of the Senate of the Federation, when they realized that the legendary primeval age was about to descend in full force, it was obvious that the most important question in front of them was which side to stand on. Compared to this, the Myriad Net Federation's original goal, which was to resist the Heaven's Legacy race, seemed extremely feeble and powerless. On one hand, the Heaven's Legacy race was weak at the moment. They had taken the initiative to avoid the world and had already moved their entire race away. On the other hand, with the grand background of the Great Desolate Era descending in full force, the former supreme overlord of the Heaven's Legacy race really didn't look good enough. It could be said that for the core elders of the Senate of the Federation, the Heaven's Legacy race was their greatest worry. But now, everything had changed. What worried them the most was how to deal with the Great Desolate Era that might descend in full force in the near future. When it came to which side to stand on, they had no choice because the supreme elders of the ancients and the dozen or so primordial experts that the Senate of the Federation had found and roped in over tens of thousands of years and enshrined in the depths of the Senate's grotto heaven with endless resources were all from the heavenly Tao's Green Eyes camp. Therefore, when it came to which side to stand on, they could only choose the heavenly Tao's Green Eyes. In fact, even without this factor, the core elders present at the meeting would still choose the heavenly Tao's Green Eyes because this camp was, after all, the victorious side in the Great Desolate War. The meeting ended quickly. The core elders of the Senate passed unanimously and reached a consensus. Attack the Demon Emperor planet, force young Master Linghu to show himself, and then capture him as a sign of allegiance. Through certain channels, they would hand him over to the heavenly Tao's Green Eyes. After all, everything that had happened in the root of all Evil Star region was enough to prove that young Master Linghu was jackals of the same tribe as the Void Giant Tortoise, and the Void Giant Tortoise was almost a big problem for the heavenly Tao's Green Eyes. On the one hand, the change in the root of all Evil Star region this time was caused by him, and all the products in the Netherworld Cauldron were swept away by him. On the other hand, he was, after all, a supreme elder of the ancients who lived in the present world. In the Great Desolate War, he was one of the supreme battle commanders of the heavenly Tao's Green Eyes camp. For the heavenly Tao's Green Eyes, the Void Giant Tortoise's value was almost immeasurable. Perhaps even an existence at its level was eager to capture the Void Giant Tortoise in its hands. The Federation Senate naturally didn't dare and didn't have the strength to attack a supreme elder of the ancients like the Void Giant Tortoise. But it was completely different for young Master Linghu, who hadn't even reached the universe realm. That guy was indeed a great genius of the present world, but he hadn't grown up yet. No matter how heaven-defying his means were, under the suppression of absolute strength, he would have no choice but to bow down and be captured. For this reason, the Federation Senate spared no expense. After this secret meeting ended, four figures tore through the void and left immediately. An ordinary undying and 3 universe-old monsters. Their destination, the first universe, the ancestral land of the demon race, the Demon Emperor planet. The Demon Emperor planet. 2 days had passed since the root of all evil incident. During these 2 days, the 3 universes could be said to be in an uproar. It was an uproar that had never happened before. First, the heavenly Tao's Green Eyes sent a heavenly eye clone to the second universe. In a fit of anger, it wiped out the entire demon gorilla race. The vast universe starry sky with a radius of 20 million square meters was completely turned into a land of death. Then, the races of the second universe unilaterally made a statement to all the forces and races of the 3 universes that they would withdraw from the Myriad Luo Federation. And the Myriad Luo Federation actually maintained a strange silence about this. They didn't say anything. Yi Xian had actually expected this situation, so he wasn't surprised or shocked. But for some reason, since yesterday, he had been having a premonition, as if something big was about to happen. Something that could make him have this kind of intuition warning sign couldn't be good news. It could only be bad news. Because of this, Yi Xian felt uneasy all day. It was also at this time that the Demon Emperor planet, which was originally incomparably calm, suddenly stagnated. It was as if an invisible and terrifying pressure had suddenly descended without warning. The entire huge planet trembled slightly because of this. Chapter 39-34. Rumble. In the void, thunderous rumbles resounded, and a void fissure was torn open without any warning. The sound of tearing silk resounded through the 3 stars of the demon sovereign star. On the 3 stars, countless demon cultivators and ordinary demon cultivators looked up at the sky. Their faces were filled with horror, and their bodies were trembling in fear. The void crack was located within the inner defense of the 3 stars. The existence that was descending directly ignored the inner defense array of the 3 stars, as if it existed in vain to them. In the next instant, 4 old figures walked out of the void crack. Although they were in human form, 2 of them were so rich in chi and blood that it was abnormal. These 2 were clearly not of the human race, but of other races. Their original form should be that of a race with a large body. Rich blood was the biggest characteristic of this kind of life form. As for cultivation strength, these 4 figures were extremely terrifying. 1 ordinary undying, 3 universe-old monsters. They were the core elders of the Federation Senate from the undying star of the 3rd universe. The purpose of descending on the Demon Emperor star was to capture young Master Linghu as a sign of allegiance, and to get on the good side of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps in the near future, when the Great Desolate Era would descend, they would choose a side in advance. This time, although there were only 4 core elders from the Federation Senate, to the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor star, these 4 figures were enough to crush everything. If they were willing, the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor star would be completely annihilated and cease to exist. The demon race did indeed have a foundation, and it was extraordinary. It was not something the space rat race or hell ant race could compare to. However, Yi Xian had already roughly determined the situation from the words of the demon emperor Immerse. That was, the foundation of the demon race did not seem to be on the demon emperor star, but in an unknown, independent void. Moreover, this foundation seemed to be related to the bloodline source of the demon race. After all, Immerse was already a demon emperor, but he was only a sector lord. The sector lord realm could not be the true foundation of the demon race. Even the demon emperor Immerse was not on the demon emperor star now. He had already entered that unknown, independent void. In fact, even if he was here now, it would be useless. A sector lord, even a sector lord at the 9th level of the sector lord realm, was useless in the current crisis. Shio! Swish, swish. From the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor, figures shot out and arrived outside the atmosphere of the 1 Emperor and 2 guards. All of them were universe masters and star lords. There were more than 100 of them. They were all the high-end forces of the Devil race that were guarding the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor. As for the Devil Cultivator rankers below the universe realm, under this kind of immortal pressure that only leaked out a little, they simply couldn't face it head-on. At the same time, a large number of fortresses of various sizes rushed out from the interstellar docks of the 3 stars of the nefarious demonic emperor and lined up in the void. The muzzles of the battleship cannons were all pointed at the 4 figures standing proudly in the void. There were intelligent robots in these fortresses as well as weaker demon experts. The reason why they weren't affected by the immortal pressure was because the 4 figures didn't use their full strength. On the other hand, the energy shields of the fortresses had a certain degree of protection. However, all of this was just a facade. The 4 existences that had descended were too powerful. Right now, they had yet to display their might, but once they did, a calamity would descend immediately. In the void above, the 4 figures that had descended watched all of this coldly, completely unmoved. This level of power couldn't shake them at all. Although his voice was not loud, it clearly reached the ears of countless creatures in the 3 stars of the nefarious demonic emperor. Devil Cultivator, I am Shun Rong, an immortal elder of the Federation Senate. I give you 2 hours to hand over Linghu evildoer. Otherwise, the nefarious demonic emperor will be annihilated. In the 3 stars of the nefarious demonic emperor, countless demon experts and clansmen were shocked. Among them, most of them didn't even know what the immortal realm was. but just from the fact that the other party dared to say that if they didn't hand over Linghu evildoer in 2 hours, they would immediately annihilate the entire devil race. This so-called immortal realm was definitely a very terrifying existence. For a time, all kinds of discussions were in an uproar in the 3 stars of the nefarious demonic emperor. The alliance between young Master Linghu and the devil race was now known by all 3 major dimensions. So, as the experts and clansmen of the devil race, they naturally knew about it. However, due to the limitation of their level, these existences knew very little. Basically, what was known to the outside world was about the deep alliance between Yi Xian and the devil race. Not to mention these ordinary low-level demon experts. Even some of the more ordinary members of the devil race's royal family were not qualified to know about it. Doubt. The devil race would never give up on this ally. In this regard, the devil emperor Mo, Tian, and the other higher-ups of the devil race were well aware of this. But the lower-level clansmen and experts didn't know about it. Compared with the survival of the entire devil race, there was no suspense at all about what choice they would make. Although these lower-level clansmen couldn't influence anything, public opinion and the people's hearts would be affected. Although young Master Linghu is allied with our devil race, he is not on the devil emperor star now. Suppressing the anger in his heart, the devil emperor Mo, Tian, continued in a deep voice. Even if he is on the devil emperor star, our devil royal family will never hand over our ally. The Thousand Luo Federation seems to have crossed the line in this matter. We, the devil race, are not members of your federation. Whether Linghu is on the devil emperor star or not, I don't care about this matter. That's your problem. Shun Rong sneered, still threatening. His tone was tough to the extreme, making people feel incomparably resentful. I only know that if you don't hand over Linghu Demon Genius in 2 hours, today, not even a chicken or a dog will be left alive in the 3 stars of the nefarious demonic emperor. Besides, in view of the fact that you devil race don't seem to have a clear understanding of the situation in front of you, I feel that it is necessary to give you some punishment. Devil race, I advise you not to make a mistake. At the end of his words, the immortal old monster Shun Rong's voice suddenly turned sharp, and a touch of extremely cold ruthlessness burst out of his eyes at this moment. Before the current devil emperor Mo, Tian, who was talking to him, and the upper echelons of the devil royal family behind him, came back to their senses, Shun Rong had already raised his right hand with a sneer. Hundreds of thousands of miles away in the Star River Void, toward the large and small fortresses that were rapidly gathering outside the atmosphere of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor. He pressed from afar. Boom! Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly broke out without any warning. It was merely a casual move, but hundreds of gigantic fireballs instantly burst out in the outer space of the atmosphere of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor hundreds of thousands of kilometers ahead. Chapter 39-35. With a casual attack, he blew up more than 100 fortresses from 1,000,000 miles away into enormous fireballs in the starry sky. All the ships and people on the fortresses were completely destroyed. This scene was too shocking. Countless Devil Cultivator experts and ordinary people in the Devil Emperor 3 stars were all shocked. Before this, they did not understand the so-called immortal level existence at all. They did not have a clear concept, but now, after seeing Shun Rong's attack, they finally understood the meaning of the immortal level. The meaning of these 2 words was clear. What was the point of tearing a battleship apart? With a casual wave of his hand, more than 100 space fortresses were instantly destroyed. This was simply a miracle, as if a real catastrophe had descended in the starry sky. Such a terrifying existence definitely had the ability to destroy the Devil Emperor 3 stars. The words he had said before about destroying the Devil Cultivator race were not exaggerated at all. An incomparably strong sense of panic rapidly grew and spread in the Devil Emperor 3 stars. Everyone was anxious, and the people's hearts were unstable. In the cosmic void outside the atmosphere of the Devil Emperor 3 stars, the other fortresses and space battleships were still rapidly gathering in the void. They were densely packed, and there were more than 1,000,000 of them. It seemed to be a majestic formation, but in fact, all the Devil Cultivator experts in the battleship were trembling, both physically and mentally. Even the great Starry Sky battle caravans left on the Demon Emperor star were lined up in a formation, with their mouths facing Shun Rong and the other three. Unfortunately, only one of the great Starry Sky battle caravans could be activated, while the others were all fake. Even if they were all real, they would not be able to activate them, pose a threat to the immortal level existence. It could be said that even if the Devil Emperor Mo Duqian personally came, it would not have any deterrent effect at this time, unless an immortal level existence woke up from his deep sleep in the Devil Cultivator race's void. At this moment, the current Devil Emperor Mo, when Tion and the others had long been furious. Unfortunately, although their camp was huge, their strength was not on the same level. The enemy only had 4 figures, and with a raise of their hands, they could so arrogantly destroy hundreds of Devil Cultivator fortresses, but the upper echelons of the Devil Cultivator royal family did not dare to resist. He had the heart, but was powerless. Moreover, this kind of resistance was not only futile, but if the other party was enraged, an even more serious calamity would befall them in an instant. Young Master Ling Hu naturally could not be handed over. However, for the safety of their clansmen, the upper echelons of the Imperial Demon Clan could only endure, no matter how angry they were. The other party was an immortal realm old monster. If he said that there was a time limit of 2 hours, he would not go back on his word. The upper echelons of the royal family all fell into deep thought, thinking hard about how to deal with it. It was also at this moment that an abrupt voice suddenly came out from the atmosphere of the Demon Emperor planet. It was filled with sarcasm and disdain, as well as monstrous anger that could not be suppressed. "Yo, an immortal old monster, huh? What a powerful official." As the voice sounded, a figure rushed out from the atmosphere of the Devil Royal Star. His physical body traversed the void, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Devil Army. Even the current Devil Emperor Mo Wentian and the others were behind him. This person was Yi Xian, who came in the identity of the Devil Royal Brother, Mo Jinfeng. When the figure was fixed, Yi Xian's sarcastic words came out again at the first time. "Your Wan Luo Federation Senate is really promising. The clans of the Second Universe are clamoring to withdraw from the Wan Luo Federation. The internal strife in your own backyard can't be quelled, but you come to my Devil Royal Star. Is there no one else in my Devil race?" Boom! In the last sentence, Yi Xian's tone suddenly turned sharp. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Time War Tala. He did not intend to use the other Time War Tala at all. Even the Weeping Soul War Tala was not of much significance to this kind of immortal realm existence. Only the power of time might be able to shake it. At the very least, it could make the other party a little wary. After all, Yi Xian had used this Time War Tala to kill a Star-Lord old monster in seconds. The Star-Lord realm was not comparable to the immortal realm. The former was almost no different from an ant in front of the latter. However, Yi Xian was now a mighty figure of the universe, and the tens of millions of golden slimes in the Time War Tala had grown slightly during this time. Therefore, its power was not the same as before. Yi Xian was not 100% sure about this, not even 50%, but as long as there was a 30% chance, it was worth a try. Devil genius. Mo Jinfeng? Shun Rong's expression was clearly startled. He sized Yi Xian up a few times, then swept his gaze over the enormous object beneath Yi Xian's feet. The golden battle armlet of time flashed with a bright light. He sneered and said, "An ant of the universe state dares to talk to me like that? Are you not afraid of death? Or do you think that you can challenge the authority of an immortal realm existence with this so-called small-time War Tala under your feet? So what if you're an immortal realm expert? This so-called small-time War Tala could kill a Star-Lord old monster in seconds. It might be able to defeat an immortal realm expert today." Yi Xian didn't show any weakness in the face of the other party's threat. He even showed the intention to fight back. "You can try if you don't believe me. At worst, we'll just die. You're bullying us at our doorstep. We demons aren't pushovers. Even if we can't escape annihilation, we won't be able to escape. Even if we can't exterminate you, I'll still injure you and make you lose face. How dare you? Shenron was furious. The aura in his body surged, which was a sign that he was about to attack. Behind Yi Xian, the current generation of the Demon Emperor, Imo Wention, and the other upper echelons of the Demon Royal family were all dumbstruck. They didn't expect Yi Xian to actually dare to appear, and the moment he did, he was actually so domineering, as if he didn't treat the immortal realm old monster as a dish at all. As for the huge fleet behind and the countless demon experts on the Demon Emperor's 3 stars, they were all stunned. Their minds were blown. This mysterious younger brother of the demon race, Mo Jinfeng, who was called a demon genius by the outside world, was really too bold. The other party had just warned him, and he jumped out to confront him directly. This temper was simply like a demon incarnate. In fact, Yi Xian didn't care about this so-called immortal realm old monster at all. At least, he didn't have a trace of fear. In the previous incident in the source of all evil star field, he saw with his own eyes that the immortal realm old monsters fled like stray dogs under the authority of the 9-headed blood dragon and several other quasi-desolation powerful beings. That scene alone made it difficult for him to have any respect for the so-called immortal realm old monsters. Chapter 39-36 Warcry of Time. Attack with all your might. Seeing that his opponent was about to attack, Yi Xian didn't want to lose the initiative. With a roar, he immediately gave the order to the purple gold slime in the Warcry of Time to launch an all-out attack. Inside the core node of the Warcry of Time's central region, the Slime King, which was entirely purple and gold in color, had a huge body. It was at least 30 feet tall. Back then, when Yi Xian's cultivation was weaker than it had never shown any signs of disrespect, let alone now. Following Yi Xian's order, the purple gold slime didn't hesitate at all and immediately launched into action. Wong! An extremely soft, buzzing sound rang out, and a circle of invisible ripples instantly spread out from its body, entering the 4 walls of the core beehive node. Then, following the pipes connected to the outer walls, it was instantly transmitted to the thousands of beehive nodes of the Warcry of Time. At this moment, the tens of millions of golden slimes in all the beehive nodes trembled at the same time. The long golden thread under their abdomens blossomed with a dazzling brilliance, and then their entire bodies shone with golden light. These golden lights were actually the biological frequencies of the golden slimes. If there was only one of them, it wouldn't be able to do much at all. However, when there were many golden slimes, layers of golden curtains stacked on top of each other and gathered together. In the end, the light gold turned into a rich golden color. As if it had a mind of its own, it rushed into the 4 walls of the beehive nodes and followed the pipes of the outer walls back, surging madly towards the core beehive node where the universe slimes were located from all directions. All of this was completed in half an instant, much faster than the previous activation. This made Yi Xian feel relieved, because this meant that the life level of the entire golden slimes had increased again. At this moment, inside the Warcry of Time, tens of millions of golden slimes shone with golden light. But outside the Warcry of Time, there wasn't a single trace of them at all. In just half an instant, the dense golden light gathered from the thousands of beehive nodes all converged. After entering the core beehive node, this core beehive node, located in the central region of the 9th ring inside the giant horn, suddenly lit up. In an instant, the core beehive node with a diameter of 3,000 meters completely turned into a golden world. At the same time that it suddenly blazed, waves of golden ripples spread out along the war cloth, forming a golden fan-shaped ripple right in front of the mouth of the huge horn. Beneath the feet of Yi Xian, who had been standing proudly at the edge of the mouth of the gate of heaven for a long time, it rapidly expanded forward. Like a golden tide, it soundlessly pushed forward. This was merely the first wave of the tide of time. The tide of time, one tide, 10,000 years. This point had long been verified in the previous 2 activations of the Battle of Time. The Star-Lord from the Colored Python clan in the second universe survived the first 2 waves of the Golden Tides of Time, but it was defeated by the third, incomplete golden tide in the end. A Star-Lord old monster had been almost killed in a second. Thinking back to that scene, countless Devil Dweller experts who had seen it with their own eyes felt a chill run down their spines. At this moment, they saw that Emo Xiufeng, their bold brother who was like a devil incarnate, not only jumped out, but also confronted an immortal realm expert verbally. Also, when the other party roared, as if he were going to punish him, he seized the opportunity and fully activated the Battle of Time before the other party attacked. In less than an instant, the first wave of the golden tide of time had already silently pushed forward at an incomparably fast speed. This immediately caused the countless demon experts inside and outside the 3 stars Devil Emperor star to suck in a cold breath. Everything happened so fast that they didn't have time to react at all. By the time they realized what was going on, the fearless devil incarnate had already taken action. The situation changed so fast that even the current Devil Emperor Emo Wintian and the other senior members of the royal family were caught off guard. For a moment, they were all dumbfounded and petrified. It's the power of time law. As the first wave of Golden Tide of Time appeared, it rapidly pushed forward. In the void hundreds of thousands of miles away, the expressions of the 4 super old monsters who had descended changed slightly. They had only heard about the power of the Battle of Stars of the demon race before, and they also knew that this golden Battle of Stars was enough to release the suspected power of time law. There was even a Star-Lord who was almost instantly killed by the 3 waves of Tide of Time. After all, they had never seen it with their own eyes, and the Starry Sky Time Law was the most mysterious power of law. Not to mention ordinary immortal realm experts. Even emperors had never heard of anyone who had truly mastered the power of the Starry Sky Time Law. Therefore, the 4 of them were actually skeptical about the power of time tide of this golden battle of stars. They didn't completely believe it, and they felt that it was very likely to be a rumor. But now, when the first tide of time really appeared, the 4 of them suddenly realized and exclaimed. Even the immortal realm old monsters didn't dare to recklessly face the power of time law, of the Starry Sky Time Law. However, it was too late to retreat now. As the first tide of time approached rapidly, this corner of the void seemed to be imprisoned by some mysterious power of time, and they could only resist it head-on. So what if it's the power of time law? Although its level is high, its power is still too weak after all. With a cold snort, Shen Rong activated his bloodline immediately and showed his true form. As his voice spread, a 300,000 feet long blue lock fire elephant appeared in the void. Among the 3 universe-old monsters behind him, one of them was also an alien race, and he also showed his true form at this moment, which was a 300,000 feet long arrow-tailed tiger. The other 2 were obviously from the human race, and they couldn't show their huge bloodline, so they could resist the erosion power of time, tied with their abundant flesh and blood. In desperation, the 2 of them could only wave their hands and take out their respective defensive magic treasures. 2 blazing lights, one yellow and one green, rose up and enveloped the 2 of them completely, protecting them. In their opinion, the power of this tide of time was indeed a little weak, as a tide only had the power of 10,000 years of erosion power. But after all, the level of its power was frighteningly high. This was the power of time law of the starry sky. Besides, this was only the first tide of time, so who could say for sure how many tides of time the golden battle of stars in front of them could send out in total? Right now, this corner of the void was temporarily imprisoned by the mysterious power of time, so they couldn't tear the void to avoid it. If 5 or 6 tides really came one after another, it would be really troublesome. Therefore, even if they were preparing for a rainy day, they had to be cautious at the beginning. Chapter 39-37. In the blink of an eye, the golden fan-shaped tide, which represented the power of the passage of time, completely covered a corner of the void in front of them. Some kind of mysterious power poured out immediately, causing the 4 super old monsters to be completely frozen. As if their bodies were sealed, they were fixed in that void, unable to move. Unfortunately, The first wave of the Golden Tide didn't seem to have much of an effect on these four super old monsters at all. The blue lock fire elephant, who was at the forefront of the group, remained the same, even with the blue lock dark light on the surface of its enormous true body. As for the three universe old monsters behind it, although they were affected to a certain extent, the two great beings of the human race only had the halos of their defensive magic treasures slightly dimmed. However, the aura of the other arrow-tailed tiger was slightly older. That was all. However, the second wave of the Golden Tide, in less than half an instant, had already arrived with a rumbling sound. As the second wave of the Golden Tide flowed past, another 10,000 years quietly passed by. This time, the faint blue color on the surface of the enormous true body of the blue pool fire elephant was slightly dimmer. Among the three universe-level great beings behind it, the halos of their magic treasures that the two old monsters of the human race were protecting themselves were extremely dim, like candles in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. After all, in just a short instant, these two defensive magic treasures had already experienced the erosion of 20,000 years. Even the treasures of the universe-level old monsters would be unable to bear the burden. As for the arrow-tailed tiger, its enormous body suddenly and rapidly darkened. In less than half an instant, the grayish-black hair that covered the entire surface of its enormous body flew off from its body and rapidly turned into gray specks of dust, completely dissipating. In just half an instant, 10,000 years passed silently, but the auras of these four super old monsters didn't increase in the slightest. It was as if they had lost 10,000 years of vitality for nothing. Although it wasn't enough to cause him to immediately die on the spot, and it didn't even weaken his cultivation and strength in the slightest, this was merely the second wave of the tide of time. In just these two waves of time, in less than a breath, what was washed away was tens of thousands of years of time. Without the slightest pause, at the same time that the second wave of time had not gone far away, at the source of the entire golden fan-shaped area, a third golden wave and ripple visible to the naked eye had already ruthlessly whizzed out from the mouth of the trumpet. Screech! This time, the surface of the enormous true body of the blue pool fire elephant at the forefront finally began to peel off pieces of dark blue skin. Even if it was an undying existence after experiencing the ruthless erosion of 30,000 years of time in a short instant, although its body was completely unharmed, the of time, the skin, and so on, it was still a little unable to resist in the end. Seeing this scene and seeing that the third golden tide of time was approaching and flowing past their bodies, the arrow-tailed tiger and the other two old monsters of the universe, who were already unable to move and whose bodies were protected by their defensive magic treasures, finally, uneasy, and their eyes gradually to fear with a hint of panic. 10,000 years in one tide. Even the old monsters of the universe had an end to their lifespans. If such tides of time came a few more times, they would completely age in the golden ripples. In an instant, they would waste tens of thousands of years of time, and because of their old age, they would finally decay and die. It was also at this moment that the third tide of time finally arrived in front of the three of them. Visible golden ripples washed over the bodies of the three super old monsters. After the erosion of this tide of time, the arrow-tailed tiger's enormous body seemed to have been washed clean of lead, and its 100,000 feet body finally began to decline. On the surface of its gray body, the flesh and blood began to wither. In the end, countless pieces of flesh and blood were peeled off from its body, turning into dust and disappearing into ashes. The two old monsters of the human race were no different. As the third tide of time flowed by, the protective halo of the magic treasure, which was already like a candle in the wind, flickered twice before completely disappearing. Not only did this mean that from now on, their bodies were half directly exposed to the corrosive power of the next tide of time, but also meant that these two old monsters of the universe had each lost an important magic treasure in less than 2 seconds. 3 tides of time, 30,000 years of time flowed past these two defensive magic treasures in just 2 seconds, causing them to lose all their power. It was likely that it would be impossible to repair and refine them in the future, and this was only the third tide of time. Next, there would be the fourth. Before this, Yi Xian's War of Time could only send out 3 waves of golden tide that represented the corrosive power of 10,000 years of time, and even the third wave was not complete, and its power was slightly weaker. But that was before, and now it was different. Swish! The faint sound of waves rang out, and the fourth golden tide finally arrived. This time, even the blue pond fire elephant's expression changed a little. He was indeed an undying, but in just 2 seconds, he had experienced the passage of 40,000 years. Although he could still not hurt his foundation, he was definitely close to the point where he would lose a layer of skin even if he did not die. In fact, this was indeed the case. The surface of his huge, true body, which was originally glowing with a faint blue luster, had already become dim and gray. This time, apart from large pieces of blue skin peeling off, occasionally, even large pieces of flesh and blood began to melt in some places. As for the 3 universe-old monsters behind him, 2 of them, who had lost the protection of their defensive magic treasures, instantly changed their expressions. They aged a lot in an instant. Dense wrinkles appeared on their faces. Their hair was dry and white, and their skin was as dry as a dried corpse. Even their eyes, which had been shining brightly, were no longer shining. Even their bright eyes dimmed. The arrow-tailed tiger was even more miserable. Previously, when the third tide of time came and flowed through his body, some parts of his 100,000 feet body had already revealed blood and bones. And now, with the arrival of the fourth golden tide, in less than half an instant, the arrow-tailed tiger, which was at the level of an old universe monster, had already lost its flesh and blood, revealing a large amount of white bones and internal organs. Although it did not completely perish under the corrosion of the fourth tide of time, its aura, however, had already weakened to the extreme. At a glance, it was like an old and weak tiger that had experienced the decay of time. It was already in its last years and was on the verge of death. But in the end, it still saved its life. Unfortunately, this was still not the end. After the fourth tide of time, there was a fifth and final tide. This was the limit of the current War of Time. It was indeed impossible to kill an undying, but it could injure an undying. At the very least, after revealing a bloodline that was full of vitality, it was still in such an unbearable state where large pieces of flesh and blood had been eroded. It was definitely a loss of face. Chapter 39-38. The arrow-tailed tiger was undoubtedly very unlucky. Facing the fifth golden tide, which represented the corrosive power of 10,000 years, he was the existence most likely to fall among the 4 super old monsters. Needless to say, the immortal realm blue pool fire elephant Shenron, even if 50,000 years flowed through his bloodline true body in a short span of 3 breaths, it still wouldn't be able to truly harm his foundation. Only the skin on the surface of his huge bloodline true body peeled off, and some large pieces of flesh melted a little. It was at most a superficial wound. As for the 3 old monsters behind him, the 2 old monsters of the human race were stronger than the arrow-tailed tiger and were at the intermediate universe grade. Previously, they even had defensive treasures to resist the corrosive power of the first 3 tides of time. However, the arrow-tailed tiger had relied on his own cultivation and the rich blood of his 100,000 feet bloodline true body to resist from the beginning. The old monsters of the universe were indeed extraordinary. They had resisted the first 4 tides of time. 40,000 years had flowed through his body in just 2 short moments, yet they hadn't killed him on the spot. However, it was really almost time, and now the 5th and final tide of time had arrived. There's still more? This time, even the immortal rank blue pool fire elephant couldn't remain calm. Its expression changed again, and its long fiery red trunk was about to spurt out substantial flames. It was so angry that it couldn't take it anymore. It was really sullen. If this tide of time didn't have some kind of confinement effect related to the power of time law, how could he, a dignified undying, be so sullen and only be able to resist this kind of damage? Before he finished speaking, the fifth tide of time had already flowed through the blue pool fire elephant's body. His foundation was still not hurt, but more flesh on his huge bloodline true body began to melt. Originally, his entire body had a faint blue luster, but now there were potholes and wounds everywhere, and blue-gold divine blood flowed out. Behind him, the two old monsters of the human race were hunched over, but they still resisted in the end. However, it was obvious that their foundation had been hurt, and their battle power was almost gone. After returning, they would have to recuperate for thousands of years to recover. The worst was the arrow-tailed tiger. After the fifth tide of time flowed, his 100,000 feet bloodline true body, which had exposed his bones and internal organs, began to collapse in the blink of an eye. Organs fell out of his abdomen and turned into ashes along with the golden tide. Bones fell apart and disintegrated. Similarly, they couldn't resist the corrosive power of the golden tide and turned into ashes before finally dissipating. In just a short moment, his 100,000 feet bloodline true body was almost completely destroyed, and only about 1/3 of his bones were left. An old monster of the universe had fallen. He had died tragically in the starry sky. This scene frightened the other two old universe monsters of the human race. It was not easy to reach such a level of existence. Which one of them had not worked hard for tens of thousands of years to achieve the status and achievements they had today? Normally, even Ling Yu cherished it very much and would not easily take risks. But now, an old monster of the same level as them had died on the spot in just a few breaths of time. Even though he had manifested his 100,000 feet bloodline true body, he hadn't been able to resist the fifth tide of time. His entire bloodline true body was left with only half a year's worth of bones. This was horrifying. Although the two of them had gritted their teeth and resisted the fifth golden tide, which represented the passage of 10,000 years, they were now in a weakened state. Their bodies were withered, and their bodies were bent. They were afraid that the moment the sixth golden tide arrived, they would be the first to follow in the footsteps of the arrow-tailed tiger. They would follow in their footsteps. Thinking of this, the two old monsters of the human race no longer cared about their so-called face, prestige, and dignity. Their bodies trembled slightly as they softly begged Yixian, who was in the air in front of them, for mercy. Young friend, this is a misunderstanding. This is a F***king misunderstanding. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. As soon as the words left their mouths, the two old monsters of the human race felt ashamed and embarrassed. Their old faces flushed. They really didn't want to say it, but they couldn't control their mouths at all. At this critical moment of life and death, they trembled and said such words. It was completely instinctive, a subconscious reaction. Only then did the countless demon masters inside and outside the atmosphere of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor come back to their senses. Although they slowly closed their mouths, the expressions on their faces were strange. Looking at Yixian's back, their eyes were so complicated that it was impossible to describe what they were thinking. Monster. He was indeed a monster. In just a few short breaths, the 3 universe old monsters had been reduced to such a state. One had died a tragic death in the starry sky, and the other 2 had lost all their fighting power. Most importantly, even their minds had collapsed, and they were trembling as they began to beg for mercy. This was really... How could they endure this? The 2 of you are exaggerating. Besides, you may have thought too much. In fact, the 5th wave of the tide of time, just now, was the limit. I really can't release the 6th wave. At this moment, Yixian's heart was actually dripping with blood. What he said was the truth, but he didn't say it all. In fact, after the 5th wave of the tide of time was released, all of the golden slimes within the battle of time were completely weakened. They would need a very long time to recuperate before they could recover. Come, including the purple gold slime king with the cultivation base of the universe realm. Although this attack was quite effective and killed one of the old monsters of the universe realm, Yi Xian had paid a great price. The tide of time was completely destroyed in a short period of time. Unfortunately, it would have been better if he hadn't said so. Once he said so, it aroused suspicion. At the very least, the two old monsters of the human race clearly didn't believe him at all. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But at the same time, they became even more vigilant. But they didn't dare to show it on their faces. Their faces twitched, and they laughed dryly at Yi Xian, trying to ease the atmosphere. "Young friend, you must be joking. Today's matter is really a misunderstanding." Yes. Why don't you put away this tide of time, young friend? Let's talk nicely. If there is any misunderstanding, we can sit down and talk in detail. While speaking, one of the old monsters pointed at the tide of time at Yi Xian's feet. His face was full of fear. Obviously, he was extremely afraid. Chapter 39:39. There were tides in time, and one tide lasted 10,000 years. 10 waves of golden tides represented the instant passage of 100,000 years. And this was the limit of an eternal realm old monster. If 10 waves of golden tides really surged over successively in a short period of time and flowed through his body, then even this blue pool fire elephant at the intermediate stage of the eternal realm would be partially crippled even if he didn't die. This was something that only he himself knew. How could anyone below the limits of an immortal realm old monster try to snatch it away? But at this moment, Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shenrong didn't mind at all and directly spoke of this point. It was precisely because he was certain in his heart that the same golden tide would absolutely not be able to blast 10 waves out of this golden starry sky great battle. There were already 5 waves earlier, and perhaps there would be more after that, but it would at most be 1 or 2 waves and not more than 2 waves. Even if another 2 waves really came, he would be able to resist it, and he would at most suffer some light injuries. At that time, once this golden great battle before him was silenced, then all the freaks of devil that stood on the golden battle pole, all the devil experts within the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor's star, and the ordinary clansmen would all die. They would all die because of his rage. Yes, as a lofty eternal realm old monster, he had indeed lost a great deal of face when he was reduced to such a sorry state during the previous 5 waves of golden tides. Moreover, all of this had come from the hands of a universe realm ant, and this was even more embarrassing and unbearable. If news of this were to spread, he would even become the laughingstock of countless experts in the 3 Great Plains. But all of this didn't matter. These people before him were unable to escape death in the end. Even though he'd lost a great deal of face today, so long as he killed all the existences here in the end, this matter would similarly not spread. Even if news of this spread, wouldn't he have personally gotten back the face he'd lost in the end? Moreover, he'd gotten it back on the spot. A small loss of face, yet countless experts in the starry sky had fallen, and the entire devil race had paid the price for this. In this way, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. It could be said that at this moment, even though Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shenrong's tone seemed to still be calm, he was actually in a state of shock. It was even to the extent that he didn't care about the life and death of the 2 surviving human old monsters behind him at all. Otherwise, he would absolutely not speak up at this moment. Shenrong's words. It was as if he was afraid that the other party would stop here and not blast out the 6th wave of golden tide. On the one hand, Shenrong wanted to silence them. Since the entire demon race was going to be annihilated here today, there was no need for the 2 old monsters of the human race behind him to continue living. The entire starfield would become a land of death today. On the other hand, the actions of the 2 old universe monsters of the human race trying to curry favor and make peace with Shenrong had made him extremely dissatisfied. He was even aggrieved and resentful. This had also fueled Shenrong's desire to kill them. The 2 old monsters of the human race pondered for a moment and understood everything. Indignation appeared on their faces, but they didn't dare to say anything. Otherwise, if they angered this old monster in front of them, he would turn around and destroy them with a slap. A sense of despair appeared on their faces. They had no doubt that the golden battle claw in front of them would not be able to blast out more golden tides. Even if there weren't 10 waves and only 6 waves, to them, death was already certain. However, the subsequent development of the matter was beyond everyone's expectations. At this time, everyone felt that Yi Xian's time claw definitely had the strength to continue the battle. 5 waves of time tide wasn't the limit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so bold as to directly use it without any scruples and take the initiative to attack a terrifying old monster of the undying level. If he didn't have something to rely on, where did his confidence come from? However, everyone guessed wrong. Yi Xian did have something to rely on, but it wasn't the time claw. At this time, in the face of Fire Elephant Bluepool's provocation, he didn't have the slightest interest in putting on an act. He actually grinned, waved his hand, and put the colossal time claw under his feet, into his body. At this time, his gaze also fell on the 2 old monsters of the human race behind Fire Elephant Bluepool, who had been stunned for a long time. He said with a smile, "Since it's a misunderstanding, please leave now. I'm very amiable, and I don't kill the innocent. Next, I'm going to fight 300 rounds with this long-nosed friend. Looking at the state of your chi and blood, it's better if you don't join in the fun." What's going on? The 2 old monsters of the human race looked at each other, their expressions stunned and strange. But the more calm Yi Xian was, the less confident they were. It seemed that the terrifying golden battle claw, just now, wasn't the true foundation of this freak in front of them. Otherwise, how could he put it away so easily? This was also consistent with the rumors. It was said that this monstrous genius of the demon-human race that had recently appeared out of nowhere had several kinds of starry sky battle armors in his hands. Previously, they were skeptical, but now, that golden battle armors had proven everything. This guy definitely still had a backup plan. With this thought, the 2 old monsters of the human race at the universe level were instantly stunned. If they were in their peak condition, they naturally wouldn't be scared away like this. But now, their bodies were withered, their chi and blood had declined, and their battle power had been reduced by 80%. It would be difficult for them to recover in a short time. Even if they braced themselves and stayed, they would at most be delivering food. It was completely meaningless. Since that was the case, why take the risk and make such a meaningless sacrifice? Elder Shun, our battle power has been reduced by 80%. It's useless for us to stay. Yes, yes, yes. Why don't we cheer for Elder Shun from afar? Goodbye. Thinking of this, the 2 of them turned their heads and exchanged a look. They cupped their fists and bid farewell to Bluepool Fire Elephant Shun, roam in the void ahead. Then, without stopping, they transformed into 2 streams of light and shot into the distance without looking back. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it happened in a short breath. As Yi Xian waved his hand and put away the battle claw of time, the power of the starry sky time law that was stirred up by the battle claw of time disappeared along with it. The 2 old monsters of the human race had sensed this change and immediately turned to leave. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian, who was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, revealed a malevolent expression on his face just as Lan Zhe, the fire elephant Shenrong, was about to attack in a rage. Even his voice suddenly revealed a hint of madness. "Long-nosed old monster, you're the one who forced this king today. Isn't it just a long-nosed old elephant at the immortal stage? Today this king is going all out. Even if I have to pay a certain price, I will definitely kill you here." Screech. After saying this, Yi Xian raised his head and let out a screech. A violent roar came from his mouth. Demonic Ape True Body. First change of 9 demonic ape transformations. Chapter 3940. Second change of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. Third change of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. Fourth change of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. Hong, Long, Yi Xian, who had activated the true form of the demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms, roared in succession. In the blink of an eye, his body had soared to a height of 1,000,000 meters under the 4th change of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. In other words, he was only 300,000 meters tall, which was comparable to a star city. Since his body had soared so fast, even the void was rumbling because of the surging blood and chi in his body. He had only been a universe realm rank 1, but he had soared to Star-Lord rank 5 in the blink of an eye. Even a living person wouldn't be able to transform so fast. The senior members of the royal family behind him were all petrified. As for the experts and ordinary people in the million battleships and the atmosphere of the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor, they were completely dumbfounded, as if they had been struck by lightning. They had thought that it was crazy enough for Mo Jiufeng, the royal brother of the royal family, to attack an immortal being as soon as he jumped out. However, it seemed that things weren't over yet. It was obvious that he was going to fight the enemy head-on. However, while the Star-Lord dared to fight an immortal being head-on, it wasn't as shocking as the information revealed by Yi Xian when he revealed the true form of the demonic ape. The true form of the demonic ape was the signature of the little primordial demonic ape. The little primordial demonic ape was actually young Master Hades and young Master Linghu. At that moment, Mo Jiufeng had activated his bloodline true form and performed an ability that only the little primordial demonic ape could have. What did it mean? What the F***CK? After all this time, the royal brother of the royal family, Mo Jiufeng, was actually young Master Linghu. There was an uproar inside and outside the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor. Even Shun Rong, who was 1,000,000 kilometers away, was dumbfounded. As for the 2 human universe monsters, who had already shot tens of millions of miles away, they turned around upon hearing the sound. Their bodies trembled violently, and they were completely dumbfounded. Previously, there were 3 monstrous geniuses in one body. They were young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, and the primordial little demon ape. From the looks of it now, this was clearly the rhythm of 4 great monsters in one. And there was also the demon's royal brother, Mo Yifeng. This was definitely an explosive event. Apart from the current Devil Emperor Mo, Wen Tian, and a few high-ranking members of the Devil Imperial family who were in the know, everyone in the void of this star domain was stunned. Even Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shun Rong, who had a terrifying cultivation base at the Immortal Realm, was caught off guard by this sudden scene. He was so shocked that his mind went blank. Shun Rong stared dumbfoundedly at Yi Xian, who had now reached a height of 100,000 meters and was no weaker than his Blue Pool Fire Elephant Bloodline true body in terms of size. He opened his mouth wide and actually seemed to have lost his voice, and he was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. 2 seconds later, a heaven-shaking roar came from the mouth of the 300,000-meter tall blue sea fire elephant. Linghu brat, I'd like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Today, I will definitely kill you. Moo. The last roar was made by the Blue Pool Fire Elephant almost at the top of its lungs. As this roar sounded, a large amount of blue flames gushed out from its body. This was the unique bloodline talent of this race of creatures. The name Blue Pool Fire Elephant came from this. At this time, his entire 100,000-meter tall body was covered with large pieces of peeled skin and flesh. It was full of potholes and looked very ferocious. Although it was not injured at the root, its state was really very embarrassing. In this state, a large number of blue flames gushed out from its body. Under the contrast of each other, the image of the Blue Pool Fire Elephant became even more ferocious. There was also an indescribable, terrifying pressure, which was rapidly spreading with the appearance of these mysterious blue flames. It was like an invisible tide suddenly spreading out, and it was close to him in the blink of an eye. Even with Yi Xian's current 100,000-meter tall body under the 4th transformation of the Devil Ape, it was filled with chi and blood. For a moment, he felt his entire body tighten, and he almost couldn't breathe. This was just the beginning. The immortal old monster was indeed extraordinary. Under his rage, the pressure would become stronger and stronger. In a short period of time, it would climb to an extreme. Although Yi Xian was 100,000 feet tall, his chi and blood were so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end. However, if nothing unexpected happened, he still wouldn't be able to withstand this terrifying pressure. As his aura rose, his body would explode, and he would die in at most a breath of time. There was no suspense at all. Although both sides were 100,000 meter tall, Yi Xian's cultivation realm was much weaker. They weren't on the same level at all. It was like the same size, but one side was light cotton wool, and the other side was heavy metal. If they collided with each other, the result would be no doubt. What the cotton wool would face would be a complete crushing force. In just half an instant, Yi Xian was already unable to hold on. At first, the 100,000 meter tall devil-ape true body only felt as if it had fallen into a swamp and was extremely sluggish. However, at this moment, it was as if there was a heavy mountain pressing down on his body, causing him to be unable to move. In the mouth of the three true bodies of flesh and blood, in an instant he spat out a blood arrow. Rumble, puffed, boom! At the same time, in the void behind Yi Xian, similar popping sounds could be heard, and there were even sounds of bodies exploding. Following closely behind Yi Xian was a group of devil cultivator royal family upper echelons with cultivation above the universe realm. The Star-Lord old monsters were still fine. They only spat out blood, but the universe realm supreme experts were not so lucky. Although most of them had taken out some treasures to protect themselves, there were still a few universe realm supreme experts. Under this terrifying immortal pressure, their bodies exploded and they died. In addition, in the void further behind, of the millions of warships that densely covered a large area of the void, the 10,000 or so warships that bore the brunt of this immortal pressure were actually unable to withstand the crushing pressure of this immortal pressure. Rumbling sounds of explosions rang out. At least 10,000 warships of various types directly exploded at this moment, turning into huge fireballs that decorated this area of the void, showing a cruel brilliance of blood and fire. But this was still only the beginning. In the void hundreds of thousands of miles away, the expression of the 100,000-meter tall blue sea fire elephant became more and more ferocious. This was not even his peak state. In less than half a breath, this group of ants had already been unable to withstand it. This scene made him feel extremely comfortable, a kind of delightful and comfortable feeling. After a breath, his immortal pressure would reach its true peak state. At this moment, the blue sea fire elephant was looking forward to it. He really wanted to see how many of these ants in the void in front of him could still struggle at death's door under his peak pressure. Chapter 39:41. Screech. Raising his head and roaring angrily, Yi Xian's body suddenly released a shocking force. Boom! At this moment, all the changes in the sea of consciousness were mixed together and turned into a huge roar, causing Yi Xian's consciousness to become hazy, and he almost subconsciously raised his left arm. Immediately thereafter, brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from the empty left palms of the three true bodies, and a golden bow that was in the form of energy appeared in their hands. It was the small golden bow that hung above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, representing the ancient Yaksha bloodline inheritance of the heaven-falling bow divine ability. In the middle of the bow was a two-headed monster. Its wide open mouth was facing up and down, while the upper and lower parts of the bow were two humanoid creatures with their bodies bowed. The two-headed monster's wide open mouth swallowed the two humanoid creatures' feet and a part of their calves, and the bow was connected to each other. Their heads were raised in pain, and their mouths were where the bowstring was. Their hands were around their mouths, as if they were howling, and their expressions were inexplicably strange. With the activation of the heaven-falling bow divine ability, Yi Xian's huge bloodline true body surged with an invisible and terrifying force, protecting his body, and he was no longer affected by the immortal pressure in the opposite void. What? This is... In fact, at the same time this giant bow appeared, the immortal old monster Shen Rong in the opposite void had already cried out in alarm. At this moment, he felt a sense of life and death crisis suddenly rise in his heart. And with his immortal realm cultivation strength, he actually felt that no matter how he dodged, he could not avoid it. His intuition was gone. The immortal pressure that was originally leaking out of his body was interrupted at this moment and stopped abruptly. As a result, the upper echelons of the demon royal family behind Yi Xian, as well as the million warship army, finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if relieved of a heavy burden. It was also at this time that the giant golden bow in Yi Xian's hand changed again. A bowstring formed by countless fine golden threads was connected to the two wide mouths of the humanoid creatures, and then a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes burst with a strange golden brilliance. He stretched out his right hand and directly pinched the bowstring of the giant energy bow in his left hand, holding the energy arrow, and slowly pulled it. At this moment, all the power in Yi Xian's body, the power of spirit origin, the power of divine sense cultivation, and even the unknown mysterious aura of the void marrow crystal in his sea of consciousness, all rushed to the right hand of the three true bodies and entered the golden heaven-falling arrow, causing golden light to shine brightly and power rapidly rising. Wong! The buzzing sound of energy trembling to the extreme suddenly sounded. At this moment, the void around Yi Xian's body seemed to have an invisible wave, as if the arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted had already affected the void. Roar! At this moment, the strong sense of crisis that the blue fire elephant, Shenrong, sensed suddenly became stronger. The cold penetrated to the bone, causing its body to tremble. It subconsciously twisted its giant head and looked in the direction of Yi Xian. Its heart was enlightened, and it roared out, "Heaven-falling bow! This is the heaven-falling bow! You're Long Xian, young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, little primordial demon ape, imperial brother Mo, Genphone, and Prince Xian. You are actually 5 great monsters in one body? But so what? The heaven-falling bow of the primordial Yaksha's bloodline is indeed extraordinary, but unfortunately, you are still too weak. This arrow may be able to kill a realm master, but it can't even kill an old monster of the universe. I am an immortal, you can't shake it." Roar! The blue fire elephant almost roared out the last sentence. The immortal pressure in its body rose again against the sense of crisis of the heaven-falling bow on its back. What about now? Yi Xian did not move. His left hand held the bow, his right hand pulled the bowstring, and his mouth let out a roar again. Roar! Screech! A dragon's roar and a ghost's howl sounded at the same time. At this moment, the small netherworld claw and the black gold dragon scale in his sea of consciousness also trembled at the same time. A large amount of origin energy was extracted, causing them to fall into a dim and weak state. And the extracted energy all flowed through the left arm of the flesh and blood body into the heaven-falling bow. A gigantic demonic dragon suddenly appeared above the bow. It circled around the bow and glared at Bluepool's fire elephant, Shenrong. In the blink of an eye, even this corner of the void seemed to be flickering. There was also an invisible, mysterious force that restrained the blue fire elephant's body. It was as if this gaze could confine the void. Then, the gigantic, demonic dragon phantom once again plunged into the golden bow and disappeared. Immediately after, a dark green netherworld claw appeared with a bang as Yi Xian's right hand pulled the string. As soon as it descended, it transformed into an incomparably sinister skeleton head. It fiercely glared at the blue sea fire elephant that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in the air, and its killing intent burst forth. Then, it plunged into the bowstring that was still being pulled. Netherworld claw, seeing the light in peace. This is impossible. This is clearly the demonic dragon, Candle Dragon's, most powerful ability. In the opposite void, the blue fire elephant, Shenrong, exclaimed in shock. Although he was not a creature of the primordial era, he knew some things about the past from the secret books of his clan. Whether it was the heaven-falling bow, the netherworld claw, or the demonic dragon phantom, they were all the most powerful bloodline abilities of the primordial era supreme. Yi Xian had the netherworld body and could use the netherworld claw. The heaven-falling bow was Prince Xian's trademark. The big clans and top forces in the 3 major planes had long known about this creation. But now, he, who was one of the 5 great monsters, suddenly manifested the bloodline ability of the primordial era demonic dragon, Candle Dragon. This was simply unbelievable. Ruthless. Linghu, I have to say, you are indeed the only supreme monster I've seen in my tens of thousands of years. You can actually fuse the most powerful bloodline abilities of the primordial era supreme with your own body. This time, after the blue fire elephant Shenrong raised his head and roared, his tone was actually filled with emotion. However, that ferocious expression was still the same, and his killing intent was even stronger. Unfortunately, you have not grown up yet. Although you have many powerful abilities, you are limited by your own cultivation base and strength, so you are unable to unleash their original power. The power that you should have. This arrow, after adding the bloodline power of the primordial netherworld and the primordial demonic dragon, has indeed increased its power explosively. It is no longer a problem for it to kill the old monsters of the universe. You can be proud of yourself. With your universe realm cultivation base, you can actually use so many methods and finally shoot an arrow that can kill the old monsters of the universe. I dare not say that this is unprecedented, but it is definitely unprecedented. Chapter 3942. Boom! Rumble. As the blue pool fire elephant Shun Rong's immortal power rose again, Yixian was not affected by it because of the protection of the fallen sky bow. However, in the void behind him, nearly 10,000 of the millions of battleships in formation exploded in the blink of an eye, turning into huge balls of fire. Balls of fire illuminated the void. As for the upper echelons of the demon royal family, including the current demon Emperor Mo Wentian, they had already retreated to the back. A confrontation of this level was too terrifying, and they could not interfere at all. It was better to retreat to the back and make other arrangements. Everything should end now. Shenrong spoke again. This time, it was like a murmur, as if he wanted to use these words to bury this peerless monster. You do have the power to deter those below the immortal level, but in the end, you can only stop here. Immortal, you are destined to be unshakable. Is that so? Just now, it was not enough. What about now? Yixian sneered and did not hesitate anymore. Before he finished speaking, he had already activated the power of the last 2 treasures in his sea of consciousness. Shenong Cauldron, Raidi Seal. There were already a total of 9 objects hovering above his sea of consciousness. Surrounding him were 7 small objects: Spiritual Source Core, Void Marrow Crystal, Fallen Sky Bow, Black Gold Dragon Scale, Netherworld Claw, Immemorial Little Demon Ape, and the simple tortoise shell that he had just entered not long ago. These 7 small objects represented the ancient powers and bloodlines that Yixian had obtained, as well as his cultivation power, spiritual power, and so on. Now, all of them had been activated, and their power had been integrated into the giant golden bow in his left arm. Now, the Raidi Seal and Shenong Cauldron that had been activated were in the center of his sea of consciousness. Just this position alone was enough to explain the problem. These 2 treasures were even more powerful and terrifying. In an instant, the giant golden bow in Yixian's left arm had changed again. Boom! A strange 4-colored flame rose up and enveloped the entire giant golden bow. The mysterious flame flowed along the body of the bow. In the end, as if it had a mind of its own, it all converged toward the energy arrow that was still in the process of being drawn. A layer of strange 4-colored flames expanded and expanded on the arrow, and the invisible pressure instantly increased by a large margin. But this was not the end. Zilala! The crisp sound of lightning rang out. The giant golden bow in Yixian's left arm was suddenly filled with streaks of green-gold lightning. In the end, they all gathered together and surged toward the energy arrow on the bowstring. Moreover, they all gathered at the front of the arrow. In an instant, it caused the arrowhead of this terrifying arrow to be suffused with boundless green gold, lightning, and lightning. It stretched and retracted like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, and it caused one to feel a chill at the sight of it. At this point, The invisible pressure of this arrow had already reached its peak. Apart from the headless corpse of the infant, almost all of Yi Xian's trump cards had been gathered into one arrow. At this moment, not only was the arrow already on the string, it was ready to be fired. This is impossible. In the void hundreds of thousands of miles away on the opposite side, Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shenrong, who was 100,000 feet in size, finally changed his expression and let out a shocked cry for the first time. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of life and death crisis. If the power of the arrow on the giant golden bow in Yi Xian's hand could only kill the old monster of the universe and cause a certain amount of damage to him before. But now, Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shenrong had no doubt that once this arrow was shot, he would definitely die here today. After all, it was the most powerful bloodline ability of a top Desolate Supreme. In the past, the Desolate Ancient Yaksha had paid a huge price to shoot this arrow, and it was even close to a meteor, burying a large area of the desolate ancient sky. In fact, when Yi Xian's cultivation was still very weak, when he was in the ancient desolate cage that was connected to the Forbidden Valley in the inner city of the Demon Emperor, shooting an arrow with all his might was already enough to cause the incomplete Heavenly Eye clone in the ancient desolate cage to be dazed for a moment. If not for this, the headless corpse of the infant, who had not yet recovered his strength and was still very weak, would definitely not have been able to take the opportunity to severely injure the incomplete Heavenly Eye clone and win a chance for Yi Xian and himself to escape successfully. Now, after his cultivation and strength had risen to such a level, Yi Xian had already locked on a Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shenrong with the power of the heaven-falling bow after using all of his means. There was no longer any possibility of him tearing through the void to escape. This almost doomed him to the final outcome of this arrow today. Young friend, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Everything today is a freaking misunderstanding. If there's something, let's sit down and talk about it slowly. Finally, Shenrong's voice also became trembling. When a true life and death crisis descended, even an immortal realm expert could only tremble. The fear was even greater than the fear of complete annihilation of an ordinary Starry Sky Master, because everything came too hard for them. After tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation, who would be willing to be destroyed and annihilated in a single day? A misunderstanding? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He sighed and then suddenly shouted, "Unfortunately, the arrow is already on the string. It has to be released." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. At this moment, Yi Xian directly released his right hand that was holding onto the golden energy arrow. The energy arrow, which was already filled with the power of the bowstring, instantly shot out. Even the void was torn apart. Golden arrows shot out. Suddenly, a black wave like a tail flame appeared behind him. In the void in front of him, a bright and dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. A golden arrow shot out at a speed that surpassed time and space. In an instant, it rushed to the end of the boundless void. Along the way, it destroyed everything. Even the void of the Milky Way was cut in two. The power of this arrow seemed to want to destroy the sky and shatter the dome of heaven. Even the void showed signs of being torn apart. In the next moment, the bright golden light in the eyes of the three true forms of the devil ape suddenly dimmed. The power of the entire body seemed to be drained in an instant. The devil ape true form was quickly dispelled. Yi Xian was forced to return to his human form. The huge golden energy bow that was originally in his left hand also quietly disappeared at this moment. It turned back into a small golden bow that was only the size of a thumb and hung in his sea of consciousness. And Yi Xian's consciousness also fell into an extremely weak state at this moment. "No, I can't accept this." Screech, as the three true bodies released their right hands. This arrow, which had a terrifying aura that made one's hair stand on end, shot out with a loud boom. Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shenrong, who was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in the void, started to tremble uncontrollably. An earth-shattering roar and violent howl resounded through this part of the world. Chapter 39:43. Home. There was an earth-shattering explosion. In the distance, the space within a radius of 1,000 miles was almost shattered. A miniature black hole appeared, and endless space turbulence surged in all directions, shocking all the great beings inside and outside the three-star void space of the Devil Emperor. This arrow consumed all of Yi Xian's foundation and energy. When it transformed into a terrifyingly powerful arrow that shot out, not only did it seal a corner of the void, it also firmly locked the immortal realm old monster blue pool fire elephant Shenrong in place, unable to escape. Moreover, when the giant golden arrow was still tens of thousands of miles away from the giant body, the invisible shockwave had already peeled off all the flesh and blood of the giant bloodline true body like leaves in a gale. In less than half an instant, when the main body of the energy arrow was in front of him, there was only a golden skeleton left of Blue Pond Fire Elephant Shenrong. An undying great being had fallen. But this was not the end. Immediately after, the golden arrow with the terrifying aura crashed down, and the entire golden skeleton, along with the corner of the void space with a radius of 1,000 miles, was instantly annihilated. A powerful, immortal realm old monster was completely annihilated. He was killed by Yi Xian's terrifying arrow to the point that not even a strand of hair was left behind. It was definitely an instant kill. All of this happened too quickly. It only took a breath from start to finish. In the distant void space, the two human universe monsters who were still moving forward heard the huge explosion behind them and subconsciously turned to look. What they saw was Blue Pond Fire Elephant Shenrong, who was still alive and kicking a moment ago, had his entire bloodline true body completely blown up. Along with it, the void space within a radius of 1,000 miles was shattered, inch by inch. They did not see the scene when Yi Xian took out the fallen skybow. At that time, they had turned around and fled. They had lost too much energy and blood, and their bodies were bent. Their only thought was to flee as far away as possible before the battle started, so as not to be implicated. Hence, the two of them missed the most exciting and most terrifying scene. Therefore, they only knew that Mo Jinfeng was young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, and the little primordial devil ape, but they didn't know that they were all Prince Xian. In this battle, Yi Xian had revealed many of his trump cards. It was to the extent that Shenrong had found out the shocking truth behind the 5 monstrous geniuses before his death. However, Shenrong had already fallen, quietly vanishing with this shocking news. And now, the two human universe monsters who were still alive only knew the truth of the 4 freaks being in one body. At this moment, seeing an immortal realm old monster die in an instant, the 2 old men were scared out of their wits. This is still a F** king human. Run, run. In their panic, the 2 of them didn't hesitate any longer and didn't dare stay here any longer. They directly tore through space and dragged their weak and exhausted bodies along as they took a step forward and fled like rats. Only then did the upper echelons of the Imperial Demon Clan come back to their senses. The Devil King Mo Wen Tian immediately issued a series of orders. All clansmen are strictly prohibited from leaking the details of this battle. Violators will be beheaded. Immediately dispatch the fortress army and activate the space compaction device at full force to repair the space. From today onwards, the entire Imperial Demon Clan is fully prepared for war. Hearing the words of the current Devil King Mo Wen Tian, Yi Xian's heart immediately relaxed. At this moment, he was indeed worried that Prince Xian's identity would be leaked. However, now it seemed that the 2 human universe monsters hadn't seen him take out the fallen skybow, and the Devil King Mo Wen Tian had thought of this at the first moment. Presumably, in order to deal with this matter, he would carry out some kind of arrangement with the great beings of the Imperial Demon Clan within and outside the 3 stars of the Imperial Demon Clan to ensure that Prince Xian's identity wouldn't be leaked. In that case, there was nothing to worry about. Look after the Devil Emperor planet for now. This young master needs to leave for a while. I should be back in a few days. Nodding at the Devil King M.O. when Tian, Yixian immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability and disappeared in a flash. This scene fell into the eyes of the commander of the Imperial Demon Clan Guards, Chanas, who was in the command cabin on the top floor of a large fortress in the void behind. His gaze froze, and he muttered to himself, "Disappeared again just like that? There wasn't any space energy fluctuation. What kind of method is this? The secrets on this brat, there are so many." Xiao! A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and Yi Xian's figure suddenly appeared. This was the black hole of life not far from the Imperial Demon Clan Star Domain. As soon as his figure appeared, Yi Xian staggered in the void. He was too weak. This time he had used almost all his trump cards. At this moment, an endless sense of weakness and powerlessness surged in his body. Even the 9 little items that were suspended above his consciousness that represented his cultivation, bloodline, and remarkable ability had dimmed. They had dimmed considerably. If it weren't for the fact that his physical body and chi had already reached the realm of the almighty master of heaven and earth, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until he activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability and arrived at the black hole of life. The reason why Yi Xian came here was to practice in seclusion. On the one hand, he wanted to recover his strength. On the other hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could encounter that kind of opportunity again. While recovering his cultivation strength, he wanted to see if he could break through again. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out the Shinon Cauldron and stepped into it. Then he activated the internal field of the Shinon Cauldron and hid it from view. When his figure reappeared, Yi Xian was already in the space inside the Shinon Cauldron. He was at the bottom plane in the heart of the volcano in the central region. This time, in order to shoot that terrifying arrow of immortal annihilation, Yi Xian had injected all kinds of energy into the fallen sky bow in his left hand. At this moment, he was in a state of deficit in all directions. Fortunately, he had countless resources in his hands. In order to recover as soon as possible, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out a large amount of star core, origin, and multi-pupil sense crystals from his undying world. He directly handed them to the devouring system to absorb the energy and inject them into his body. At the same time, he took out a large amount of netherworld furnace lotion and wrapped his body, as well as the innate chilling spirit liquid, a small amount of hellish ant liquid, and 2 drops of all evil origin liquid. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and cut off a large piece of the flesh and blood of the primordial great master purple gold void wrapped from a sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. After roasting it until it was golden and dripping with oil, he immediately ate it heartily. He began to eat. This was the flesh and blood of the primordial great master. It contained endless essence, energy, and was the best nourishment in this state of deficit. Chapter 3944. After an unknown period of time, when Yi Xian opened his eyes again, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Current realm. Rank 2 Universe Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body chi and blood. Current realm. Rank 2 Universe Realm. Rank 2 Universe Realm. Moreover, it was the cultivation of the ancient Dongshu tactics, and the realm of the physical body chi and blood had both entered Rank 2 Universe Realm. This time, Yi Xian had indeed encountered the opportunity of breaking through and building up again. In a situation where the foundation energy in his body was almost depleted to the point of exhaustion, he had made up for it in a short period of time and finally raised his cultivation level again. The potential shackles of his physical body had also been torn apart a little bit, causing the strength of his chi and blood to increase greatly. Breakthrough at the same time. Enjoy. Yi Xian's consciousness quickly entered his sea of consciousness. What he saw made his heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally relax completely. This time, in order to kill the immortal level blue sea fire elephant with 1 arrow, Yi Xian had added a terrifying amount of energy to the energy arrow of the fallen skybow. In addition to his own cultivation level, the strength of his physical body qi and blood, as well as his mental strength, he had fully activated the several small objects in his sea of consciousness that represented the primordial age and bloodline inheritance and extracted energy from them. When the arrow was shot, the black gold dragon scales and the dark green netherworld claw had all become extremely dim. Yi Xian was worried that some irreversible damage would be caused because of this, but now it seemed that everything had returned to normal. Of course, this was also because he had used a large amount of top-grade resources to make up for it. If it were other people, where would they find the top-grade Hellish Ant Liquid, Nether Liquid, Innate Chilling Spirit Liquid, Netherworld Furnace Lotion, and All Evil Elixir? While sighing, Yi Xian suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Previously, he had thought that this time's closed-door training was over because the blazing and rolling energy river formed by swallowing a large amount of top-grade resources in his body had nourished his physical body and his cultivation level, as well as his sea of consciousness. After making up for it, the few small objects had all disappeared. But at this moment, when his heart suddenly relaxed, he discovered that although the energy river seemed to have disappeared, his entire body was still burning hot, and there was a slight tingling sensation in his meridians. This was clearly a sign that the medicinal efficacy of those top-grade resources had not completely dissipated yet. Don't tell me there are more? This is the 15th major realm. Isn't it a little too exaggerated to break through 2 minor realms in succession? As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, the effects of the various resources in his body had not been completely refined, so he could not stop here. He could only sit cross-legged again, close his eyes, and concentrate it. Very soon, he entered the state of seclusion again and began to clear the remnants of the medicinal power in his meridians. Bottom refinement. Half a day later, when Yi Xian opened his eyes for the second time, the familiar sound of the system notification rang out once more. The unexpected breakthrough had actually come once more. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current realm, rank 3 universe. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's chi and blood realm. Current realm, rank 3 universe. Rank 3 universe realm. That was the peak of the early universe state. Yi Xian had just become a universe state expert. Who could have foreseen that he would reach the middle phase of the universe state in such a short time? Yi Xian's overall combat ability had obviously soared again after the 2 consecutive realms in terms of cultivation and physical strength. After his original body had entered the 15th major realm and become a universe state expert, according to Yi Xian's deduction, the growth of his strength should still be 2 to 1 when he activated the true form of the ancient demonic ape. When his original body was in the first level of the universe state, the true form of the ancient demonic ape was in the first level of the Star-Lord state. Now that his original body had improved by 2 levels and reached the 3rd level of the universe state, the true form of the ancient demonic ape had also improved by 1 level, which meant that he would reach the 2nd level of the Star-Lord state. Adding on the first 4 transformations of the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape, each of them increased his combat strength by a small level. Once Yi Xian entered the 3-headed, 6-armed Devil Ape true body state and used the 4th transformation, his peak combat strength would reach the terrifying 6th level of the Star-Lord realm, which was the peak of the middle stage of the Star-Lord realm. One more step, and he would reach the advanced phase of the Star-Lord state. This was definitely of extraordinary significance, but after a short moment of excitement, Yi Xian's mood quickly fell to the bottom because he once again thought of the problem of the level 16 liquid. Once he reached the pinnacle of the 9th order, he would need to consume the level 16 liquid. Otherwise, even though the Dongshu ancient formula would still be able to advance in his cultivation, his physical body and blood chi realm would remain stagnant if nothing went wrong. Now, the perfect state of synchronization between the chi, blood, and cultivation of the physical body would be broken. Yi Xian's evolution would once again change from taking large strides with his 2 legs to staggering forward with 1 leg. At that moment, Yi Xian had already reached the 3rd level of the universe state in terms of physical strength, which was only 6 levels away from the peak of the 9th level of the universe state. After another 6 breakthroughs, this kind of awkward situation would be placed right in front of him, and there would be no way to avoid it. No, I can't delay it any longer. Thinking of this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as a bright light shot out from his eyes. This time, although Prince Xian's identity was not exposed, it can be considered a great fortune in misfortune. However, the identity of the devil cultivator imperial brother, Emo Yufeng, was exposed because of this. Young Master Linghu, young Master Hades, and the primordial demonic ape all have a lot of old debts. I wasn't afraid of them before, because they were all loners. Those guys wouldn't be able to retaliate, even if they wanted to. But this time is different. Mo Jinfeng's identity has been exposed, and the 4 geniuses are one. Some old creditors will definitely come to pick a fight with the demons. The entire race of demons is right there, and there's no way they can escape. I'm afraid that there will be a lot of trouble in the future. This has nothing to do with the demons in the first place. If anyone dares to provoke us, I have the obligation to beat them until no one dares to come back. The Thousand Luo Federation, in particular, has lost an immortal state expert this time. They won't let this go easily. If they attack again, it won't be as simple as an immortal state expert. Under such circumstances, this young master's cultivation strength will definitely not remain stagnant. On the contrary, I must continue to make breakthroughs and rapidly grow stronger. Chapter 3945. It had only been a day since Yi Xian left the Demon Emperor planet and entered the life black hole to begin his closed-door cultivation. This time, the Federation Senate had lost an immortal elder in the demon territory, as well as Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, Primordial Little Demon Ape, and Demon Emperor Brother Mo Jinfeng. It would take at least a few more days to see the follow-up reaction. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to take advantage of this opportunity to stay in the life black hole and the Shinnong Cauldron to concoct the level 16 liquid first. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would not have time to concentrate on this matter in the future. At that time, once his cultivation strength stagnated, he was afraid that he would fall into an extremely passive situation. Although it was not easy to concoct the level 16 liquid, Yi Xian was at least half done now. Previously, he had used the flesh and blood of a Luan Feng from a quasi-desolation era mighty figure. After being carefully refined by the Shinnong 4-colored flame, he turned it into a round ball that emitted green and red light. This round ball that appeared in the form of a slurry was only a foot in diameter. It was the flesh and blood of a huge Luan Feng, broken the chains of order, and reassembled. After being carefully refined by the Shinnong 4-colored flame, the chains of order in the flesh and blood of this Luan Feng completely collapsed. At the moment when its body disappeared, a small flesh black hole appeared in the green and red slurry ball, as if it was completely collapsing. From this, one could see that this slurry ball was a slurry. How terrifying was the energy contained in this ball! And this was only the first step of concocting the flesh and blood medicine. Yi Xian only got a semi-finished product that time, which could not be considered a real flesh and blood medicine. But now, if he wanted to concoct a true flesh and blood medicine, even if it was only a level 16 liquid at the beginning, he still had a long way to go. Yi Xian would use this flesh and blood medicine as a foundation, then add in all sorts of rare heavenly and earthly treasures, as well as other resources, and mix them time and time again before finally obtaining them. Finally, this process required him to painstakingly explore and deduce. After all, no one had ever concocted a level 16 liquid before. Yi Xian still had a lot of work to do. It was like opening up a new path that no one had ever walked before. At that time, Yi Xian had used the 4-colored flames of Shinnong to easily divide the lump of flesh and blood that was about a foot in diameter into 100 portions. Then, he took out 100 small storage boxes made of chalcedony crystals and put the 100 portions of green-red flesh and blood the size of an egg into each chalcedony crystal. Inside the crystal box, the 100 portions of blood and flesh medicine represented 100 chances to refine the basic blood and flesh medicine. If he failed, he would have to refine the basic blood and flesh medicine again from the beginning. Swish! At this moment, as Yi Xian waved his hand, one of the 100 crystal boxes was taken out from his undying world. As the crystal box opened, an egg-sized bottle of green-red blood essence serum floated out. Its surface was enshrouded in a mysterious halo that was incomparably dazzling. There were also countless tiny runes that appeared and disappeared on its surface, making it appear mysterious and extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian carefully reviewed the formula of the level 16 liquid that the system had deduced earlier. Living Spirit Bamboo Melon, 10,000-year Hidden Dragon Mushroom, Immortal Star Purple Flame Grass, Spirit Restriction Dew, Demon Frost Powder, 10,000-year Sea Flame Crystal, Immortal Star Clothes Flying Sand Eggs. These were all top-grade rare resources. Even though Yi Xian had robbed, extorted, and demanded ransom time and time again, he had only barely managed to gather the various top-grade heavenly treasures required to concoct the level 16 and 17 liquids. Moreover, the quantity was not large and could not withstand his torment. Therefore, Yi Xian appeared to be very cautious. Although he had 100 sets of flesh and blood medicinal slurry, and even the all-evil origin liquid that strengthened the medicinal effects and guaranteed the success rate, he had far more than 100 sets. However, he didn't have that many crucial heavenly and earthly treasures. At most, he could only barely gather 17 or 18 portions of the heavenly treasures required to concoct the level 16 and 17 liquids. In other words, Yi Xian actually only had 16 or 17 chances to try concocting the level 16 liquid this time. If he failed all of them, it would really be a tragedy. Carrying the anxiety in his heart, Yi Xian took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, he took out a portion of the heavenly treasures that he had prepared according to the formula that the system had deduced. It floated in front of him and exuded an extraordinary aura. Immediately after, a wisp of Shinong's 4-colored flames shot out from the volcanic flame pool not far ahead. With a sweep, it enveloped all the top-grade medicinal herbs, crystals, and other heavenly treasures that were suspended in front of Yi Xian and began to condense and purify them. During this process, Yi Xian concentrated and did not dare to be distracted at all. This was because every portion of the heavenly treasures for the level 16 liquid was too precious. It was almost impossible to collect all of them now. At least, it was impossible to do so in the short term. 2 hours later, all the heavenly treasures had melted and turned into a ball of green liquid the size of an egg. What Yi Xian needed to do now was to fuse this ball of green liquid with the same volume of blood and flesh medicine. Finally, he needed to add a drop of all evil origin liquid to guarantee success and a 10% boost. The level 6 nether liquid could only be concocted after the 4 perfectly matched and fused into one. The level 16 liquid would be considered to have been successfully concocted. In other words, Yi Xian still needed to do 2 more steps. The first was to fuse the green liquid with the blood and flesh medicine, then add a drop of all evil origin liquid and a drop of nether liquid. After that, he had to perfectly fuse the mixture of these 4 ingredients into one. At this point, the level 16 liquid was complete. These 2 small steps were crucial. Yi Xian did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Soon, a drop of all evil origin liquid and a drop of nether liquid that had been refined by the Shinong 4-colored flames were taken out of Yi Xian's undying world and suspended in the air in front of him. Then, with a thought, these 2 drops of priceless top-notch resources slowly drifted toward the egg-sized blood and flesh medicine paste that he had already prepared. At the same time, the ball of green plant essence, which was also the size of an egg, drifted over as well. The 4 ingredients were quickly gathered together. In that instant, Yi Xian's heart leaped into his throat. His consciousness was pushed to the limit and the mind source core in his brain was overloaded. His consciousness and mind power were both used to the maximum as he carefully controlled this ball of mixture and carried out the final fusion. Once he succeeded, it would mean that the level 16 liquid would be born. ZZZ. In the next instant, as these four substances converged and fused, the surface of the newly formed mixture burst forth with a dazzling brilliance. It was so bright that Yi Xian's gaze froze. He subconsciously closed his eyes as his heart pounded. Chapter 3946. His first attempt was a failure in the end. At the last moment, the all-evil origin fluid, the nether liquid, the blood medicine paste, and the green essence of plants, which had been fused together by Yi Xian with his consciousness, exploded completely at the moment when they were about to be fused. They turned into a violent energy that spread out in the flatland at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain. Although he was a bit disappointed, this failure was within Yi Xian's expectations. A level 16 liquid wasn't a level 15 liquid. It was already impossible to concoct a traditional medicine concoction method. One had to first refine a flesh and blood paste as the base of the medicine in order to have a chance of success. It was obvious how precious it was. It would be unrealistic to succeed in one try. After all kinds of top-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures were placed there. Just that small canister of flesh and blood medicine was extremely extraordinary. It was the flesh and blood of a quasi-primordial almighty expert. After shattering the inherent chains of order, it was then extracted from the impurities of the past. It was obtained. Besides, the nether liquid and the all-evil origin fluid were added later. If it were not for the fact that they were in the space inside the Shinnong cauldron and the field of order of the whole world could be controlled by Yi Xian's thoughts, he might have been injured when the explosion caught him off guard. However, none of that was a problem now. As Yi Xian's thoughts moved, an invisible force appeared under the power of the field of order of the Shinnong cauldron. In less than half an instant, it enveloped the explosion and compressed it into a green ball the size of an egg. A blue ball. Unfortunately, the energy inside was too violent to be absorbed. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had been consumed because of it had been completely wasted. Even if he did not refine the level 16 liquid, it was no longer possible to use it as a top heavenly materials and earthly treasure to absorb the energy. It's a pity to throw it away just like that. It's better to keep it. I'll deal with all the failed explosions in this way, gather them together, and compress them. While he was mumbling to himself, Yi Xian's eyes glittered. He seemed to be eager to try it out. In that case, as many little drops make a mickle, the final compressed energy will be extremely terrifying. It will be better to use it as a one-time consumable explosive magical equipment. At least it won't be a waste. And so the matter was happily decided. After this matter was resolved, Yi Xian quickly began his second concoction. Swish! The second concoction began. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian retrieved another portion of the blood and flesh medicine from the 100 crystal boxes. When the crystal box opened, a green-red blood and flesh medicine the size of an egg floated out, followed closely by the life transformation jade bamboo melon and the 10,000-year hidden dragon Ganoderma, as well as immortal rank flying sand egg and other top-notch heaven and earth treasures. After that, he endured his heartache and took out a drop of all-evil origin liquid and a drop of nether liquid that had been condensed by the Shinnong four-colored flames. They floated in the air in front of him. After a short while, these two drops of priceless top-notch resources slowly drifted toward the egg-sized blood and flesh medicine paste that had been prepared long ago. The same went for the egg-sized green plant essence that was also the same size as the egg-sized green plant essence. The most critical part had arrived. Yi Xian's heart was in his throat again. His consciousness was pushed to the limit, and the mental source core in his brain was overloaded. He carefully controlled the mixture and carried out the final fusion. ZZ. Very quickly, as the four substances converged and fused, the surface of the newly formed fused substance instantly emitted a dazzling brilliance, just like before. These different top-grade substances were rapidly fusing together. Once they succeeded, the level 16 liquid would be in their hands. Although Yi Xian hadn't expected to succeed in his first attempt, when he failed at the last step, he wasn't too concerned, even though he was a little disappointed. However, this was his second attempt, so it would be a lie to say that Yi Xian hadn't expected to succeed. After all, he only had a dozen or so top-grade heaven and earth treasures that were required to concoct the level 16 and level 17 liquids. With each failure, the pressure in his heart grew heavier. This would affect his state of mind to a certain extent. The first few failures were fine, but after 5 failures, it would affect his state of mind. As a result, there would be many uncertainties in the subsequent concoctions. Therefore, it would be even more difficult to succeed after 5 failures. Moreover, the closer he got to 5 failures, the lower his chances of success would be. With this kind of anxiety, Yi Xian carefully uses divine sense and mental strength to control as steadily as possible, guiding the 4 different resources that had already gathered together to carry out the final perfect fusion. Soon, nearly 2 hours passed. During this process, the small ball formed by the gathering of 4 top-grade resources had a sizzling energy halo on its surface, causing Yi Xian's heart to tremble slightly. However, the final result allowed him to completely heave a sigh of relief. Buzz! After a continuous sizzling sound, the small ball suddenly let out a trembling sound. At this time, Yi Xian also came to a realization. The level 16 liquid had finally been successfully concocted. When he focused his gaze, a round sphere the size of a vermilion fruit was floating in the air around 3 m away from him. It was obviously liquid, and its color was azure blue and extremely pure. Its surface was suffused with a layer of azure blue light that revealed violet light, and there seemed to be countless obscure talisman markings that were flickering in and out, repeating over and over again. Although this spherical green-blue liquid was not eye-catching, if one were to carefully observe it, one would discover that there were actually countless energy runes flickering within it. They appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. However, they continued to give off an aura that seemed to be able to draw one's mind into it. This scene was like a strange phenomenon. It was extremely shocking and inconceivable. However, if one were to think about it carefully, it would be understandable if a grand expert in the 15th level of the universe could break another major shackle of human potential through that small ball of blue liquid, allowing them to evolve and become a Star-Lord. Boom! Boom! Just as Yi Xian's eyes were blank as he stared blankly at the blue liquid in front of him that was only the size of a pearl fruit, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came from the sky above the volcano in the central region. It was extremely dull, like the sound of thunder. Stunned, Yi Xian raised his head out of reflex, only to soon widen his mouth. Chapter 39:47. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous explosions sounded extremely dull, like the roar of thunder. In the sky above the Shinong Cauldron volcano, a large black thundercloud suddenly gathered. It was clearly a sign that a lightning tribulation was about to descend. The weird tribulation cloud was not affected by the order field of the Shinong Cauldron. It directly locked onto Yi Xian, who was inside the cauldron, and was about to descend a lightning tribulation. To be more precise, what the tribulation cloud locked onto was the level 16 liquid floating in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was confused at first. Then he was stunned. In the end, he realized what was going on. The level 16 liquid was only the most basic blood and flesh paste. It was made from the flesh and blood of an enormous Luan phoenix by breaking the chains of order and reassembling the essence. After being carefully refined by the Shinong four-colored flames, the chains of order in the Luan phoenix's flesh and blood completely collapsed. The moment its body disappeared, a miniature black hole of flesh and blood appeared in the green-red ball of slurry. It was as if it was completely collapsing. From this, one could see that this ball of slurry It was obvious how terrifying the energy contained inside the liquid ball was. Then a lot of top-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures were added to the blood and flesh paste that was successfully refined, including the nether liquid and even the all-evil origin liquid. The effect of the liquid was even more unbelievable. It could directly make a level 15 expert of the universe reach the Star-Lord level. It was understandable that such an unbelievable liquid would trigger a response from heaven and earth after it was successfully refined, and a lightning tribulation would descend. It was safe to say that it was not just the level 16 liquid right now. The level 17, level 18 liquids that Yi Xian was going to refine in the future, as well as the gene cultivation liquids of higher levels, would all face the same problem. A lightning tribulation would descend when the liquid was refined. It was just like how certain super pill masters in the human camp of cultivators would face a lightning tribulation when they refined a heavenly treasure pill. Yi Xian was quite worried because it meant that the level 16 liquid that he was going to refine, as well as the similar liquids that he was going to refine in the future, would all have to go through one last step before they could be safely consumed. That was the liquid tribulation. If they did not succeed, then all their previous efforts would be in vain. Moreover, their resources would be wasted. This was really depressing. However, there were pros and cons to this. Everything in the universe was like this. The liquid tribulation was a threshold. If the liquid failed to pass the tribulation, everything would be in vain, and they would have to start all over again. If they succeeded again, they would face the same tribulation test. However, if he were to succeed, then the treasured liquid that had undergone a single lightning tribulation would undergo the baptism and tempering of the lightning tribulation, and its might and effect would definitely increase once again. This was obvious. In other words, the so-called liquid tribulation, lightning tribulation, was both a test and an opportunity. Yi Xian had grown from an ant-like cultivator in a sealed planet to a supreme being in the starry sky. Every time he encountered a situation like this, he would face it head-on and never retreat. Therefore, even if there was a risk this time, and if he failed, it would be a little hard for him to accept. After all, he didn't have that many level 16 liquid materials on hand. He only had 12 portions left. But in order to obtain a better effect, he could only accept the test of the lightning tribulation and face it head-on. In fact, it was impossible to retreat. The tribulation clouds were almost done brewing, and the tribulation lightning would descend at any time. There was no way to retreat. However, although the treasure liquid tribulation this time was quite risky, after Yi Xian made a few deductions, his heart, which was originally in his throat, quickly calmed down by half. This was because, according to his deduction and conjecture, the black tribulation cloud that was gathering in mid-air above the volcanic mountain in the central region had nothing to do with the universe outside. It was just a tribulation thunder that descended from the order region inside the Shinnon Cauldron. That made sense as well. After all, the Shinnon Cauldron was a primordial treasure of the era. It had been verified many times before. Even the primordial master was unable to forcefully pass through the order field inside the Shinnon Cauldron and sense everything inside. In Yi Xian's opinion, the heavenly eye that represented the will of the primordial heavenly Tao might be difficult to do. At least, before it recovered to its peak state during the primordial era, it basically did not have the ability to do so. Under such circumstances, for the current universe environment outside the cauldron, where the will of heaven and earth was missing, the so-called power of heaven and earth should not affect the internal space of the Shinnon Cauldron. In the current universe environment, although there were the laws of the universe, there was no will of heaven and earth. The primordial era had been cut off in the long river of time. From then on, the will of heaven and earth had been missing. What had existed since then was only the pure laws of the universe, lacking spirituality. Since it was not the lightning tribulation that descended from the will of heaven and earth in the universe outside, but from the internal domain of the Shinnon Cauldron, then its purpose should not be a real tribulation, but to take advantage of the situation. Using this opportunity, Yi Xian had just refined this level 16 treasure. The liquid was purified and tempered again with the power of the lightning tribulation. In that case, what was there to worry about? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart immediately calmed down. Originally, he had been a little impulsive, wanting to quickly store this level 16 treasure liquid floating in the void in front of him before the lightning tribulation descended and put it into his undying world, so as to avoid the lightning tribulation and not destroy the treasure liquid. But now, since he was basically sure that this was a good opportunity that fell from the sky, he naturally would not hesitate in the slightest. Before he thought about it, the blue liquid in front of him began to spin and slowly rise. In the end, it had already floated out of the central domain fire, the volcano crater of the mountain. During the entire process, Yi Xian had been following closely behind this blue-green treasure liquid that was as small as a vermilion fruit. After all, although he had roughly deduced that there would not be any problems, it was obviously impossible to say that he was completely at ease. He was more or less a little nervous. Gotcha! It was also at this moment that a clear explosion sounded out. Within the black tribulation cloud that covered the void above the volcano in the central region, a strange green lightning struck down at an extremely fast speed. As expected, the green lightning bolt did not lock onto Yi Xian at all, but the blue-green level 16 treasure liquid in the void above his head. At this moment, the treasure liquid lightning tribulation descended.